Hello, 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 everyone. What am I? Oh, hey, Fish Chozo.
Okay, hey, Jet Abdul.
How's it going?
Going right.
What's going on with you, man?
Um, well, a couple of things. My campaign is not going so well, but we only got 23 days left, but it's not going well. It's not going to get. It's probably not get funded. 23 days, not a lot of time, especially since nobody's backing all that time, even though I've been promoting it on live streams and stuff. So it's not working.
I'm
Um,
sorry to hear that. I was, yes.
Um, I recently I probably get to guy write a prose now, wrote a prose book, short stories on short stories on other stuff that happens in my comic universe, and then when I get to my game, get to Goofanoid.
Hmm.
It's going to cost a lot of money to make Doomfist. That's why I didn't start with it.
Well, what I was about to say. Hang on, I gotta fix something here. What I was about to say is that rest in peace, Taylor Hawkins of the Foo Fighters. Tonight,
Taylor Hopkins,
Taylor Hawkins. He was the drummer of the Foo Fighters.
Foo Fighters.
Yes, he was the drummer of the Foo. He was the drummer for the Foo Fighters and part of Nirvana at one time.
I didn't. I don't know. I'm not listening to them.
Yeah. Hey, looky, what's going on, man? Good to see you.
Mhm.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
don't give up in your book. You got 23 days, man. Don't give up on it. You never know. Things could turn around. 23
Mm,
days. A lot can happen in 23 days. Can
Okay.
can you extend
Okay.
it?
I only already extended it. Don't extend it once.
Hmm.
You can only extend it once. I already extended it to its maximum.
Well, that's Indiegogo.
Yes, that's how it works. That's how it works in Indiegogo.
Uh, it's uh, poor business model, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to really tell you on that, man. Maybe look at other revenues. Don't know what to say, bro.
I don't know how to get this book funded. Nobody wants to back even the digital tier, which is just $3.
Hmm.
Even I made the all tier super cheap too. So um by the way by the way I recently discovered you know the character of Guy Gardner is right.
Hmm?
You know the character of Guy Gardner is right.
No.
Okay, I won't talk about it. Um, also, I recently discovered Riverdale.
Riverdale, a TV show.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, apparently, they took Arch. Somebody took Archie comics and decided to essentially a horrible Gotham knockoff. I don't know how do you get to this point? Horrible Gotham Scooby Doo mix up TV show. I don't know how the hell you go from Archie comics to that. So they try basically it started off the first season as a teen drama of all things with the exact same setup as Beastars, But then they went. But then they decided to go. Um. But then the guy, the showrunner, decided to go. Let's turn this show into. Let's turn this Riverdale to Gotham City, and we're gonna have a bunch of serial killers running around, code names, and we're gonna have cultists, multiple cults, and we'll have Jughead be straight, which completely defies the character, and it's supposed to be asexual, then uh and we would have Archie do whatever the plot wants, because well, not really the plot. He always has his own plot separate from the rest of the characters, because uh Archie's plot is literally whatever it takes to get him in a sexual situation. A situation that can be seen as sexy, because the writer of the show is gay. And that's not so much a problem in itself. Probably he's also the kind of gay guy who wants to sexualize every male character in his story. So he writes Archie's to get these stupid plot lines that exist for no reason other than just sexualize Archie. So the third season, he like what? He apparently becomes an underground boxer for no reason other than just to show him sweaty. Like, I'm still blown away by that. Like, yeah, and like, how you go from Archie comics to Batman?
Comic book industry is tough right now. It's been dying for a long time.
It's just to see how's so bad as CW's writing quality. Anytime they just let the CW has been one of the worst TV networks ever. They just write the worst stuff and it keeps getting renewed. Riverdale still getting another season, and so is Batwoman. What the hell?
Hey
Why is
there,
this show
son
still
of
going?
Red Shirt. How you doing?
Good
What's
evening,
up, Keely Chow?
gentlemen. How you guys doing tonight?
Good.
Can you hear me there, Billy?
Yes. Pretty clearly. Good.
Oh, wonderful. Loki's Mornings of Mischief, Keely Chow, and your good buddy StreamYard, or Stream Elements, rather. The Stream Elements bot.
Yeah.
Pokes its ugly head. Shit. So, Strozo, long time no see. How have you been?
No, and failing to get my campaign funded, and then it's not working. It's not working. I mean, nobody's backing it. So
Still
I'm
pushing the free Goofazoid?
Goofanoid.
Goofanoid. Sorry. Goofanoid. Well, that's rough to hear, brother. I know you put a lot of yourself, a lot of heart into it. You put out a little money into it. That sucks. Maybe it's just as simple as timing. You know, it's got to be one of these projects like Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Steven Spielberg wanted to make that movie for years, and he had to wait until he made Jaws. You know, before he got the cred, before people started listening to him. So it's entirely possible to take off, but
yeah,
just
I'm waiting.
mainly it's a
I'm
attack of
working.
timing.
Yeah, I'm waiting on writing a short story collection. I mean, as in prose, because I can't be paying artists. So, short story collection is going to be things like Inspector Orange, where we got some detective investigates furries committing crimes. We another short story about um uh 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 some mad scientists work for the government, creates a slime monster. There's a slime monster that identifies as a woman and then becomes a lesbian.
Hey, I love food. How's it going? Good to see you. Fellow,
And
firm handshakes. Yes, firm handshakes.
I love food. How you doing, pal? Good to see you. But if it's chosen at the end, if it's your dream, you got to stick with it. But that doesn't mean you can't have other dreams too, and you can't work on other things. You know. Um,
I'm not giving up Gryffindor. Gryffindor is going to get made no matter what. That's the only way to stop Gryffindor from ever getting made is if I die.
well, that's the right attitude to have, brother. Get in there, roll up your sleeves, and kick some ass. But remember too that don't let shut you off creatively. Keep thinking, keep reading, keep learning, keep watching. Suck up as much pop culture, suck up as much history, suck up as much intellectual goodness as you can, because all that enriches you. It improves you as a writer and improves you as a storyteller. You know, um, maybe this iteration of your character isn't maybe it's not as fully formed as it will be in 2 or 3 years. You know, I've seen the work that went in. Who did the your buddy did the art for it? That was
Yeah, and
looking good. It was looking tight. But promotion's a son of a bitch. It is, and I know you've been talking about it quite a bit on your own
mm,
channel, which I haven't seen you online that much. I've been a little off YouTube for the last couple of months for some health reasons, but last couple of times I saw you, I know you were plugging away at it,
mm,
and that's good. There is an argument to be made for oversaturation sometimes, though. Sometimes you got to let things cool down, simmer, and then bring them back. Timing is fucking everything. It's everything in comedy. It's
mm.
everything in romantic relationships.
The
And
vast majority of people don't even know my book even exists.
sure, well,
Or
remember,
if they
the
do,
vast
if they may have
majority
heard
of
of it, but
people
can't remember.
say what?
Even if they have heard of it, but don't remember.
Yeah, that's the truth. You got to keep plugging. But like I say, I mean, use your time too. Make yourself better. Learn more. Get out there more. You're all of what? 22 years old? You're still a
I'm
young guy.
19.
19.
I'm about to
Okay.
turn 20 this year, though.
Well, congratulations. It's a great age to be. A hell of an age to be.
Yeah.
You're coming up to the height of your power as a man. These next 10 years are going to see big changes for you. You'll undoubtedly leave life with the parents. You'll start out a life on your own. Probably get
Yeah, right
a
now I can't
little.
do that. Until I
Right
start
now, you can't
working.
do that. I'm talking about the next 10 years, buddy.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, that's right. And it's frustrating. It's bitterly frustrating being a young guy. You've got dreams. You believe in yourself when nobody's listening to you. I'm
Uh,
the best advice I could possibly give you is just keep at it, but keep improving yourself. Make yourself a better writer. Writing is the number one thing. The artwork, the layout, all that shit. If you don't like it, you can go to somebody else. You can shop around for that. But at the end of the idea, the story comes from you. It is you. It's in your heart.
mm,
And if you believe in it, you'll keep cooking it. You'll have ideas for your character pop into your head at the weird times. You could be flipping burgers at a restaurant or something, and something happens that boom, you've got a great new idea for a story to tell. It can come from watching old movies, shit that people have forgotten about. Get back in there. You might come up with your character goes through some kind of time warp or something like that. And he ends up in the 30s or take him to the future. There's a world that there's nothing wrong with getting inspiration and ideas from other sources. George
I do.
Lucas quite famously stole Star Wars. Well, not stole Star Wars. That was incorrect of me to say. He came up with Star Wars through a host of his life experiences, mostly through movies you've seen, and comic books and shit like that. Darth Vader's an allegory for Doctor Doom. R2D2 and C3PO are two of the characters from not the High Castle, Akira Kurosawa film. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Shit. I've seen the movie half
Dam
a dozen
Busters?
times.
No way,
Sorry,
it's
say that again.
The Dam Busters or something was.
No, this was a Japanese film about
Uh,
a samurai
I
trying to
don't,
protect a
I
princess.
don't watch. I don't watch samurai movies, so.
Well, there you go. Why don't you watch samurai films? Why don't you watch more kung fu films? Get a perspective that isn't strictly
Lack of
North
access,
American.
maybe.
Sorry, Bill?
Maybe he doesn't have the access to them.
Maybe he doesn't, but
No, I
that's
do.
bullshit.
I
He could go to the
I
fucking
have,
library and get films for free.
I have to have seats. I can get anything I want to have seats.
Sure. You know that. All I'm saying is that at 19, 20 years old, don't take it the wrong way, but you haven't built up a life acumen yet. You haven't built up the stories yet. You may have had some good ideas coming up, but, how do I put this gently? How many cars have you driven? How many women have you
0.
dated? How many?
0.
Well, these are life experiences, little things that ring true to people who read. When your character hops into a car and it's stick, he's got to know how to drive that car. It looks cool and Fast and the Furious, but if you've never done it yourself, you can't describe that. You can't put that down on paper. Pop culture, how you doing? Lovely, Sherry. Lovely to see you. All I'm saying is don't take it too hard, really, and just use this time. Use the downtime. These are stories you're going to be telling your kids about 25 years from now. That holy shit, it was hard to get started. I had to work. I had to write 50 different Goofanoid comics because
improve it, or maybe invent some other character that with different qualities.
Yeah,
and
work on the villains. Any hero needs a good
but
villain.
has some similarities,
Sure.
I forgot guys supposed to get figured out already. But I might rearrange the storyline. I'm not sure. My guys all some major villains figured out already.
Well, the quality of your
Pop
villains
culture.
will greatly
Sherry.
Yes, of course. A good villain is key to anything. Bond needs a good villain. Batman needs a good villain. Any hero you can imagine needs a decent villain. And the franchises that peter out or get weak are the ones that can't come up with that. You need the antagonist for your protagonist to come up against. He's got to be smarter. He's got to be better. Your hero has to overcome him. That's why some of the best characters in comics, Lex Luthor, Dr. Doom, Magneto, they're highly intelligent men with great physical power that could conceivably mop the floor with the person they're going with. So that's, that's key to a lot of good storytelling throughout history. Read some old, not even fiction, get out of your comfort zone. Read stuff like the Brothers Grimm, the stories, Hansel and Gretel. I know it sounds silly. You think, what the fuck does Hansel and Gretel have to do with my character?
No, I do that. I do that stuff. I do research fairy tales and folklore and stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's good. That's the right way to go. You got to have the right attitude, but expose yourself to other cultures. Watch some 60s Italian spy films. Get an eye for design, for what looks good. Look at pictures, even simple things like, go through some pictures of planes and shit like that. Cause maybe one day your character needs to beat some terrorists up on a plane and he's got to get behind the cockpit. You got to familiarize yourself with as much as you can. It all helps. It all goes in the bank, and I'm talking the memory bank, and that shit, you may not be ready today to write a comic about your hero thwarting some villains on a plane and landing it safely or whatever, but who knows, down the road you might get that that yearning for that sort of thing. Hey Pop, how you doing, pal?
Hello.
How you doing?
There's the voice of happiness. Talk about a guy that's had a rough week. Poor Pop's been out there beating his heart out, trying to improve his channel, doing some great work. He was at Vasquez Rocks, where numerous science fiction films and regular films have been filmed. Most famously, in my opinion, the original series Star Trek episode where Kirk fought the Gorn, one of Star Trek's most famous episodes. He went to the Brady Bunch house. He took us to Sanford and Son's house. And what happened?
Sanford son. I think he's. I watched reruns of that show before. Sanford. When you live in Junkyard, and Red Fox, and
Yeah, Sanford and Son, it's actually my number 2 favorite sitcom of all time. All in the Family, number 1, and Sanford and Son, number 2. It'll never change.
I was watching your stream live when you were at Sanford and Son. I don't know if you remember. I was trying to comment too, but I know it was hard
Actually,
for you
yes,
to read.
I did. Yes, and I appreciate that. Here, let me explain what happened. Okay, I was dumb. What I should have done was I didn't realize until I don't know how bad the stream turns out until later when I watch it and I see, oh my God, it's so choppy, it's unwatchable. You can't tell what's going on. Everything's blurring. So what I should have done was maybe tried the stream. What it is the internet, the Wi-Fi or the cell signal, whatever you want to call it, is not reliable enough, obviously, to do a live stream of me moving around.
Mhm.
So my problem was I did the live stream and then I left and then went to the next place and then so on and so on. And then came back that night and said, oh my God, it all looks terrible. All these cameras, I had these 2 cameras. I said, what I should have done was did the live stream and said, here I am, I'm shooting this. And then stopped the stream, pulled out the cameras and recorded on the cameras. And then edit it together and then produce the videos. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
That's what I did not do. It's stupid. So basically, I saw the streams and it looked terrible. So I had to go back. I spent the last couple of days going back to some of those. In fact, the Sanford and Son house, I redid again today.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did. I pulled out my 1080, not 1080p, but my high def 4K camera, and I also pulled out my 360-degree camera and covered that. So I went back to the Brady Bunch house today. I went back to the Sanford. I went and retraced my steps, the Nightmare on Elm Street house, all that with my actual cameras, not streaming. That way, when I put them together and put them on my channel, it'll be high definition and not blurry and distorted and choppy and all that stuff. Does that make sense?
It does. And I hope, Fitzchoser, you're listening to this. He went out there, he did it. He's unsatisfied with the product, so he's redoing it again. Ernest Hemingway, one of the most famous writers in the world, probably North America's most famous writer, when asked, what's the secret to your success? He says there are 3 ways to become a great writer. And those are rewrite, rewrite, and rewrite. But what he means like that, he just sits down. As good as he liked his first draft, he banged it out. Spockney, my dear old chum, me dear old pal, me dear old bean, me dear old sock.
Yes.
Hello,
Speaking,
Captain.
hello, Captain. Good to see you. How did you like my picture today?
Hello, I didn't see today's one, but I'm coming in late. I don't know what happened to your channel, but I'm glad you're here.
I just got here.
Yet?
I just got
Okay.
here like maybe a minute ago.
Good timing. I was just checking out Foul Ball, and now I'm here. Hello, everyone. I didn't want to interrupt the flow, so I thought I'd just let you guys carry on. But I'm glad you're all here.
This week has been a roller coaster because seriously, yesterday, my Google account got, I don't know what happened, but if it got corrupted or what happened, but anything having to do with Google did not work suddenly. I was in the middle of going from one location to another. I was 1 block away from the Bundy house. I don't mean Alan Peg Bundy. I mean,
you went to the wrong one. Who the fuck wants to look at Ted Bundy's house?
Yes. It was actually Nicole Brown Simpson's house on Bundy Avenue.
That's nearly as bad.
Even worse, where unfortunately O.J. Simpson did the dirty deed. Anyway, I was on the way to that. I was like maybe a block away when suddenly my Google Maps everything stopped working. And I was like, what is this? And then I couldn't get in my email, my map stopped working. My YouTube channel was gone. It just suddenly said there's nothing there. I was getting an error. And I was like, okay, what did I do? I was trying to think, what did I do wrong? Whatever. Excuse me. There wasn't anything.
Worldwide thing?
No. By the way, just let everyone know in case you're not aware. there is no support with Google. There is no talking to someone.
Yeah.
All
I
there is
know.
FAQ files.
Right.
And of course, all they do is they blame it on you. Well, it must be something you did wrong. Anyway, that's not important. I was like Bill was talking because Bill and I were texting back and forth, and Bill said he would have been devastated, and I was like, okay, I was. At that point, I thought, oh man, what is this? My whole channel, and I was doing everything I could to try to do what I could for it, and the timing. But I've been through worse. I thought about going home and just canceling the whole thing and just saying, I'm going home. But I already paid for the hotel for another 2 nights. And it usually takes a while for me to get over it, which I did because my Google Maps stopped working. I got stuck in downtown LA traffic. I was trying to find my way back to the hotel because I couldn't navigate anywhere in the city. I said, okay, Google Maps is not going to work. I'm going to go and I'm going to download Waze through the Google Play Store, which would not work. So I couldn't get into the Google Play Store.
Right.
And YouTube, Google Play, email, anything had to do with pretty much it shut down my phone. It's a Samsung running Android, but it didn't matter because I for the first time realized it. You really sign everything away. Google has control of everything on your phone.
Just about.
It literally did.
May I ask, why did you not go to the Samsung store?
There's nothing they could have done because here's the reason why. It's the same. I'm glad you asked that question. Thank you. It's the same thing because, excuse me, Yvette DeVoyle was telling me, get on an LDG Pixels, which I commend him for, and I'm going to thank him for, was offering to help.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like a spaghetti trying to get through it because I had to go into Google, and then I had to go into where I claimed that my trying to word this. It was like I spent hours recover my Google account. I started there. It was like a wormhole, and then if I had somebody remote doing that, like let's say LDG, if I say LDG, I need your help. He wouldn't be able to help me because I have to, every device I have, I had to confirm that my identity on. I had to log into Google, I had to answer certain questions, and I had to use my fingerprint to prove that who I was in order to get them to restore my account. And I was doing all this as I was driving through rush hour traffic in LA because I was lost. You can't buy maps anywhere. And I knew that my hotel was in North LA. I'm not familiar with LA. I've visited a few times, but I'm not that familiar. But all this happened when I was stuck downtown. But anyway, and you can't buy maps. Nobody sells them. But what happened was while I'm driving through rush hour traffic and trying to maneuver and figure where I'm at, is I'm going through each step of Google's so-called recover steps. And they're re-authenticating where they're saying, okay, if this is you, we're going to send you a text to your phone and you prove it's you. And then my phone would not get it, even though it showed the phone number. It said, here's your phone number. We're going to send you a text to verify that it's you. And I would click OK, and then nothing would come to my phone. And I'd have to click try something
But if
else.
I'm not me, then who's getting the text?
Well, you know, what's interesting enough about that question, thank you, Cockney, is at one point, because I went over this several times, at one point when I was going to verify my identity, it said, are you, it asked a question, are you, and it was some name at yahoo.com that I'd never heard of. So I started thinking, Google account may have been hacked. And then what made me worried, another warning, everybody, keep this in mind, is I have Google Pay, which is attached to my bank account so that I could pay for items online. So I'm thinking if my Google account is compromised, what about the link to my bank account? So I got logged into my bank account and it seemed to have been intact, so I think that's okay. But anyway, the short story, I didn't want to keep this long story. The short story is I think I restored, in fact, I did restore my Google account as far as I got my Gmail working again and my Google Maps working again. I do a lot of traveling and working on the road, so I have a lot of locations saved. So if you pull up my Google Maps on my phone, there's a lot of stars everywhere of all these locations I've used over the years I built up this information.
Isn't it confusing between where you need to go in the massage parlors you saved? in your
Oh,
memory?
I'll put a star on the massage parlors, and I'll put a heart on the liquor store.
Most of us would have that turned around the other way, but not you, brother. I know where you're. I know where your love lies.
Right.
Philip, how you doing
Mind
tonight,
you,
buddy?
if you say I love
Hey,
liquor,
Philip,
that
Jimmy.
could mean two things.
But I was able to restore everything but my YouTube channel because it's separate from Google identity.
Okay.
So, and I know LDG is willing to. In fact, Yvette texted me again today saying, come on to LDG's channel and we'll, maybe he'll help you. But the thing is we all know is he doesn't have my actual phones and devices in his hand to do the steps, and I appreciate him offering.
Yeah.
But I figure, good news and bad. I have to look at if I didn't, I'd give up if I didn't look at the bright side of everything. So the bright side of everything is this. My channel was just barely, it was basically just getting started. Most of the live streams that I did are still stored in StreamYards. I can re-upload them.
Mm-hmm.
All the filming that I've done is on my cameras and on my computer. Right. So basically, I can restore everything to my YouTube channel. It's just a little bit all of a sudden, instead of progressive with time since when I first start uploading. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So, right, that's what I'm going to tell LDE. I'll say, I appreciate it and everything, but maybe now it's a reset, okay? It's like Pop Culture Curator 2.0, I guess.
Oh, there you go. That's, you know what? That's a great attitude to have, brother. Good for you.
What do you do with lemons? You make lemonade, right?
Sure, you squish them in the eyes of your enemies.
That's what my son says. Yeah. He must have got
If I
that
knew
from you, son of a red shirt.
If I knew who my enemy was, I'd do it.
Phil, TMNT, how are you tonight, brother? Good to see you here.
By the way, I think that fate and everything, I think I never blame on anybody else. Everything that ever happens to me, it's my destiny, my fate, or if it's something bad, my own fault. I never blame someone else. Like this week is a perfect example. I stuck it out. And Bill, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I drove through a certain tunnel today.
Oh, cool! I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, but the problem is
to see that.
Okay, everybody, this is Griffith Observatory in L.A., which has been used for many.
Yeah, it was the end scene in James Dean, Natalie Wood.
Rebel Without a Cause.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Rebel Without a Cause.
But they also used it for Back to the Future.
Back to the Future. That was the tunnel that Biff would. Yeah, that was the tunnel.
Back
that Biff
to the
was
what?
chasing.
And
yeah, that movie you've never.
Who feigned Roger Rabbit?
Roger Rabbit. Yeah, Back to the Future, Cockney. That movie you've never heard of.
Don't get me. I'm trying to just forget about the whole. No more Back to the Future. It's over. They got it wrong. It doesn't matter. You can still enjoy the movie. Let's move on.
Okay.
There's Pop Culture Curator's new YouTube channel.
Thank you.
Please subscribe and regain and repopulate the channel.
Does that mean we all lost our subscriptions?
Nothing sure of awesome.
Yes, I lost all my subs.
Oh, fuck me. Okay.
Well, what's interesting is last night I was on Raquel's.
Well, I once lost subs to controversial opinions, but I'm not.
Well, I only had 40 something. So even though I appreciate it, and to me they were everything, I hope they come back. But I'm lucky it wasn't like 1.2 million, right? That would have been. But I don't care. I do this because I'm enjoying myself. I don't do this for subs. So if I get subs, okay. If I don't, I don't.
It's a healthy attitude to have, but if I may just interject for 1 second because I'm curious. Fizchozo, why did you lose subs again? And is Bill's channel going to get canceled if you tell us?
I once lost subs to controversial opinions. I'm not going to say those opinions.
Okay, probably.
I try not to offend anybody. Yeah, I just try not to offend anybody. I like to have fun and talk about light topics.
Sure.
No sense in offending anybody, but anyway, I'm trying to talk about a couple different things. I apologize, Bill. The tunnel traffic was crazy at the Griffith Observatory. They had cones out and everything directed down to one lane, and you had to park about a mile away to hike up to Griffith Observatory. So what was sad is I usually try to get out of my car, walk around, and actually film things, but the traffic was constantly moving. In fact, when I recorded the video of the tunnel of me driving through it, I was slowing down to try to make it look, and cars were honking behind me. I couldn't even stop and pull over. And what's sad is that was also the same area where the Hollywood sign is. And Bird wanted me to cover the Hollywood sign, which I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
But I drove all around and around. I couldn't find a parking spot. It was crazy. So basically, I had to go like at 6 o'clock in the morning or something. You know, it was like, this was like 2 in the afternoon, and it was crowded. Every parking lot was packed. People, all the cars were lined up along the roads for miles. And it was like, oh. So I feel really bad that I couldn't stop and actually walk and talk about it, like I did the Batcave.
Well, that's the time where you fake car trouble. You just pull over to the side of the road, pop up your hoods, and hide underneath there and use your camera.
You're right, but I bought like a gimbal Steadicam kind of thing, so I try to walk around and get a close look at it. But yes, everybody, I'll be posting the video. I'm so excited. Bronson Cave, the actual Bat Cave from the 60s Batman show. How's that, huh? We lost Cockney. Oh,
No, he's back.
there's Cockney.
Sorry, I just time traveled a minute into the future to see if it could be done.
What's the lottery numbers? Tell me, I need it.
696969.
Hey, old. Just another red shirt. Just another red shirt is in the house. What's up? Just another red shirt.
Did that cat stumble in here? Oh my gosh.
What?
I'm here.
What?
I'm here. Let the bells ring out and the banners fly. Feast your eye. Oh hell. Hey there. Hey there.
I want to
Hey,
share something. I want to share something with you guys real quick. One of the locations I tried to cover yesterday, I didn't think it would be a big deal. It's the location where if anybody's ever heard of the old television series, The Beverly Hillbillies, it was their mansion, the entrance to the mansion where they filmed the exteriors.
Oh, really?
Yes, which was actually a real mansion, and they got it for a really good price at the time. But
Right.
I have heard since then they unfortunately had a problem with a lot of visitors were coming actually thinking that the Clampetts lived in it, and then people actually drove into it and knocked on the door. So
Right.
what they eventually did is they put a gate. If you watch the original show, there's no barrier. You could like drive right from the street right into the house,
Right.
or it's like a long driveway, double driveway, dual circular, more like an oval shape. But because they had so many people, actually, people were going there and asking for money, thinking that Jed and Granny and all that lived there. People, back in the 60s, they thought Gilligan's Island was real. So, go there. Anyway, so they put a double, obviously security door with a monitor. It's like a little notepad where you put in your password to get into the gate. All right. So the first time I saw this place was around the late 90s, 2000 with a friend of mine. We went to LA and we visited and we saw the gate and we saw that it was closed. I took a still picture because back then we didn't have cell phones and I didn't have a video camera, so I just took a still picture. Okay, now fast forward to now. If you look at the address on Google Maps, they blurred out. They did that along with another famous house that I visited. So if you go to Google Maps and the street view, and you look at the address, they blur out the house.
Just like Cheney.
Dick Cheney?
Yeah, he had his house removed from Google Maps when George Bush was in power.
I'm not surprised. I stopped the car. What I do is I pull over. I do the intro saying, "Hello, this is me." You guys, by the way, I'm going to be posting these videos. It's just that I'm in a hotel and the Wi-Fi was really terrible. So that's why all I put on my channel last night was just a bumper. And when I get home with my actual internet, I'll be able to start uploading files. It's just that right now I tried. My Wi-Fi is too unreliable. So that's why everything I'm doing, I have not posted it since I lost my channel. But anyway, so I pulled out front I pull over to the side, turn on my flashers. I do my intro. I'm saying, okay, hello, everybody. This is Pop Culture Curator. I'm outside the entrance to where they filmed the Beverly Hills Mansion. And I was getting ready. I have my 360-degree camera on this extended stick where I can walk and then get a 360-degree video. And I was going to put it over the fence just to peek because the fence is too high for me to see over. But I was going to hold the camera up on the stick over the fence. Okay. So I record the intro saying, hello, this is me, whatever. And then I show the front of the house, or the gate, I guess. It's not even a gate. It's a wall. You can't see through it. So I say, okay, I'm going to go in there. And then I turn off my phone. And then I grab my 360-degree camera and I start turning it on and everything. And this guy immediately comes out of the gate and walks up towards my car. What are you doing? And I said, what? He goes, yeah, are you looking for something? I'm like, no, I'm just sitting here. Why? He goes, well, what are you doing here? And I said, I'm sorry, I'm an Uber driver. And I think the person put in the wrong address. I'm looking and none of these addresses match. And I'm having trouble because there's no cell signal around here. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
said.
he's on the road currently. He's not at his home. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, you only have like mobile Wi-Fi hotspots.
Yeah, he's been filming out in the desert from downtown LA, all over the place.
Yeah, and my phone is dropping out in a lot of the places. So I bought a little portable hotspot.
Which is weird because there's a lot of towers everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I was really surprised was Vasquez Rocks had a really good signal. I thought I was going to be totally out of luck there, but I guess because they do so much filming, it works. But the closer I got to the rocks, obviously, is when it really started being choppy. I learned that when I went back and watched the stream because I
good to see you, Kai.
Hello, Kai.
And
when I was doing
this, Ouchies and Viking Doug.
It wasn't
until after the gang's all here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it wasn't until after the stream that I saw how choppy it was and how horrible it was, and that's when I said, "Well, I need to go back and redo it."
Yeah.
So I went back the next day and actually kind of filmed a little bit better when there was less wind.
It's funny because I was watching your redux of the Vasquez Rock, and right at the last 30 seconds, the notice came through you were broadcasting live from Sanford and Sons place. So that's when I went over to see you.
And it was choppy, I know. But thank you for being there. You were my one viewer on that one stream. Thank you.
That's how it happens sometimes, brother, especially when they're the spontaneous streams. Cockney can tell you all about that. Just, getting the urge and...
I'm spontaneous now. I've got the urge right now.
It's fun.
That's
it's
what
kind of exciting.
I wasn't actually going to stream tonight, but then I was like, what the heck? I'm up and I'm bored. So why not?
I wasn't going to, but I've been so busy arguing with Time Prophet about time travel and Back to the Future.
Oh, okay.
But then I noticed you arguing with Twitter about whether there's such a thing as Doctor Who canon, and someone arguing with him is going, yeah, there's no canon in Doctor Who. I was like, no canon? Everything's got canon. What do you mean no? We just make it up as you go along. Madness. So I ended up doing a 90-minute show, but then we still end up talking about Back to the fucking Future. There's two Martys. And we've now worked out. We did a rewatch. There's fucking 4 timelines just in the first movie.
My God! What's up, Sci-Fi Nation?
Don't even.
Sci-fi or Wi-Fi?
Dink-a-dink.
Wi-Fi Nation?
Yeah, dink-a-dink. I am the dink-a-dink. You know do you know how to get rid of all time travel? Is to go back in time with time travel to prevent time travel.
To delete,
so
you can't because you can't undo the. You can't.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
That's the point.
You can.
There's no disappearing hand, Marty. You can't undo what's been done.
You can prevent time travel by not having time travel.
You can't.
Therefore, you prevent time travel by having it.
Marriage. You can't stop it. It's already happened.
I want to mention this before going. I found out recently that Tom King, the writer of DC Comics, recently made Guy Gardner turn evil for some reason.
Oh, fuck that.
The who? What? In the butt?
Guy Gardner is one of the Green Lantern Corps. He's a good character.
I thought it's pronounced Corpse. Isn't it Corpse? Green Lantern Corps. It says Corpse. I checked the spelling.
It's Corpse.
I heard corn, so I don't know.
How does
The
a
green light is
military
for porn.
aficionado like you mispronounce core?
Well,
my whole life thought there's a
you know,
green
my
light
my,
for
my
porn.
dad my dad was in the Marine Corps, so
Exactly, the Marine Corps. Like, there's a dead guy over there. The Marine Corps.
But anyways, Tom King made Guy Gardner turn evil for some reason because basically Guy Gardner became a creepy stalker after because he got mad that his ex girlfriend Ice is dating somebody else. Ice from Fire and Ice, and then Ice and her boyfriend murder Guy Gardner turns evil, tries to kill them. Ice frees him solid. Her boyfriend murders Guy Gardner, and then they have sex after just killing him.
Okay, this is why I don't read comics anymore. That's bullshit.
Well,
Exactly.
that's all comics. Boy, that escalated quickly.
wow, all comics.
Dennis the Menace is still all right.
I will say
Calvin
that
Hobbes is untouched by this turn of events. It's
I,
fine.
I can agree with that. I mean, because I watched Dennis the Menace, like the 1950 series, and then I saw like the movie from like the 1990s. So
Right. Well, I'm just talking about the general tone of today's superhero comics. They're not fun anymore. They're all like,
no, everybody takes shit too damn seriously.
how dark can we get?
I
Incredible
know.
disappearing coffee.
Not only is it dark, but also we got a force genders down here. We got to deconstruct all the heroes by making them turn evil. All of a sudden, they all become depressed. That's pretty much
There is a
Tom King's stick.
word I wish we could get rid of almost as much as the N word, and that is deconstruct.
Deconstruct.
so
What even
fucking
does
sick.
deconstruct mean? I don't even know what that means. What is that all about?
That's when you take Batman and make him a gay Asian, or when you take
What, Israeli?
Oh, so you want to make him a Gaysian?
Gation. That's Japanese, isn't it?
Oh, I thought it was a geisha. I'm sorry.
Silly Billy.
Some strange. Tom King is infamous for making Mr. Miracle depressed. I mean, he's called Mr. Miracle, so making Mr. Miracle depressed. He made Batman become a simp for Catwoman. He did a lot of stuff. But he made Boozer go crazy for some reason.
Oh, hang on a second. I'm being bitch slapped by Kai MFS.
Kai MMF.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a guy like
That's
that, he
nuts.
must know what deconstruction is. You read it, Cockney. You'll put the right emphasis on it.
Kai MFS in the chat says that's not what deconstruction is.
Yeah.
Let's deconstruct deconstruction.
Yes, let's deconstruct it because I have nothing but respect for Kai MMS.
I'm having less respect right now, but come on, Kai, get up here and tell me what deconstruction is.
No,
I was just making a joke off the hip, but
yeah, I've
please,
never had no reason
educate
to
us.
not disrespect Kai. Kai is a good dude. So.
I got no doubt. If you like him, he must be an absolute wonderful
He
person.
must be an absolute wonderful person, just like Captain Cockney, Captain Marty Spock. I mean,
How
Oh, I
dare
didn't
you,
realize
sir?
you were
I don't know
being
what you're
sarcastic.
saying, but it's
I mean, he's right up there with Jedi Bill, people. Come on.
Jedi Bill, Mister. Hey, I've got almost 1,000 subscribers. I don't even have to look at you, peasants. Are you sparkly? Are you a vampire? That
Hey,
doesn't look at me?
Sparkly, you're sparkling now, ain't you, Dink?
Daniel's Red Hot Topics. How you doing tonight, pal?
Daniel's
good,
Hot
good.
Topics. How you doing, Daniel?
What's up, guys?
No.
Hello, Daniel.
You there.
Good to see you, Spider-Man fan.
Keely Chow in the chat. Roll Tide, Keely Chow.
Hey, are you guys fans of the Flash?
Yes, the
I
19
am.
Did you
the
hear?
1990 series.
Did you hear?
I
Did you hear the news? Nicolas Cage may come in as Superman in the Flash movie.
No, hopefully
No,
not.
that-
He
No.
did it in
never
the
gonna- that's
Teen
never
Titans
gonna happen
Go
yet.
movie.
They were going
Yo,
to do it back in
that's
the
just a
90s. It's
rumor.
not going to happen.
I thought he was going to
now.
become Dracula.
Nicholas
I mean, dude,
Cage.
I
did
really
the
hope
voice
so
of
because
Superman.
Wait. All
And
I'm
the
hearing
Teen
is
Titans Go
blah, 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 with everybody talking over each other. One at a
Yeah,
time.
let's all
make
talk
sure
each
you talk
other
over
some more.
everyone,
That's
yes.
how to do it.
Sorry, Bill. That's all I heard. One at a time, please, folks.
That's what she said.
Okay, it's not going to happen because Nicolas Cage, his career is totally direct to TV, direct to video, direct to
Oh,
streaming.
don't write off Nick Cage. No, you can't do that, brother. That guy is like, he's the Energizer Bunny of Hollywood. Give him a couple of years, he'll be back at the Oscars.
Well, I was
That's
going
how
to say,
Nick
but
Cage is. He goes insane, and then he just gets serious and does good
Well,
work.
He
Well,
can't act.
I was going
Oh,
to say
Nick
come
was
on.
good though.
That's
one
not
major
fair.
thing is you got to remember the majority of the public are not aware about the history of Superman Returns. So if he shows up, they're going to be like, "What is this?" You know what I'm saying? Because the movie was never produced, so most of the public are not aware of it. So
It'll
most people would
be
be confused.
it'll be his Superman from the Earth 89 universe. They didn't make it.
So he's an
He's a
earthy
huge-
Superman.
He's a huge Superman fan. In fact, he paid a lot of money for the original comic book. I remember it made the news where he paid millions of dollars for the original Superman comic book. He's an obsessed fan who is trying to force his way into a franchise, and he doesn't belong. The closest he got to it was was it Ghost Rider or whatever, but. It's like when Eddie Murphy tried to force his way into Star Trek 4. They don't belong in that franchise.
Well,
He is no
Yeah.
Superman.
technically, he already did it.
On film, it was released.
Well, yeah, it went into the movie theaters. And granted, he just did.
You
the
nigger
voice of
lipped it. You
like-
ain't even smoked it yet.
Well,
What
sorry.
the fuck?
Huh?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Who smoked
That,
what?
that bad sci-fi.
Bad words. Bad words. Sorry.
Hey, Cockney.
What?
You wet lipped it. You ain't even smoked it yet.
I said
Kai
I'm
was good enough to
sorry.
give us actually a very good definition of deconstruction.
Yes.
You want to read that?
I'm gonna
I'd love
self-mute.
to. I'd be honoured actually. So it's a two-parter. I'm going to read both if I may. Kai said deconstructing is breaking something down to its fundamental elements.
I
Yeah,
can't
I
hear
love
him snoring, but they can hear me talking.
When people deconstruct it and they wipe their asses on it, that's
Somebody
what
should
you're
mute their
talking
mic.
about. But then he continues, but these frickin' art school washouts use the term for everything indiscriminately, or editorializing, because they are trying to literally take things apart. Literally, they're grabbing them in their fingers and taking them apart, literally, not figuratively, picking them off like wings off an insect to destroy them, not deconstruct them. Looking at you, Ruin Johnson. Sorry, I started editorializing.
Understandable, though, when Ruin Johnson comes into the conversation.
Right.
Unfortunately, we're not going to have Kai around to give us these pithy bits of wisdom, and that was an excellent description of what deconstruction is.
Yep, I
Because-
think he's deconstructed deconstruction. Shout out Kai.
Here you go.
I mean, there's a lot of things that have been destroyed recently. Not just Star Wars, not even just movies. Like stuff in comic books has been happening for the past 5 years. 5, 6 years, ever since Donald Trump got elected.
But yes, Daniel, to answer your question, yeah, I'm a huge fan of The Flash. I used to read the comic books. And I don't think they've ever really shown The Flash like he really is. They turned him into like a cheap knockoff of Spider-Man, which is not the Flash at all. That's not
That's
very
the movies did. That's the movies did.
It's terrible.
Uh,
It is actually terrible. The Zack Snyder version of Flash is the worst ever. In fact, it's competing with the WB version on who's the worst, and I can't decide because they're both belong in the shitter. But the '90s version was the best and closest to the comic book, and unfortunately, we'll never see that in the DC movies.
Are you
which is
talking
really
the
sad.
one with
because
John
that-
Wesley
none of
Shipp.
the characters can stand
John
their own.
Wesley
They have
Shipp.
to rush everything to compete with the Avengers.
Right, John Wesley Shipp, and the music was done by Danny Elfman. That was a really good show. In fact, the only reason why it was canceled because the network said it was too expensive to produce. It wasn't because of low ratings.
No.
The same with the Naked Gun. It was canceled because of the expense, not because of the ratings. Because both of them were high rated when they were
With
canceled.
respect, the Naked Gun. What are you talking? Are you talking Police Squad?
Oh, Police Squad.
Oh, Police Squad. Yes, I'm sorry, Police Squad. Yes, 6 episodes.
Yeah, with respect,
Highly
brother, I
rated.
think you might be mistaken on that, and I'm not trying to challenge you. It's just I know that story
Go for
quite
it.
well, and the network's executives didn't get the jokes. They accused them of having too many jokes, pushing it too far. It was going over
Yes.
people's heads.
No, that is true. And they also said that they thought it was dangerous because people were not going to be afraid to leave the TV. People were going to be stuck to the TV to try to catch every joke. So
Yeah.
what you just said is correct. That's part of it.
Take it easy, Kai. Have a good night.
Yeah, enjoy your
Have a
your
good
show,
one,
man.
Kai.
Later, Kai.
I gotta go
Everybody,
too.
if you want to check out
Later,
his show,
Pizzozo.
he's got
Pizzozo,
Late
be
Night
well, brother.
Delight that he does Monday through Friday.
I think that's where Fitzjozo just went. He dumped you for Kai. Kai is a
That's
sexy-eyed motherfucker. I heard
I
this
know the
directly
the
from.
ladies like him.
I heard this directly from. Oh gosh, Cookie's buddy. Oh shit, Courtney. Courtney's Fellowship of Oddballs.
Fellowship of Oddballs.
Yeah. Great name. Terrible to type out in the chat.
Who was doing her own show last night.
Was she?
Mm-hmm.
I Love Food has also dropped in a definition of deconstruction.
Hey,
Otherwise, by deconstruction,
you know-
Hello, I love
you know,
food.
Bill.
Good to see you.
I gotta say thank you, Bill, for having me up here. But the missus wants to listen to music, and unless you want to come into a private stream yard, y'all ain't a part of it. So.
Yeah. No.
Bye.
Sorry, we can't do the music. We're doing music tomorrow night. Tomorrow night.
No, we're just talking about private listening.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's trying to politely say fuck off, Bill. He wants to spend time with his old lady.
Pretty much.
Whatever.
All the music.
We'll catch you later, Wi-Fi Nation.
We'll catch you later.
Bye.
See you, Wi-Fi.
Goodbye.
And friends.
Take care.
Squeaky little wife.
Yeah. You thanks I'm going to spend time with my wife.
Aw.
Hey, Cockney, I had to mention that the Bradbury building is closed to the public. I was not able to go inside. Yes.
Why?
I traveled so
Because-
far.
Because of COVID?
Actually, no. You'll see in my video when I produced it.
Because of Blade
There's-
Runner?
It is a sign that says, what did it say? It made it sound like it was a disaster area. It said that it was not safe or something like. I wish I could remember, but I have the video and I'll be posting it. So there are two entrances, and all I can do is hold my phone up to the glass, and you can see the interior. You can see stairs. But by the way, people were going in and out that worked there. There was a electronic device where they, what do they call it? Where they put in their PIN number or scan their card or whatever. So employees were going in and out, but it said it was closed to the public. So I apologize. I wanted to go inside and record until somebody kicked me out.
Yeah,
I need to get that opportunity.
It was out of your hands, pop culture, man. Not your fault.
Nothing could be done.
No.
Well, it looks like a nice building. It's really old, and from what I can see in the windows, it looks really cool. The staircase looks really nice. So I wish I could have gotten inside. I shall return. I'll keep trying.
I bet if you might have been able to get in there post before the pandemic thing started, but
Everything is because of the pandemic. What's interesting is you have to go to the bathroom. Every place, even fast food places, have their bathrooms closed.
Right.
I mean, you can go to McDonald's and they'll say no public restrooms.
Yeah.
So-
much to the pleasure of the lowest paid employee there, I assure you.
Of
The guy
course
that
it
normally
is.
has to clean the bathroom.
But what's interesting is we all know the virus is not transmitted by a bathroom, so there's no reason for it. It's just they've decided. Well, since lockdowns, we're saving a lot of money, effort, and time by not having to clean. So let's just close them permanently. So I think that you're going to eventually see a redesign where they physically don't have bathrooms.
But
Well-
if McDonald's get rid of their toilets, where are you going to put the burgers?
I don't know. I can't speak for America, but I know up in Canada, it's part of the law. If you have an actual restaurant that seats a certain amount of people, you have to provide.
Oh,
toilet
that
services.
used to be the law here in the U.S. It used to be the law here, but ever since our rights were taken away, and the civil rights and the Bill of Rights and everything else, exactly, they've closed. It doesn't matter anymore, and especially
What?
here in California, right?
Guys. Rabbit Slug Ouchies just wrote R.I.P. Roger Moore.
No, what? He died a long time ago, didn't he?
No,
Yeah,
Sean
he did.
Connery passed away.
Yeah, Roger Moore's been dead for a while.
Has he?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah, he has.
Okay,
No,
we'll
I
all
can't
agree he's
believe I
dead. Then
didn't
we
hear
don't know
And
that.
for
believe
how
me,
long.
and believe me, I'm a huge fan of Roger Moore ever since the Saint series. I used to watch him
Right.
as
I
Saint.
remember the Saint well.
Yeah, and I was excited when he became James Bond, and he's my favorite. I know. No
My
offense to
very
Sean
first
Connery,
film that I ever took myself to as a child. Do you remember this, guys? Like we all had that first time that we didn't go with an adult or a guardian or an older brother or something like that. The very first film you took yourself to, for me, it was Roger Moore's Moonraker. My very
James
first
Bond,
film.
yeah.
I saw it just with friends.
He was my favorite James Bond. I know people now look at him like a joke, but I don't care. That doesn't matter. That was James Bond of the day.
No,
That is a great James Bond. Agreed.
Yeah, definitely. He definitely
Class.
brought some class to the role.
Yeah, class. I mean, class that none of the other James Bond have, especially these days. Yeah, he has class.
Well,
Believable.
I'm not going to hate on today's James Bond.
I will.
Honestly, looking back, I liked every Bond, even Lazenby. I thought Lazenby really deserved a second.
Even he's
James
the
Bond
best
film.
one.
He was.
He's my
He
favourite Bond.
was.
Okay, here's the
Is he
only reason
really?
why.
Really.
Here's
Was
the only reason why I
Kojak your
did-
favorite villain?
Ah,
Tell
well,
us
that's
about it.
interesting because it's again with changing the actor, isn't it? Because it's a different Blofeld. But yeah, I was expecting Blofeld to go. Who loves you, baby?
Yeah, he did
with
do
the
that
lollipop in his mouth.
Yeah. Who loves you, baby? Funny enough, I just saw a mini documentary on the making of the Superman series from the 90s, and they based Lex Luthor on Telly Savalas. They got Clancy Brown to do the voice, but they drew it like Telly Savalas originally. Then they kind of like, muscled them up a little. But yeah, weird.
Oh, do you mean the animated series?
Yeah, the animated series.
Okay, gotcha. I love Clancy Brown. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, he's great for us, and he
Yes.
he made Highlander.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, ever since that first movie, yeah. So it's like okay, yeah. And Starship Troopers, Medic.
When Fizchoza was on, I was trying to tell him that you need a really good villain, and Clancy Brown was that. Like Highlander would not have been as good a movie if it weren't for Clancy Brown. I mean, don't get me wrong, Sean Connery was pulling his weight, playing I'd never get over the fact that they.
Yeah, he was the Kurgan. He played the Kurgan.
A Spanish, Scottish.
Yeah, they got the
Mexican,
Scottish guy to play a Spaniard. They got the guy from fucking where the hell is what's his name? Highlander, the Frenchman, Christopher Lambert.
Christopher Lambert, yeah.
Yeah, to play the Scotsman. What a fuck up. How many times would Sean Connery show up drunk on the set going, look at me, I'm a fucking Dago.
He was also Tarzan.
Oh, yeah. And Sean Connery was, he had his own Tarzan-esque role. Do you remember that film? Medicine Man. The whole ad campaign was him swinging on a vine through the jungle, just like Tarzan.
But that was a good movie.
It was, great movie. Yeah, it was a fun movie.
Good.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. But yeah, it was something.
Uh-huh.
So speaking of time travel, Captain Cockney, what do you think about Somewhere in Time? The one with, I'm not sure if I had the right name, but the one with Jack the Ripper.
Is that the one with
Malcolm McDowell?
Yeah, Malcolm McDowell.
Yeah, that's Time After Time.
And
Time After
I
Time
always
was
I
Christopher
get
Reeve.
these mixed up with that and the other movie with Christopher Reeve. So
he played
bear with
H.G.
me,
Wells.
guys.
Yeah.
No,
Right,
I don't. I know it's adding to my list, my big list already. I've been recommended Primer, and then on Failball, I got recommended Stargate.
Where he played H.G. Wells.
It was a great movie. Yes, it was written by Nicholas Meyer, who wrote Star Trek: To the Wrath of Khan and Star Trek
It
4
stars
and 6.
Mary Steenburgen.
Yes.
Didn't he direct it as well? Wasn't that Nicholas Meyer's first film?
I just watched it like 2 weeks ago, I think.
It's a great movie. Yes, Malcolm McDowell was. He looked nothing like H.G. Wells, but it was a good movie.
No, but
David Warner, you can't go wrong there.
The original not Time Machine, sorry, the original the Australian actor Rod Taylor,
yes,
from the early 60s. Not the Time Machine, what the hell was that called? fucking great movie with the Morlocks and
Yeah, the Time Machine.
Yeah, it was the Time Machine.
yeah, it was the Time Machine. What the hell was
Yes,
it called? Yeah, of course.
Right,
It
the
was the
Morlocks.
original.
Yeah, exactly. Great movie.
Yeah.
And they did a remake of it that was like 1999.
That was directed by the grandson of H.G. Wells, which was terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, I had to mention this. When the Time Machine came out on DVD, because I was at the time collecting DVDs, when the Time Machine was released on DVD, he was still alive. Not only was I hate saying the actor who played H.G. Wells, you said his name, Rod Taylor, he was still alive, and so was the guy who played Philby, or his friend, the red-haired friend, member from across the street. They were both still alive, so they played an intro, or kind of like an extra segment on the DVD, which I'm sure I have. But what it shows is Rod Taylor years later returning back to the house, and his friend coming in and saying, "Oh, you're still here," and he's saying the old line, "Well, there's always time."
Right.
But I know this probably sounds pretty vague. But so basically, it was like a follow-up, kind of like a sequel that was shot years later with these actors, right before they both passed away. And by the way, you guys realize his best friend, the guy with the red hair, that remember he had his friend, and he met his friend's son, and then his grandson, so on, whatever. That was the same guy who played in Mr. Ed. You guys know that, right?
Well, not off the top of my head. I was
thinking... he was Wilbur in Mr. Ed, and he gets lucky man. He married Stella Stevens. You know who that is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's gorgeous. Rod Taylor, The Birds, is arguably one of his best films. Tippi Hedren got all the and Suzanne Pleshette. Oh my God, Suzanne Pleshette was so hot back then.
Yes, and I had a friend who worked there. You know that the schoolhouse. Yeah. I had a friend who was a chef there. It was eventually turned into a restaurant, a B&B, and all this other stuff. That's in Bodega Bay, California, and I've been there and I visited. I went inside, and the guy's name was Ron, and we visited it, and he was in the kitchen. They kept the old blackboard, and it's still it's a 2-story building, and in the window up above, they have a profile of Alfred Hitchcock in one of the windows. But it's that same street, same schoolhouse that they showed the scene with little kids running down the street. I'm sure anybody who's seen The Birds knows what that is.
Yeah. Classic movie. If you haven't watched The Birds, guys, put that on your list. Definite classic movie. Deserves that title. Classic.
Absolutely. The schoolhouse is actually really there in Bodega Bay, and so is the Tides restaurant, which is the scene with Tippi Hedren and Rod Taylor in the restaurant, and all the people are in there, and the birds attack outside, and the guy with the gas pump, and on and on and on and on. Maybe I'll make that one of my trips as well. I think Northern California. I think I'll make that. No, maybe I'll film that as well.
Yeah, Northern California is lovely. It's a good place to drive around. So.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about it. I think I'll go up there and record that schoolhouse.
That'd be a fun episode. Although you're going to break yourself financially if that's what you turn your show into.
Yeah.
That Bill was about ready to say. Well, here's what's interesting is, I'm not getting any donations from anybody. I'm paying for all this myself. Yes. I don't make a lot of money. What I did was I worked a lot of hours. I really busted my ass to pay for this. We just lost, I think,
the disappearing Spockney.
But I'm like I said
Rabbit's
earlier,
you're leaving. That's never good news. Well, good to see you.
Later, Rabbit's plug. See you.
Ask Kronos to stop by.
Okay. But I know this is costing me money, but the way I'm looking at it is this is vacation. I'm not doing this for YouTube. I'm doing this for my vacation. And if I'm recording for YouTube while I'm going along with it, sure, good enough. But if I didn't have YouTube, I would do it anyway. Does that make sense? It's like a bucket list for me.
Sure.
These are all the things I used to do when I was younger that I thought I would never do again, and I missed it. And there he is.
Sorry, my phone can't multitask.
Asking, always multitasking.
Well, he's an Apple fan. He only buys Apple.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
You got the money bags, Mr. Moneybags. Buy a computer. a fucking computer already.
He doesn't get a good signal where he's at.
I know, but like he's putting out quality content, but he's doing 90% of it on a
Oh.
fucking phone.
Oh,
There must
no,
be
but-
a
Yeah,
problem
that's
with
because
it.
By
of
the way,
StreamYard. I'll
He
tell
does
you why.
have a good computer. He bought a brand new, nice, fancy computer he was telling us about, but he won't use it for streaming.
No,
That's
it's not
right.
me. I mean, I like the way I'm right here. I like the way that you're telling me what I do and why I do it. And I'm right fucking here. No, it's called capitalism, Jack. I'm the customer. And if StreamYards and Apple won't make StreamYards work on Apple's browser, then they can both fuck off. I'm the customer.
Have you tried OBS?
So then
No.
don't be a customer.
Safari
You
or
can't do
nothing.
OBS
No,
on the
StreamYards
cell
are
phone.
StreamYards, you're fired. I'm the
Yeah.
customer.
No, I'm
StreamYards
asking,
doesn't work on my browser, which is
I'm
Safari.
asking
Which is
you, have you ever tried OBS?
Oh, as a broadcaster? No.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
is it? Tell me more. Sorry. I thought
Oh,
it was
it's
a
like
Pickles
browser.
will
the
tell you.
alternative
That's what
to-
he uses.
Yeah, it's the alternative to
Yeah.
StreamYards.
Does it work on Safari?
I believe
That we don't
so.
know, right?
What's his name?
No,
He was using it for the first few years. Gary from Nerdrotic. That's what he was
Okay.
running on for the first few years of his show.
Because my
Billy
StreamYard
found-
subscription's just run out, and I've forgotten how much I paid for the year. I'm not paying that again if it doesn't work properly.
Yeah, right.
Mine didn't work till I had to buy a really
but I don't
expensive
think
phone.
OBS works the same way anymore.
Oh,
OBS
okay.
is now
Different.
a software platform that
What?
many
OBS is
YouTubers use as an additional way to enhance their broadcasting of live streams and video.
right. Here's
to
what it is.
YouTube.
Yes,
or
StreamYards is
Twitch.
more of a basic streaming software, and it's very simple to use, which I give it credit for.
Yeah.
But OBS is more sophisticated. Has a little, as you can see from LDD's channel, many more features.
Right.
You can do a lot more.
Yeah.
You can customize
That's
everything: the windows, the music,
Yeah.
the backgrounds.
Yeah.
So
I
uh,
have.
just-
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I was just going to say, just prepare for a learning curve. Is all. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah.
Hmm. I hear you can live stream just using YouTube's own software now. Is that an
Yeah,
option?
that's true. But I
If
think
you have
it's
so
pretty
many
basic.
subs. Well, I looked it up and it said you had to have a minimum of 50 subs, which you had no problem with, Cockney. I don't have that many, so that's why when I tried to stream, I used StreamYards and not YouTube.
How the hell do you not have 50 subs, Pop? What
I
the
had
fuck is
40.
wrong?
He had
and
just,
then I
he just
lost
had
it.
to he had to restart.
Yeah, I had 40 before I restarted, Bill.
And
My
he's
channel's still
currently-
new.
I know it's currently at 7, and he's got.
7.
Reborn.
And here's what's funny.
Well, I'm on a mission to get you more than that.
I
Get you
appreciate
better.
that, brother. I
Didn't you
appreciate that,
push-
brother.
Good
You
man.
pushed anti-derivative Jill over 100 the other night. I was here.
Yes.
Here's
Right.
what's funny is last night I was on Raquel's channel and they were asking me what happened and I explained and they all said, okay, we're going to sub. And I got 6 subs immediately and I thought, oh, that's cool. That gives me a good start. And then this morning when I wake up, I had 5.
Raquel
what
had
I'm-
second thoughts.
Yeah, one of them said F you during the night, right? One of them said F
Morning regrets.
you, right? Who did I
How many
sleep with
times has
last
she had
night?
those?
Right?
She did the walk of shame to her computer and unsubbed.
That's funny. But I laughed. I don't get depressed over it. I thought it was very funny. I actually laughed. It was like, okay. I lost a sub. Out of my 6 subs, I lost 1. I have 5. But it was very funny.
Yeah, that's YouTube just reaching out and punishing you for a modicum of success.
That's what you get. That'll teach you, right?
Yeah.
It's funny because I hear people with millions of subs saying, I lose subs every night, you guys. Make sure you resubscribe and check the notifications. And I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, I had 6 and I had lost 1, and they
Well,
complain.
Well, then I'm a freak of nature because I cannot broadcast for a couple of days and I keep gaining, so I don't know what's going on.
Well, whatever you're doing is the
People
right
like
thing,
it when you're
apparently.
quiet.
I don't.
Right, Bill. The more
I'm
you
the,
shut
I'm
up,
the
the more you
exception
get
to the
some
rule.
subs.
I'm sorry. No,
That's-
I'm not trying to rub it in or nothing.
No, you're not, Bill.
Honestly,
No.
honestly.
No, you're not. You missed
your
the
personality,
observation that
Bill.
Cockney made that you get more subs when you're not on the air as opposed to
Right.
when you are.
Like-
So
well, like
stay
Bird
off
when
the
he had it.
fucking air.
Yeah, like Bird when he had his sleep stream, he had the highest count out of all of them.
Right.
But Bill,
Remember,
it's your personality. You're a nice guy, and you're funny, and you're warm and you're honest, and that's what people see it. So that's why you get subs. You can just sit there and people will sub to your channel. That's all I have to say.
That's
Nice.
straight. Damn straight. And you deserve it, Billy. You
It's
certainly
been
did.
well. It's been it hasn't been a quick climb. It's been a long climb because I'm about to start my 3rd year of broadcasting to YouTube. So
Nice.
Yeah. So
Slowest way up, quickest way down.
Yeah.
so it has not come rapidly. It's been a steady climb. It just seems to be picking up as of lately, which is nice.
Yeah. I mean, I can't tell you how many YouTubers I've heard say that, like, success breeds success. And, you know, it took forever for, what's his name? The Irish drinker guy.
critical drink thinker.
Critical drinker.
Yeah. His first 1,000
Well.
subs were the toughest thing he said he ever did. And then, you know, he gets to 200,000 subs. He says it just fed on itself, you know.
Well,
And he
this
still doesn't understand Blade Runner.
is truly,
Damn it.
truly.
Yeah, but lots of
labor
people
love,
don't understand Blade Runner.
You know.
No,
Little
but
bit
just
of
for the record,
attention.
like, not, to disagree with the argument, not the person, because obviously I'm just jealous of everything he does. But he says Blade Runner's ending regarding the Descartes question is deliberately vague. That is absolutely not the case. It's accidentally vague.
No.
I've done a lot of research. It's vague, clearly, because no one agrees on the answer. But it's not
Are
meant
you
to
sure
be vague.
Deckard is secretly Marty's father?
Marty's a replicant, and there's 2 Descartes. That's your answer.
No, Marty's a replicant. You know that because there's Marty A and there's Marty B.
Right, one of them's a replicant, the other one's a Cylon. One's a toaster, the other one's a skin job.
Hey,
Now
look, he's
we're-
here
now
for
we're
the
thinking.
accents.
And one of them has breasts.
I'm here for the accents.
Oh,
My
no.
Jedi Bill 797 addiction started with his 72-hour stream and will end as soon as he can find the remote control and turn you off and turn the TV on.
No,
And
no,
Jedi
no,
Bill-
never gonna happen. Never gonna happen.
Never gonna happen.
And Jedi Bill has the cleanest toilet in town.
Yeah, no, don't mention that. It was a stunt. It was a stunt.
It was
It
a
was
skit.
the-
It was a
It won't
skit.
ever happen again.
I remember telling you before that you had to do
Damn it.
something to shake off the stink of the
It's all
sparkly
Deej's
vampire
fault,
nonsense.
too.
I
It's all
didn't.
Deej's fault.
Yeah, I blame
Deej
him.
is to blame
wrong
for that,
direction.
'cause He's the
Deej-
one.
Deej bought
yeah.
your fucking headphones. Don't tell me he's at fault. He's the one who pretty much paid for your new gear.
We'll need a lot more new gear.
These rumors. You should hear some of the rumors I heard about myself just yesterday.
Oh, what
Bill
juicy
Clinton.
tidbits of gossip do you have to share?
Well, I'm not going to mention names for once.
Oh, fuck that! Don't be a pussy. Mention the names.
Well, I'll just
No,
start
no,
off with
no,
the,
no. We don't need names here.
yeah,
You
yeah,
need a
exactly.
little
I'll
controversy.
name names on my channel, but Bill's classy. And to be fair, it's I can't because it was someone slandering me behind my back, but then the other person went straight to me to tell me, ha ha ha. But someone's accused me of going onto the 70s rock fan, taking their channel out of the link bot, and then also lowering their mic when they're on the panel. I don't even have that power. What the fuck?
No.
I mean, I would if I could.
How do
Not
you
that I
do that?
wouldn't,
You
so I
do that.
can't.
No,
It
that
makes no
doesn't.
sense.
You'll boot people out of your fucking stream and out of your chat
sounds
that
like
disagree with you
heresy
even in the
to me.
I
slightest.
won't. That's a fucking lie. That's the thing.
You've done it
You
to
shouldn't even joke
me.
about that shit, bro.
Is that a troll?
Are you kidding? I've had 2 weeks, 14 days of the Time Prophet telling me I'm wrong. Half the time, not even bothering to tell me why he thinks I'm wrong. Just you're wrong. Is he banned? No. Is he blocked? No. I indulge all criticisms. I'll go through them with a fine tooth comb until they say they're sorry. Now, the only way you can get blocked or banned from my channel is if you say you're wrong and then leave. That's not an
Well, it's
argument.
funny,
That's trolling.
It's interesting how he's your most faithful viewer. He
He
spends
is.
more time on your channel than anybody else while disagreeing with you.
There you go. So actions speak. Exactly. He might be calling me a freaking idiot all day, every day, but he's there to do it.
Yeah.
Yes. He takes time out of everything else to do it.
I tell you, you also got another guy that shows up at your channel, and I remember I went to watch your the Playmobil explanation of Marty, Doc, and the dog whose name I always forget.
Einstein.
Einstein. I told you before how much I loved it. But
Hello,
I
Thomas
almost-
Bots.
Hey, Tom. I almost broke my fucking brain when I was reading down the comments and I got to Ploxard's comment. Holy
Yes.
shit, this guy wrote a novella to you.
Yes.
Like,
Right.
honestly, I found myself on the kitchen floor, like shaking with foam coming out of my mouth, trying to like get my head around what the fuck. Holy shit, is this guy in love with Cockney? I don't get it. What the fuck? My God, this is like an epic. It's one of the longest comments I've ever read. I don't even remember if I made it to the end. Like I was overwhelmed by the length of it and what he had to say. And that's the kind of inspiration you give your viewers there.
Well, some of them, but
that sort of thing.
Yeah, when we get deep into a topic, we get so into it, and that's why. Because then it's like, then I get taught other things. 70s rock fan, not Brian, have pointed out. Well, hang on a minute. In Back to the Future, when Einstein the dog travels back in time for a minute, he disappears for that minute. Well, of course he does. Well, apply that consistent inner logic, and when at the end of the movie, Marty, Doc, and Jennifer get in the car and go 30 years in the future to 2015. That means they're no longer in Hill Valley. So when they get there, they've been missing for 30 years. Therefore, Back to the Future 2 can never have happened. I got taught that. I'm the student here. I'm like, wow, more information coming in. Back to the Future 2 never happened. Boom, done.
Well, hang on a sec. There is a loophole to that. If you don't mind this observation.
Please, it's not even my theory, so I'm just a reporter.
Actually, I don't know why the hell I'm talking Back to the Future with you. This is a rabbit hole. This is
we'll do a maximum of 5 hours on this topic, Bill. Maximum 5 hours.
A minimum, you mean?
Sorry, Freudian slip.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking that the one loophole that you could make the argument for is they go ahead to 30 years in the future.
Yes.
Now, yes, there was a point.
Like Bill and Ted.
Hang on.
Yeah,
now,
go on.
If you look at time as just say a long string that never ends, they go 30 years ahead. Now, if they stayed there, if they didn't return, you'd be right. They would be missing. And
I know what you're going to say, and you're wrong, but here you go.
But if they came back in time, had the kids, their kid, why?
No.
Why can't they come back?
Because that is the entire point of my poster. Because when you're a time travel fiction writer, you've got two options: Closed Loop, which is 12 Monkeys, Terminator 1, Bill and Ted, Harry Potter. Basically, when you go back, you've always gone back. And then that would work, because then you go, okay, now we have to remember to go back to the past, and we've always gone back. But Back to the Future works on the principle of multiple timelines. And every time you go back, you create a new timeline. So therefore, even if they do go back at the end of their adventure, they've created a new timeline, B2. So in timeline B, as soon as they've gone forward, they can't go back. You can't go back. Every time you go back, you create a new timeline.
Okay, but
Back to the Future
what
is not
if?
12.
If?
No.
Everything in the universe that's going to happen has already happened.
That's a closed
loop. The whole
loop.
story is written.
12 Monkeys. Yeah, that's 12 Monkeys. That's a closed loop.
Okay,
you could
no,
do, that's
but I'm talking about forever. I'm talking about to the end of time where everything goes. Everything. The entire universe is wiped out. Now, say all that is already mapped out on some cosmic scale. Them going 30 years, which isn't a bat of an eyelash to that kind of time. They come back. It's already been predestined.
No. Sorry, not taking it on board. That's 12 Monkeys, but 12 Monkeys is not Back to the Future.
No, I'm not talking 12 fucking monkeys. I'm talking Back to the fucking Future.
That's
talking
what I'm
about
saying.
Predestiny.
Yeah, it won't work.
You're
not listening. We'll have to stop there because we're just going to keep arguing. It won't work because in 12 Monkeys, that would work. In Back to the Future, there is not a closed loop. You can't go back because when you go back, you create a new timeline. So they would never. Once you go back, you create a new timeline. So that was established in the first movie. So
okay,
you're
mixing.
That's like the whole.
You're mixing concepts of
No, I'm not.
Timelines,
No, I'm not. This is.
If
I'm
I'm
not.
talking, there's only one.
No, you're
timeline.
mixing
That's
concepts.
it. There is no Rick and Morty infinite universes. There's only one.
Yeah, I've
is
had
what
this
I'm
argument
saying.
every day for like 12. I know exactly what you're saying, and I'm not mixing concepts. That's a false accusation. I'm doing the opposite. I'm separating concepts.
What? How? I'm talking
'Cause
like it's just one singular.
you can't
there is
change
no
the
alternate.
rules. You can't change the rules of physics, even within science fantasy. You can't change. That's the whole point of the entire freaking essay.
You're
is you
actually
can't-
applying real world logic to this.
No, well, hear me out. Seriously, we don't have these discussions every day for 2 weeks, or actually every other day for 15 months, without covering every single point that's already conceivably could come up. Time travel to the past is impossible according to physics. We're taking over. We'll talk about it on my channel because this is Bill's show. But you can't do it. What you
you're
said
right, you're
is
right.
impossible because of
I
12,
have
because
already
you could do it in 12
acknowledged
months.
that you are the king of time travel stories and lore in our happy little corner of YouTube. I don't argue that you spent more time, more effort, more thought you put into your videos, you put into your arguments and stuff like that. The one problem I got is the idea that it would split into, it's like Star Trek going back. We started a brand new timeline.
Yes.
If you maintain, and I'm not saying I'm right, I'm just saying from this one perspective, if you maintain that everything is predestined, everything, then it's predestined. They were going to go back in time and have the kids, and the kids would grow up. So they wouldn't have been missed. They would only have been gone 30 seconds.
But that's where you're wrong. Because it's not predestined. There's two options. This is the whole point of the poster. The writer's got two options. I only wish it were one, because if it were real physics, there's a problem being pointed out. Well, if it was real, you'd only have one option, wouldn't you? Nature does one thing.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. There's only one option.
Hang on. As a writer, you've got two. The whole point of the poster, every show that I've done, we've concluded one. There's actually three options, but one of them has been debunked as bullshit. And whenever, so anyway, and in this context, we want to get it down to anyway. So the whole choice is either a closed loop where you can go back later and you've always gone back so you're right. Everything you said is correct, but you can't do it in Back to the Future because they've gone the other routes, multiple timelines. And the whole point is you can't mix. You've got to pick a lane. You can't go multiple timelines and closed loop because indeed the first movie tries to do that. The whole you're a mayor. You're going to be the mayor. I am going to be the mayor. Fuck that. He decided to be the mayor himself. What it should have done is you're going to be the mayor. Fuck you, cracker. I'm going to be the president of the United States because it's not a closed loop. They can't go back. The entire point of everything I've been saying is it's not a closed loop. You can only have, so that's the 12 Monkeys option. Back to the Future, you cannot go back. Can't go back.
And one last little dig at you, my friend. You keep going on about 12 Monkeys. The best time travel movie is Time
Agreed, sir. Yeah, we're going to have a rewatch. We've agreed we're going to have a rewatch. Yeah, two great time travel films by Gilliam because there were more things. When we did the rewatch of Back to the Future, there were more things coming up than any of us had realised. So, like, it is worthy to have the rewatch so we at least can all watch the same thing that we're arguing about. So, for the record, it is... We're going to go through it, 12 Monkeys, and we're just going to keep doing it forever until either everyone's A, bored, B, dead, or C, agrees with me. No fourth option.
And A and B aren't an option.
It's just C. I'm sorry, guys. But this is why I love talking to you, Richard, and all you guys, because this is the whole thing. Is when we even me let go of my ego to the possibility that I might be wrong, or I might have seen something the wrong way, or there might just be a new way. The whole point is to grasp the discussion with vigor, but also fun, and like let's go through this. We might at the end go, let's agree to disagree, or it's just fictional. Yes, there is a logic, and it's going to go this way or that way, and that's why. I like the discussions because they are discussions, not arguments. They're fun, so thank you guys for that because it keeps the mind ticking. It's not about being right; it's about learning.
No, and a healthy dose of passion, as you have, and I've said many times, you're the most passionate guy in time travel movies I've ever met. That's really your niche. You're becoming like the king of that. Seriously.
I'm trying to be actually because it's like I figured it out, guys. I've just got to explain it better.
Bill, what's your favorite time travel movie?
Yeah. Can I get back to you on that? Time Bandits is up there.
Okay. Pop, what's your favorite time travel movie? And I'm also opening this up to the good people in the chat. Anybody want to pitch in? We're not going to argue. That's not what this is about. I'm just curious. Out of all the time, from the Time Bandits to the Rod Taylor movie, shit, my God. I'm sitting in a
Primer.
hospital bed all doped up right now talking to you, and I've already had the nurse come in and give me shit for talking too loud.
If I may,
so I'm
my
a little punchy tonight.
For me, it's two. First one
Two?
is because I read the original story. I read a lot of H.G. Wells, Time Machine, Invisible Man, all that. Anyway, so the closest thing to the actual story of the Time Machine was the Rod Taylor version. So that's my number one, because that showed everything. Yes, but it had everything except for the final chapter in the book, which is where he went so far in the future, he came onto a beach where the sun was black, and there was these red crabs that were coming to attack his time machine, and he went back in time and escaped at the last minute. So it was like there was one shot. It's kind of like Planet of the Apes when I read the book. There's a few things. It was like it's perfect except for I wish they would have had one scene, which was in the book. Same thing for Planet of the Apes. So to make this short. Time Machine, and then Time Crimes Captain, the one that you refuse to watch. That's the second. Those are my two favorite. Right, that's my two favorite Time Machine movies. Yeah, you're so busy talking about Back to the Future, you won't even watch Time Crimes. And by the way,
that's another thing that's come up again on Foulball Productions. I've got another two recommend that every day. I'm getting recommended. Not only just
you're not. I recommended this once, not again.
No, let me finish. Okay. Not you. Every day, a different person is recommending a different time travel movie. I simply cannot claim to watch all of them. There's too many. That's why I keep going back to the same two, because they illustrate the points perfectly. But yes, there's more that I haven't seen. They're going to keep making more. I mean, what about Picard right now? Even if I'd seen literally every time travel TV show movie ever made, now there's Picard, who is going back in time.
Right. And we'll talk about the worst one.
Like most second-rate writers, they haven't even decided, it seems to me, not that I've actually watched it, whether it is indeed a closed loop or multiple timelines. They don't even know.
I've watched the first 3 episodes, and I will say that it's
talking about the worst
better
of
than
time
the
travel,
old
though?
one.
Talk about the worst.
I heard it's better.
The best. Let's talk about the best of time travel, not the worst.
I love put in T2, Terminator 2.
Yeah, let's talk about time travel without talking about current Trek, if possible. That doesn't apply.
You're putting in a lot of restrictions there.
I don't want to talk about Discovery or Picard.
Do you guys?
We all know it's written by a bunch of neurotic 18-year-old.
Yeah, but if it's time travel, it's not for us to. Anyway, yeah, go on. Did you guys, Redshirt? Did you guys?
I was saying, do you guys consider the original Charlton Heston 1968 Planet of the Apes to be a time travel movie?
Oh, good question.
Well, it was.
Yes and no.
Yeah.
In the sense that, but it was Earth's future.
I think they followed the laws of physics perfectly, as I understand them, on the basis that if you fly far enough, fast enough, for long enough, close enough to the speed of light, which is the tricky bit, then you will proportionally age slower because time is slower for you. That's general relativity. And therefore, they would have got back to Earth much further in the future. So it depends on the spec, but broadly speaking, you'd say, that is within the laws of physics, because they're going forward. They're not just jumping into a DeLorean and flying off. It's because of the speed of their spaceship. So in that sense, broadly speaking, yes, that follows, because that's time travel to the future, which physics says is possible, and indeed, if you're going fast enough, inevitable.
Yeah.
But the problem is that structurally, whatever you're in has to be able to stretch. It can't stay in one shape. Time travel will destroy it. So we currently, as far as our knowledge, don't have the technology. And by the way, I'm saying this because I have seen with my own eyes. There are aliens. I've seen a UFO. They have the technology, and I think our government does too. So
Right.
You should go on
So-
the Cardinal show with that. I think he was doing, in fact, a UFOlogy special as recently
No
as
thanks.
yesterday.
Yeah, no thanks. I've been on there. No thanks.
Oh, you've done it. Now we're being invaded. Look, here's a UFO right now. Oh, no, it's a
Yeah,
helicopter.
I recommend Secure Team 10. If any of you
Crap,
have
it's
never
the
heard of that.
Russians. Get up on that 50. Oh, look, dinner.
Scheiße.
Has anybody ever seen Cardinal Sin's eyes? I'm curious. Has he ever shown his face? What is going on? Are we under attack?
Get up on that 50. Sorry, what?
Where's anti-missile aircraft?
Exactly. Where's my Stinger missile when I need it?
Right.
My-
Where's that
My
bazooka left
my
laying around?
reception went kind of funny there for a second. You guys roboted right at the end. Did you ask, has anybody seen Cardinal Sin's eyes?
Yes.
No, I was mentioning it when Blubberpuss was talking about the UFO experiences. I just suddenly remembered that I was checking out Cardinal Sin's show yesterday because he occasionally does a bit of UFOlogy. That's the right term.
Right.
Yes, he does.
So he was doing that just yesterday. So if that's your thing, you should get on the Cardinal Sin.
He's a great guy. He's got a great show. I'd go there more, but I got to be honest, that's not really my cup of tea. I can take it in small doses, like the alien abduction stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I watched a whole episode. He had two very charming older ladies on, both claiming to be abducted. But I got to be honest with you, like when I listen to their stories, it's the skeptic in me that's coming out with like reasons for why you don't remember this period in time, reasons for why you thought you had a fibrous wire growing from between your toes that aliens had planted there. To me, there's a logical answer for it. Now, I don't shit over people for believing that because I don't know any more than anybody else regarding that. I don't. It's entirely possible, sure, that happened. To me, though, I just can't help myself. Like I look for a rational, real world, quantifiable explanation every time.
Agreed.
He's a great host. He's a funny guy. He puts out good product, but for that, I gotta be honest, it's not really my cup of tea. Now, when he talks movies, I'm there 100% because I'm a movie buff. Love film.
Now you mention it, I feel exactly the same way. I was actually listening to it more because it was the good Cardinal, but for Blubberpuss there, if you're into the UFOs, that's your jam. I reckon.
I am.
Yeah, I know Blubberpuss, and I keep waiting for you and Nina. I understand she's got some real world issues going on now, so she can't divert her time and attention. But I hope you guys follow that.
For me, it's a matter of logistics and time. Because I planned this out in chapters. So, okay, the first chapter was LA and famous shooting locations, and the next chapter will be, and I already bought the camera and the equipment, will be the cemeteries and old haunted mines and all that kind of stuff. So that's just the future. I just couldn't do it all in one trip.
I was asking Pop if he could go by where from the 1930s, back, remember the Black Dahlia?
The Black Dahlia. Yeah, the Black Dahlia, the lady they cut in half.
I wanted to see where I wanted to see what that looks like.
I remember
that.
My
Bill
dad had the book when I was a kid.
Bill
and I
went down a rabbit
seeing that photo. Sorry,
yeah,
man.
No, it's okay. We went down a rabbit hole on that one. We were talking about was when I came down here, because believe me, I'm interested in all that stuff. So when I came down here, here's what I thought of. I thought, okay, I'm going to do famous filming locations, famous celebrity graves. And by the way, I hadn't a chance to look at one single grave because I've been so busy doing the locations. So I'm going to have to break this up. So anyway, famous locations, famous graves. And then I had thought about famous infamous crime locations in Hollywood, which there are many. And that's why I did.
Really?
That's why I did the Nicole Brown Simpson house today. And then I thought, well, nobody's probably interested in that. And then Bill brought it up about the Black Dahlia, and I'm surprised that he had heard of the Black Dahlia.
Yeah.
And then I thought about, well, that is another option I thought about doing too, was covering that in LA. It was a lot of famous.
That was one of LA's
the Manson
famous crime scene.
Right,
murders.
along with the Manson murder house, which is no longer there.
Yeah.
And then
there's Fatty Arbuckle.
Roscoe P. Arbuckle. Yeah. on the Knickerbocker Hotel. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of where
Well-
George Reeves, original Superman, committed suicide. I can go on
Right.
and on. So
Sure.
my I guess the big cut short is I need to come back. I guess right because I can't do all this in 1 week.
I know, but I hope to God you don't turn your channel into that either. Let's go to famous celebrity dead houses. That's depressing.
No. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have my main channel if I don't lose it again, and then have sub channels. Like one will be camping, one will be like like famous filming locations, one will be cemeteries, one will be Bigfoot, whatever. I don't know, UFOs.
You should really
So-
stick to what you're best at, drinking and masturbation. That would make a great
At the
YouTube
same
channel.
time.
Yes.
I know. I tried that. But why do you think my channel got deleted?
Told you only 2 words. OnlyFans.
Yeah. Pornhub.
Pornhub.
Thomas Potts chimes in with Twilight should do a time travel movie. I can't agree with you more. As long as they go so far in the future, we don't hear the story. And the last 2 Picard episodes were left-wing propaganda. I haven't caught the last one. The one before that, though, I will say I like the callbacks to Deep Space Nine's with the sanctuary districts, the Bell riots that were like it takes place right before. This again, Picard. I'm not standing up for it, but I am saying that it's a better show than it was last year. If they started off this year with that kind of energy and shit like that and that kind of thinking, I think the show would have done better. I like the idea that they didn't go back to the mirror universe. They went to, and basically it's not a universe. It's the same timeline. Something just got changed. So, because that's what I thought they were going to do when I saw the ads for it. I thought, oh, fuck, they're dragging him.
Can I ask you a question?
Changed? Did you say change? That is a new time. No, sorry, tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah, may I ask you a question? So you're saying that
Okay.
it's improving over last season, but yet in this season they started off with Picard being slapped like the bitch that he is, right?
What?
Slapped
but
by
that was-
Q.
That was Q. And you know what? Like,
So that makes it okay.
If
I'm
they
just saying
play
that
this
he was
out-
ridiculed, he was attacked, and told how bad he is during the first season. And then the second season, they brought back a famous. By the way, I'm not a fan of Next Generation at all. But the second season, they brought back a huge fan favorite. And
Yeah.
the first thing he did was slap him like the bitch that he was, which is everything. They did everything but that in the first season. I was actually during the first season. By the way, I watched Bird of Prey's reviews. This is the only reason I don't watch the show, but I know the show because of Bird of Prey. So in the first season, I was thinking the whole time, well, why don't they just slap him like the bitch that he is? Then I mean, they're breaking him down and telling him it's his fault for everything. And then the first thing they do in the season 2 is they slap him like the bitch that he is, and of all people, by Q.
Well,
it's
it
like,
wasn't the
oh,
first thing he
God.
did. Q didn't come in until the second episode.
Well,
But,
that's because they saved it for the cliffhanger to keep the viewer to come back. And the only people that review the show is for clicks on their channel. They don't actually like the show. They do it for clicks on their channel.
Well,
I
will
will
say
never-
I was a fan of TNG, and I know the Q character.
Well, I
And
know.
while I prefer my Q to be the mischievous, not villain, but like the guy who thinks he's helping Picard. I did like this that it was like a 2-word or 3-word sentence where Picard realizes that Q isn't all there anymore. There's something wrong.
Well, of
Does
course, they're going
Q
to
have
deconstruct the
mental-
character.
Does Q have a mental instability that he's growing into? That's an interesting thing. What would happen if Q actually went psychotic? Like there are no rules anymore. Before, he kind of protected Picard through that. Like he could kill Picard in a wink of an eye, but he doesn't. He likes to play with Picard and fuck Picard around. Again, like it's hard to defend this show. It's there's just so much wrong with it. But I am saying that I'm giving the second season a chance because I do love Star Trek and I always hope for the best. That's one thing about Star Trek that instilled in me is optimism.
Nice. So now you got
And-
optimism about. I like that because I'm generally down on the new Star Trek. But
Good
I
luck.
appreciate your optimistic attitude. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Um,
I don't like eating cactus, but I'll pass.
You know what? Teach their own, brother. Teach their own. I'm
By
a
the way,
Star
Richard,
Trek fan, dyed in the wool, and
I always
Richard-
thought that Picard was a coward, even during the TNG series. He couldn't make any decisions without therapy, and then he was still a coward. And then now this series is like just really shown that. It's like
I just want to
yeah.
see the original audition footage where apparently Patrick Stewart's wearing a wig.
yeah, yeah.
A
That would
weave
be,
wig, Whoopi
We have
Goldberg
seen him.
wig.
We have seen him wear that wig once in that episode where Beverly. They didn't go back in time. It was her
Are you
memory.
serious?
Yeah, he had a.
Oh yeah, they're
redheaded
French agents
wig.
or something.
A toupee or a wig?
Yeah, toupee. No, it was a toupee.
Okay, so it wasn't like
And,
Oprah.
No. It wasn't like a
Okay.
full on. He wasn't going out drag queening it up at the Rhino or.
I'm surprised that he wasn't. Okay.
But yeah, that's all I say. I again, like it's a tough series to defend, but I do think it is better already. It's better than the whole first season combined, and they set the bar so low on that first season. They somehow wrote out the hot chick, the chick that was the android, Soji. I'm sure they'll bring her back at some point. But as much as the character frustrated me, she was nice to look at on screen. Sorry, I just guying out on that. She
No,
was
that's
a
fine.
very pretty girl.
I have a question. Alec Kurtzman said the reason why they're producing these shows is so they can push forward their political and social agenda.
Yeah.
So are
and
you
that's
saying that
tragic.
they're doing that in a good way? They're making it where
I'm
it's
saying
palatable?
I'm saying they're hitting us over the head less hard.
Oh,
I mean, and there's some of the things like that frustrated me. Seeing like they just bitched off they'd done each Eb dirty. They brought the poor guy back just to have his eyes ripped out by a Borg, and then that's it. You're gone.
Yes, wasn't that a dig at the actor or something? Because that was really.
You'd think it
it's
was.
destroy the past. They want to destroy anybody people cared about. So next, go ahead.
Jason Lee Tucker stopping by to show support. Guys, have a great stream.
Stop
Jason
by,
Lee.
show support, guys. Have a great
Good to see
stream.
ya.
Nice.
Very kind, very kind. Yeah,
Left
again,
wing
like,
propaganda, trash.
I'm just
says
happy-
Thomas Potts.
I was half expecting. Remember, if anybody watched Voyager, there was that young child character Naomi Wildman that got born on Voyager. Her mother was pregnant when she when Voyager went to the other side, and she came from a race that grew quickly. So she was like 10 by the time Voyager ended its 6 or 7 year run. I was half expecting them to bring her back just to, have her murdered horribly or something, as another throwaway character. For a while there, it was starting to be like Star Trek snuff. And I did not dig that at all. I thought that first season, while it did have some good effects and, shit like that you expect from Star Trek, everything else was trash, poorly written, poorly thought out, poorly executed.
Speaking of which, Red Shirt, I'm slightly going off topic, but I'm going on to a topic you brought up earlier. Almost perfect timing. Ploxard has just left another essay on my latest time travel video. Maybe he heard you.
Really?
He didn't have enough time to write it.
Well,
knowing him.
Jump in at any point. Check this out. He says, silence mayhaps be deafening. Revel upon thine convergence of obstinance, with thoughts given wilfully and freely. Divest ye notions of that oft-hoisted echo chamber, that label sloppily doled out by the crude and unimaginative, with slime and ichor, what the fuck does that mean, upon everything deemed offensive to dim, beady eyes. Crocodile tears weep them these days, scanners darkly, oily emissions of our high-handedness, hast burning coal with differential scale upon digitally shorn and unshorn heathen masses. Beware the name stealers, go not ye too far west, not too far east. He's barely started. I'll read out the whole thing tomorrow. We've got some of the best people on YouTube in our chat, I must say.
Yeah.
What a great community.
Mhm.
I think I
Brilliant.
should write a book. Seriously.
Yeah, Ploxard, you're a superstar. We've got some real superstars in our chat. Ploxard's definitely one of them. PDB's another one.
And what do you want to bet he's writing it out on his phone too? That's just how
Probably.
hardcore the guy is. He was doing it on the bus coming home.
Hasn't even got a keyboard.
No,
Good call.
exactly. Just done it with his thumbs. They're his blistered, fucking weathered thumbs.
Because he's that passionate about the time travel. Yes.
You, Cockney, here's your new show, Time Travel Tuesdays, with Captain Cockney Spock. And that's
Starting
all
2
you
weeks
talk
ago.
about. The rest of the week you devote to everything else in the world, but Tuesdays are Time Travel Tuesdays. Captain Cockney Spock, I'll be there every time.
Son of a red shirt. That is a fantastic freaking idea. And that way, for those that are sick of it, Wednesday through Monday, you're golden.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that is Time Travel Tuesdays. Now, obviously, because of the time difference, that'd be Wednesday morning for me. Yep,
Yeah.
program's own brain. Right, Wednesday morning, Time Travel Tuesdays. Red shirt. And I'm going to start off by thinking through what you said about they go back and they go forward and they go back. Yes! Time Travel Tuesdays, copyright red shirt. Nice. I'll
There
take
you
it.
go.
Thank
That one's
you.
for you, pal.
Good idea, man.
Yeah, Jason Lee Tucker. Good night, brother. Hope you have a good one. I don't, because I'm on my phone. I can't write in the comments. At all.
You don't have you don't have the tablet right now. Huh?
No, you know what? It
What?
died today. I was
Oh
downstairs
no!
getting
Totally
an MRI.
died.
Like I can't turn it on.
Man, that sucks.
And that's my that was my baby. That's got like that. I spent more YouTube time with you guys on that thing. I've got so much fucking porn. Did I say porn? I meant movies.
No, you didn't say porn. You said
Corn.
yeah.
Golden Girls.
Photos of corn. Photos of sweet, hot, young Asian corn. That's not corny at all.
No, no, it's not.
Asian, you mean from Turkmenistan?
Yeah, Turkmenistan. Oh boy. Fucking hell.
Well,
So we got pop culture covered for what he was doing this week, and he had quite the adventures. Captain
Yes,
Cockney,
and I have witnesses, right? I'm not lying. I have witnesses.
you do, buddy. And I can't wait. I'm going over to your channel. That's another thing too, because I got to shut down YouTube while I'm on the phone. Otherwise, StreamYards and YouTube at the same time, like I get the echo and shit.
Yeah, same here.
So-
You have to mute YouTube when you do that.
Yeah, but on this phone, for some reason, I can't. Like, I turn down the volume on that, then I go to StreamYards, and they both run at the same time.
Oh,
I've only
that
got one
sucks.
volume control. It's a
Okay.
sweet little phone I got too. It's one of the ones Samsung's with the beveled edges.
Yeah, same here. I bought an S10, beveled edges. Yeah, because mine wouldn't. The old one wouldn't run StreamYard. So yeah. same thing.
Hail Plaxocord, what's going on?
Speak
Block
of the
Sword in the
block
chat
sword,
says
you
hello.
appear.
Hail.
We didn't even have to say his name 3 times.
Hello, Block Sword. Good to see you, brother.
Excellent timing.
Or sister. Sorry.
We were just
sister, I don't
commending
know.
your we were just commending your literary
Block Sword in
skills
the
there,
chat
brother.
says.
Mm.
Yeah,
Made
Block
them
Sword, you've been
move
talent
with you.
spotted by Red Shirt. He spotted you once, and I'll spot you the second time. Thank you for keeping us thinking, and with a bit of poetry to it. Thinking via poetry, even better.
Very
May the
erudite.
memes be with you all.
Who's the memes of destruction?
Oh,
Do you guys know him?
Yeah, he's a
Yep.
he's another
Little bit.
YouTuber. He makes mean memes of destruction.
Right.
He claims to be the #1 source of
Who's
memes.
barking? Is that Brady?
Yeah, Brady's always barking at something. that
Okay,
isn't
well that's
there.
cool. That's fine.
Bill, for fuck's sakes, feed your dog.
I fed him. He
He's
eats.
barking at the neighbors.
He eats what I eat. He eats
That's-
what I don't eat. He eats his own food. He eats
you
the
can't
cat
feed a
food.
dog pussy.
He
Well,
eats
you're
his own
not-
poop.
Yeah, you don't eat Alpo, do you?
No.
Okay, good. Don't feed
I
your
love
dog
food.
people food. It's bad for them. I have dogs, and I love them too. And I know we'd like to give them
I
marketing.
don't.
food.
I don't.
Good, yeah. You know,
I love Foods just posted a question. Tacos and time travel. I wish I didn't eat that. Which end of the taco do you start with? Does it matter? Now, is the
Whoa.
taco pink? Because if it is, it does matter what end you start with. Otherwise, no. Tacos are just crunchy goodness.
Tacos are just sometimes a taco is just a taco.
Do you guys
I
like
wanna-
crunchy tacos or soft tacos?
I like
Ooh.
both, but I'm going to drive to Taco Bell. And I'm
Oh.
going to complain that they don't have only Mexicans working there, and they are racist. What do you guys think? Are you behind me?
I think you're going to get your ass kicked.
Yeah.
By some
Well-
Mexican going, you think Taco Bell is fucking Mexican? I'll
Well,
murder
are you saying they appropriated the Mexican culture?
Yes, 100%.
The reason why I brought this up is the idiot director of Moon Knight, that horrible Disney Plus show that's coming up. Did you guys hear that he actually
Dude,
said that?
it hasn't come out yet. Why are you calling it a horrible Disney Plus show?
Well, okay, because the director said,
He's got insider
Wonder-
knowledge.
right, the Wonder Woman 1984, that horrible movie, shitty movie, he said that it was racist because they didn't film the Egypt scenes in actual Egypt. So that's where they're going with it, and that's why I brought the joke up about
Hang
Taco
on,
Bell.
hang on. So Star Wars is racist because they didn't actually go to
In
Tatooine.
space, yeah, millions of miles away and thousands of years ago. They're actually
went-
doing that now. Yes, I'm
They
not
went to
kidding.
Tunisia where they could get labor for 25 cents an hour.
Right, okay, so now
Exactly.
you're looking forward to Moonlight, right?
You know what? I'll give it a chance. I read the
like-
comics on and off as a kid. I'm
Yeah,
not
me
the
too.
biggest Moon Knight fan, but I read him when he was Mark Spector.
Did you read him when he was owned by Disney?
Mm-mm.
Well, no, of course
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll
But
all
again-
see, right? History will repeat itself.
Pop,
The
you
history
know I
book
love
on
you,
the
buddy,
shelf.
but sometimes your negativity, it just surprises me because you're such a positive guy for so many other things.
I don't-
And
If I
I'm with
may
you on that.
say-
Have you noticed that he is, isn't he? He's like a little dynamo. He could go either way.
No, if
Yeah.
I may say, may I defend myself? Is I don't pick something out of random
We're
that
not
is
attacking
brand
you,
new.
bro. He's
And
doing it again.
what were you saying, Pop?
Sorry, go on.
no, I was gonna say if I may defend myself, I don't pick something brand new, random, and attack it. I don't do that. I only criticize things that have history behind them, and I've seen the Disney Plus shows that come before, the Black Widow or whatever that was called, and then the Captain Winter and the Soldier, whatever, and
Captain
the Boba
Winters.
Fett, and what they've done to Star
was
Wars
Band of
and all
Brothers.
that. I don't remember because I'm not a fan of Star Wars, but they've ruined everything they've done so far on Disney Plus. So what I don't understand is how do you guys think Moonlight's going to be different? And,
What
and that's
I
what I'm
don't-
saying is I'm not making an opinion out of nothing. I'm making an opinion out of what we've seen before. So don't think I'm negative on everything. There's a lot of things that I love, a lot of things I enjoy
Mhm.
when they're being treated correctly by a company who owns them that cares. And why
Yes,
should I
I'm
think
still trying to
differently
get
about the new
over-
one? Is all.
I'm trying to get over the fact that my good buddy, pop culture curator, doesn't care for Star Wars.
Not
Holy
anymore.
shit.
After watching the last 3 movies from Disney, no, they killed it. I don't
Okay.
have any choice, you know. Yeah. And believe me, I was the 12-year-old or whatever. When the movie first came out, I saw it 10 times at the theaters. I had every word memorized. But when a company buys something and then we've seen what they turn it into, you know, I give you credit for having faith in it, thinking every show is going to get better, but I don't see that.
Well,
So
I
I'm
can't
just
say
saying,
I
please
see
don't
that
think that I'm
exactly.
negative about everything, because I'm not.
All I'm
Don't
saying
highlight the
is,
things that I don't like. You know, the things that I do like that I bring up many times.
sure, fair enough, and I get that, and that's partially why I love your content. You are a positive guy at heart, but once in a while I hear you say something like that garbage Moon Knight show, and I go, how do you know it's garbage? It hasn't come out yet. Give
Well,
the
actually,
thing a chance.
I
That's all
actually
I
thought
say.
that too. I thought I was going to give it a chance too. I thought maybe, but then when the director came out talking about the racist comments about Wonder Woman, then I know the show is produced under an agenda. That's what changed my opinion and why I said that. Is knowing that going forward, It's just like the director of what do you call it? Charlie's Angels, Terminator 4 or 5, whatever it was. When they come out before the production, insulting the fans, that it sorry, I have no choice, but it taints my opinion on what they're going to do. So
I understand that, and it's easy to get influenced when you hear them talk.
That was Elizabeth Banks. She was the last one who did the Charlie's Angels.
Right, Ghostbusters 2016, they did the same thing. When they come out, even before the movie's released, they attack the fans.
Yeah, and I'm not behind that. But to be fair, once in a while, the fans can be assholes. You know, I'm going all the way back to Star Trek: The Next Generation, and I was part of that. I was offended. I remember as a kid being actually pissed off. They're bringing back Star Trek and they're not bringing back Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. Fuck you. Fuck you. Who's going to watch that? I didn't. And to my shame, I will admit, I did not give new Star Trek or TNG a try for almost 2 years. Then one night by accident, I'm flipping around the TV and I come onto some guys having a phaser fight and shit like this. I didn't know what I was watching at the time. I'm like, what the fuck is this? How do I not know this? I thought I knew science fiction. And when I saw Riker walk into the room and he had the Starfleet, the Delta chevron, the old Enterprise one, because you guys are all old enough to remember that back in the original series, the crest on their uniform, the Delta insignia, was unique to the Starship Enterprise. It wasn't the symbol, it wasn't the symbol for Starfleet. That is one of the changes they made going forward, and one I was happy with because that was the most iconic symbol. But sorry, yeah, my neighbor. I wasn't kidding. I'm in a hospital room right now, and I just gotta tone it down a little. I don't want to wake up the guy in the bed next to me. I couldn't afford the private room. Say what? The patient.
Are you a patient in the hospital? Are you okay?
Yeah. That's part of the reason why I came up here tonight, because I saw Bill was broadcasting. I haven't slept for 3 nights in a row. I had a fucking
what's the matter, brother?
I had a major bit of surgery yesterday. I had a tumor taken off my spine, bigger than your 2 fists put side by side. Sarcoma. I got 3 different types of cancers going right now, and I kicked the shit out of the first one. I'm laying here in the hospital bed. The docs came in. They can't believe how quickly I'm healing from this thing. I got the spirit of Wolverine in me. Now I got some spots in my lungs they want to dig out, and I got to get half my thyroid dug out, which sucks ass. But I'm staying positive. I'm, cause that's why you guys haven't seen me on YouTube too much, because I'm dealing with this shit. And I just had the surgery yesterday morning, and I had this. I'm not kidding you. Like, if you put your 2 fists together,
how long did that surgery take? Was it?
It took just under 4 hours, they said.
4 hours of surgery.
Yeah. And it was growing off my spine at a 45-degree angle, going up to my right shoulder blade. It's a huge fucking lump that for 4 months, I thought it was a torn muscle in my back that healed poorly. My father, before he passed, ripped his bicep muscle, and when it healed, he looked like he had Popeye biceps. When Popeye would flex and it would be like, up his arm and just a straight lump up. Like, my old man was a tough old Australian guy. Like, he kept his physique into his fucking, he was almost 90 when he died. But worked every day, that kind of thing. And so like I said, I got round 1 taken care of. I got this thing right now. I got tubes coming out of my back, draining what you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe how much fucking blood, and I assume not to get too gross, comes out of you after an operation like that. But boy, it sure is. I got 2 of these fucking things that fill up to like 500 milliliters each.
Thomas Potts says, I hope everything gets better, Red Shirt.
Oh, thank you, Tom. Sorry, I can't read the chats. There we are.
That's right. I read it for you.
Thanks, buddy. I was kind of keeping a low profile on that too, billing you. I told Billy a little while ago, just because, he was asking me what's wrong. I was going through radiation treatments and shit at the time, and, I wasn't 100%, but I'm feeling great now. Things are looking better. And like I say, round 1 is taken care of.
Good work, brother.
Cheers, mate. I get the shit taken out of my throat. I had a biopsy, throat biopsy. I told Bill that because I I just dropped into his last karaoke night, and I tried. While it was on, I went and tried singing a couple Elvis songs, and no, it just wasn't happening. I wasn't going to go on after the same day of a throat
Yeah, it was
biopsy.
best that you didn't.
Yeah, but yeah, no. Things don't feel too bad for me, boys. You know, I'm strong as a brown fucking horse, and
He's
I
putting
got
up
my head
the
up.
fight of the fight. So
Yeah,
he's
you
a
got the
fighter.
right attitude, bro. You're really kicking ass. Good on you.
True warrior. He's a
Cheers,
true
man.
warrior.
True warrior. Agreed.
well, I gotta stick it out because Cockney and I have got a little side project we've been talking about that I wanna
Yes.
see come to fruition.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
The
don't
three
think
of
I
us.
forgot
We
about
must
that.
do it. Yes.
But we're keeping a little low key now. But get ready, boys, in the next couple of months, at the very least by this summer, there'll be a new YouTube channel. Might even be a lead into Jedi Bill's Insomniac Soup, depending on if we get the times right. Because
Nice.
yeah,
Yeah, more excitement coming, folks.
definitely.
Awesome.
And by the way,
Word
Richard, I really like
is
your take
awesome.
on Star Trek, because that's a really good lesson on opening your mind. And also specifically because I've been thinking that's something that TNG did right that Star Wars did wrong. Because I was, I'm old enough to remember, not the first time around, but watching Star Trek on TV in the 70s. Kirk was my captain before I ever heard of even Captain Solo. And the difference is they manage their expectations. It's right there in the title, The Next Generation. That's where they totally screwed up with Star Wars. They should have either started with new people or had 3 more films with the old people, or at least had a decent transition. But shitting on the original characters was not the way to go. And I know we've talked about the Disney, but that you've made me realize if you are going to go to a new generation, Star Trek did it right. Star Wars, Disney did it wrong.
You're absolutely right, brother. You're absolutely right. Those sequels were abhorrent. J.J. Abrams really should have handed in his director's card. He robbed us. He robbed us culturally. He robbed us mentally. He robbed us spiritually.
Emotionally. Yes,
I mean,
spiritually too.
Any idiot could have figured out that we want to see Han, Luke, Leia, Chewie, Billy D. Williams, Lando Calrissian.
That was
all in the Falcon
intentional.
at the same time.
All on screen at the same time.
That was a decision they made ahead of time. It was intentional. They made sure not to put them. They did not want to highlight the OG cast.
No, you're absolutely. No. You're right, Richard. You're right that he was wrong, and I think we all can see that now, especially after Carrie Fisher passing away. Like we'll never get that unless they give us some computer trickery, which none of us will like.
Right, exactly. Greatest missed opportunity, arguably, in the history of cinema.
Yep, hands down. You're absolutely
Amen
right. Greatest
to that,
missed
brother.
opportunity. Tragic, criminal missed opportunity. But what can you do? He got paid his millions and millions of dollars. He let Ruin fucking Johnson take over. And to this day, I have not seen the last Star Wars movie, and I refuse to.
Wow.
One day it will come on TV, and I'll probably watch it begrudgingly, but I won't pay a nickel for it. I absolutely refuse to. 9 to 9. This is one of my problems with Doomcock. When he was going on about, say 9 to 9, don't go see this movie, don't go see this movie. As soon as it came out, he went to go see the movie.
Yeah.
And said, oh, well, I'm doing it for the fans.
That's
Fuck you.
right. They do it for clicks, right?
Mhm.
They people that review all these bad shows on TV. They do it
If
for
he
clicks.
stuck to his word and didn't see that movie, I'd have tons of respect for the guy.
And now all he does is talk about Disney over and over and over and over.
Exactly.
It's like that's why I unsub from his channel. Yeah, I'm tired of it.
I can't say I unsub because I just keep my finger out there, but he's not the same guy that I first found. And he's good to his guests. I know they're Anti-Derivative Jill, Canadian
And
Spider-Man.
Spidey.
They absolutely love him. So I never try to talk smack about the guy
That's
while
fine
I'm
with
around.
them. Yeah, I'm not gonna knock that.
Yeah. But yeah, I lost a lot of faith with that guy when he went back on his word for that.
He did. Yeah, he turned into a big Disney shill. Because here's what it is: negative publicity is also good publicity, and that's what he makes sure that he pushes.
Yeah.
Right. If you keep talking about it, people are going to watch it. So if you don't talk about it, then it will die. But that's why you watch these shows where it's saying, "Oh, this is horrible. Here, click on my channel. I'm going to tell you how bad it is."
Yeah.
They're doing it for clicks and not because they're trying to put the message out there. So
Yeah.
there's too many shields out there. It's like no thanks. Sorry to
Well,
interrupt.
Part of me, I understand. Like, I understand that he makes money from this, and I get it. And we all like money. Not any one of us doesn't. And I'd like to think that if I ever found success on YouTube, it wouldn't be from negativity. It'd be from positivity. Now, that being said, I'm not afraid to, call out shit when I see it, but I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy that every time you look at me on YouTube, I'm talking smack about or how much I hate something else. I want to talk. That's why I was trying to talk up Picard a little. I'm not again saying it's a great show or saying it's better than the first season. It is. It's in almost every way. It's better written. It's better thought out. Still, they got tons of problems. I'm not saying they don't, but when I see them making an effort, I like to highlight that. But again, that could possibly that's my basic makeup. Really, I try to see the positive in everything.
That's totally understandable. I will understand when they drop the agenda and pushing the agenda forward, and they start focusing on script and story. But I know it's not going to happen. So, but
Writing,
hey, I understand your opinion.
Yeah, to me, writing, that's the source of everything. The written word, that's where it begins with. Well, the idea, yes, but once you actually write it down, when Fischoso was on, I was telling him about Hemingway's famous quote when he was asked, how do you get to be such a great writer? He said, there's 3 steps you take, and that's rewrite, rewrite, and rewrite. And that is, a lot of guys, the first idea that come out of their head, they think it's fucking gold.
You can't do that when it's written by a committee. When it's written by 12 people sitting around a table.
I am not a committee.
Yeah.
And they're being paid by the hour, and they don't want to pay overtime. And the same people writing every episode.
Because you were saying that earlier, I realised that's George R. Martin's problem, because he didn't write, he didn't plan. He does a lot of writing, and then he stopped for 10 years because he's boxed himself into a corner. He lacked the discipline to figure out where he was going.
Well, as soon as he got rich and the money came in, he's like, I don't need this anymore. Fuck the fans, right? Oh, sorry.
It's hard to blame the guy, though. Like, and I'm kind of talking out of my ass, I admit here, because I didn't go through the Game of Thrones experience. I haven't read any of the books. My best friends find it mind-boggling I didn't watch Game of Thrones. To be honest, where I was at the time, I didn't even have a TV. Like, that wasn't a priority. My father was really sick at the time. I'm not going to go into all that, but I had other things on my mind, and I fell too far behind. And I will sit down and watch it one day. I had to finish off The Sopranos like that because I missed the last 2 seasons, and then I just made myself sit down and watch it, and was glad I did. Sopranos had a good ending. Although it was as ambiguous as fuck, I kind of liked it. I know not everybody shares that opinion, but yeah.
Wasn't there a debate whether they got killed or they didn't get killed, or
Are you talking about The Sopranos?
Yeah.
Well, no, Tony makes it to the end, the very last scene. Should I say? I don't want to spoil it for you if you haven't seen it.
I think he had I think it's been spoiled. I think I know what happened. But.
Right. It was a very simple, and I liked it. It was just the husband and wife. They sat down, sort of thing. And that's kind of how they ended it. I can't remember exactly what was said or whatever, but they didn't go out on a big gang war. They didn't murder everybody, which I was kind of expecting them to do. Like, I was kind of expecting them to kill off Tony Soprano in some big loud way, but they didn't. Lost. There's a J.J. Abrams.
Lost the plot.
Yeah.
Lost, from what I hear, is the worst.
Oh, Lost was great.
Up until the ending.
Yeah,
because they were making it up as they go along. Again, it goes back to the writing. I guess that's your point, isn't it? They didn't think it through. They just great setup, no finish. It turned to shit and fell apart.
Yeah. And with George R. Martin, like, he wrote a bunch of books first, right? As I understand it. He didn't come from Game of Thrones and TV series. The books were first. And he wrote X number of books. And then they ran out of material. And from what everybody tells me, the last season was cripplingly bad. Like, it was...
The last 2 seasons or 3 seasons of some...
Or even, 5, 6, 7, 8. All bad.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
But it
Because
is it correlates to their running out. Yeah. So when he ran out of material, or they ran out of his material, and now it's been literally over a decade since he's published a book.
Hmm.
They've been sampled chapter 10 years. It ain't gonna happen. Again, I guess I'm giving him negative policy now, but except to say it ain't gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. And I think by now we've all realised it's never. Winds of Winter ain't coming out, let alone a Snore of Spring, whatever it's called.
I will tell you one thing though. When I found out that Sean Bean got killed, I got pissed off because poor Sean Bean gets killed in just about everything except Sharp. Were you ever a fan of Sharp there, Spockney?
Thanks to I think you, or let's say you guys, and you see, I do sometimes take recommendations. Yep, I've started watching Sharp. I didn't get through the whole thing, but of Napoleonic skirmishing with the rifles, yes, please. But yeah, I've made up the Sharp drinking games. Just take a shot every time he goes, "You bastard."
Yeah, you'll be on the floor by half an hour. Yeah, no, that was a great series. I love Sharp. Thanks to the History Channel, when they used to be the History Channel instead of like the Knife Sharpening Channel, whatever the fuck it is. Back when it was the World War II Channel. That's when I loved the History Channel. When every time you turned it on, you saw like Russian tanks getting blown up by German tanks or something like that. It was, now it's kind of insane, but why would anyone be surprised when Sean Bean dies? I was surprised he lived through national treasure.
You're right. They picked the wrong person for a shocker, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh, look, Sean's dead. Lord of the Rings all over again.
I Love Food says, I noticed that about these anti-woke channels. They put a few points on the scoreboard. The court, the refs, the stadium all belong to the opposition. Well, yeah, I can hear that. Thomas Bott says the first 2 episodes of Picard were good. The last 2 were not. I haven't seen the last episode, Thomas. I will be watching it, though, but I'll remember what she has said there, and hopefully we'll chat on that a bit more. I just haven't had time to sit down and watch it. Speaking of Star Trek, I'm also a fan of the animated show. I know not everybody is, but I think the writers on that are actually Trek fans. My one problem with the show is that it's more callbacks. It's more observations of old Star Trek than there are jokes in the thing. And I get that. They got a lot to work with. Sean Bean was not demised in his portrayal of Cowboy in The Big Empty. No, Sean Bean doesn't die in every single thing, but he does die in quite a bit. As a matter of fact, he had a really funny commercial out there. I can't remember what it was for now, but the whole premise is Sean Bean's like sitting in the chair and the director comes up and says, "Okay, Sean, are you ready for your scene?" He says, "Yeah." He says, "But the one thing I don't get is how do I die?" He says, "What do you mean?" I says, "Well, like, does the guy come in and does he shoot me?" And I go, well, no, Sean, you don't die in this. No. What do you mean I don't die? Like, do I trip and hit my head on the computer? So, come on, what's my death scene? He's, Sean, you're not going to die in this. Why'd you hire me? Or Sean, but he's like, for any TNG fans there, he's the O'Brien of the real world, Mr. O'Brien, in the sense that he must suffer. O'Brien was always suffering over something. Whether he's getting tortured or, his wife was walking out on him. Sean Bean has been memed as a walking spoiler. Yeah, Ploxard, I believe you there.
Nice. Maybe Sean Bean should play a red shirt and then you'd be son of Sean Bean.
I could
be the red shirt that's going to buy the farm in the show.
There you go. I think I got about 2 or 3 years on the cap, but could be. Actually, maybe I'm wrong. Sean Bean's probably older than I am.
In fact, that's it. Sean Bean must play a red shirt. Then you got the actor playing the character. It's like the absolute intersection of guaranteed death. Oh, look, we're watching Picard. It's a red shirt played by Sean Bean. I wouldn't give that cat more than 5 minutes.
If he ever wrote his autobiography, it's got to be titled "Sean Bean Must Die."
But
so Billy, what's going on this weekend? Are you still doing Western Sunday
Cinema? Yes,
it's a big one too, right?
The Wild Bunch. The Wild Bunch. Yeah.
Spockney, have you
Sorry.
seen The Wild Bunch?
I have not. It's on the infamous list. Sam
Oh
Peckinpah.
no,
I know.
no,
Am I
buddy!
thrown off the channel yet?
Sunday, join us. You have to. It is such a guys movie. It is possibly the greatest guys movie ever filmed, or at least a contender, a definite
Right.
contender. Fantastic film. And to guys at our stage in life, it does speak to you.
Yeah.
It'll invigorate you.
We're
Yeah,
gonna-
fuck it.
Oh,
Yeah.
If William Holden and Ernest Borgnine
We're gonna
and
be
Warren
doing
Oates
for
can kick
for
so much
Memorial
ass in
Day.
their
We're gonna be
50s.
doing some war movies like Guns in the Navarone and
Oh
Dirty
yeah.
Dozen.
hmm
Oh.
Yeah.
War movies.
The Dirty
Yeah.
Dozen's a great choice. The Guns of Navarone, fantastic. David Niven, Anthony Quinn, Gregory Peck, and the guy from the Time Tunnel. There's a show. Did you ever watch the Time Tunnel there, Cockney?
No,
With,
another one.
James
I'm just
Darren.
I'm just looking at the Wild Bunch. Now I'm gonna have to add that. See what I mean? I'm so behind. There's so many things out there. Stop
Yeah.
making a movie. I'm kind of glad Disney's only
No,
making
no, no,
shite.
no.
I haven't got
We're-
time for all the good stuff.
We're revisiting these movies that have been out for years and years,
Yeah.
because what we're getting today is shit.
Exactly.
What we're getting
Bill.
today is
See,
garbage.
That's the positive, exactly. Rather than complain about Last Jedi too many times, although I still got.
And
But yeah,
there's
I'd
so
rather
many-
go on about
so
go
many
see
great
Zulu.
films.
For every
Right.
negative
Shows.
comment we got about a modern film, we're going to show you an ancient movie that's going to make you happy.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
that's the kind of
The
channel
goods that
I'd
just
like. A
that
movie
grab
channel
you
that-
by the cojones and say, "Fuck yeah, this movie
Yeah.
kicks ass."
yeah,
Yes.
it's a very sad thing. You have to look towards the past. That's sad.
Well, because what
If you felt you got ripped off watching Midsummer, come talk to me. I'll turn you
Mm.
on to like Two-Lane Blacktop or Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid.
wait, who didn't like Midsummer?
Most people.
Yeah, most people. As far as I
I
know. And you know
love-
what?
Ali Oster is a great horror filmmaker, and Midsummer is a true horror movie if you really look at it and view it.
That's okay.
You know what, Bill?
It's a
You
breakup
caught me.
movie.
You caught
Take
me
your
because
pill,
Bill.
I was
Spin
talking
chill.
trash about something I hadn't seen, but only because it had been so universally panned as like a chick movie, as a movie that scares chicks. And I'm not trying to be derisive to women. I'm not. But you know,
Wait.
there are some movies that they make.
Are you talking about the Midsummer with an Ali Oster film that came out like 3 years ago or something?
Yeah, the chubby lady with the
2019.
blonde hair.
And
right.
it had a no, the pretty girl with the blonde hair that was the best thing in Black Widow. She played Yelena
whatever, yeah.
Belova.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, the one who kept
Oh.
talking about her private area during Black Widow the whole time. She made sure she pointed it out and kept talking about it over and over. Yes.
I don't know that. I thought she was hot, smoking hot.
Yeah, she gets a lot of mention. I
Ah.
forget her name, but she's blowing up a little bit, eh?
Yeah,
What is
yeah.
her name? Because the best joke in the movie was apparently came from it was an ad lib from her when she was making fun of Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow superhero landings, and so they
Right.
put it
Yeah.
into the
yeah,
movie.
absolutely.
That was her.
Yeah.
Well, if Spider-Man used the same one in the same landings in the last Spider-Man movie, so I guess it's all of them, huh?
Well, they did it in Deadpool too.
Yes.
Deadpool had the superhero landing. Oh, that's so bad on the knees. Don't
Yeah,
do
there
that.
you go.
But yeah, no, she's a hottie, and I got no problems if they're going to continue with her in the MCU. I'll look forward to it. I thought she really knocked that role out of the park. Good for her.
Continue with her as what character?
Sorry, mate.
Continue with her as playing what character? Black Widow's sister?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Oh.
100% fine.
Oh,
with
there's no more future Black Widow though.
that. Sadly, no. I like
Yeah,
Scarlett.
the movie's a
Johansson.
one-off. Yeah, the movie's a
But,
one-off.
Well, actually, there's word that they're thinking about putting together a Young Avengers movie with Spider-Man, the new Black Widow, and a couple other like characters they'll bring in. They'll use Spider-Man and Black Widow as the crutch and bring in a couple of teenage characters. That
Who
I'm
owns
not
it?
really.
Who owns the rights to that? Who owns
Oh,
the
no.
rights to that? Disney or Sony?
No, it'll be a Marvel
partnership?
movie, so it'll be Marvel overlooking a partial Sony product. You know.
Like the current contract? with
Exactly.
Sony?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Ploxard says Midsummer is a travel brochure.
I think he's making a joke.
Midsummer. Okay.
Bill,
Isn't
you
it
know what?
about a
If you
cult,
really
right?
love the movie and it comes on TV, I will give it a chance and I'll think of you as I watch it because you do know horror. You do. And
Well, here's my okay. Well, my first time, my first and second time, I couldn't stand the film. I hated it just as much as everybody else. Then I went back and rewatched it, and I really truly liked it. And it's like
hang on.
this guy,
And
Ollie
you hated
Oster
it even
knows
more.
horror. No,
You watched a movie, you hated it, then you watched it again and you hated it even more.
Right,
Then you went
that's
back
funny.
a third
That's
time.
hilarious.
You have to
I never rewatch a
understand
movie
it.
I hate. Well, Bill, I have to ask, why would you rewatch a movie you hate?
Three
Because
times.
I needed answers. I needed
Oh,
answers.
Thomas,
Are
so
you
you're
trying to
going?
explain to yourself why
I
you
needed
hate it?
answers, and I got my answers when I rewatched
Billy,
it.
Billy, say goodnight to
Okay.
Tommy.
And
Thomas
I know.
Potts has got to go.
Yeah,
Good
Thomas
night,
Potts.
Thomas Potts.
So
Take
Bill
care,
had to
Thomas.
convince himself why he hated
Good night,
the
Thomas
bad
Potts.
movie. So he had to watch the bad movie several times to convince himself
It's
and
not
realize
a
why he
bad
hated
movie.
it. What?
It's not a bad movie.
No, yeah, that's right. He's maintaining, and Bill knows his horror. Don't sell Bill short. I know films, and I can talk to Bill, and Bill's very knowledgeable on horror films.
It's a breakup film, but you know,
Explain
the
that. What do
guy-
you mean by
the-
that
the
breakup?
horror
What do you
in it
mean?
it's
Wait.
truly horrific. And
What do
Yeah.
you mean by
you
breakup?
look at it as a whole for a horror genre film.
Right.
It's right where it needs to be because nobody else is doing this in horror.
What genre
like-
would you put it in, Bill?
Is it a
No.
cult
It's horror.
movie?
It's a horror movie.
No,
And when I
you
say
said-
cult
no,
movie, I
horror
mean-
it covers everything, right? What genre of horror? Is it like a cult, where somebody's abducted into a crazy, like religious cult?
Oh. In a way, yeah.
Yeah, without spoilers, yeah.
Hey,
What's
Cockney,
scary
did you
about
read
it?
the last chat that's come in?
I did not. I'm so
Hello,
thorough on reading chats
dialect-
on my own show.
Dialect
Dialect
451 in the
chat
house.
says.
Now, when I'm a guest, I never read the chat. I don't
Morning,
fucking bother.
gentlemen.
'Cause I do that
Sorry
on my
I've been
show.
around much. I've been busy along with getting plenty of sleep.
That's cute,
Nice.
but you got to do it like this. Good morning, gentlemen. Sorry, I've not been around much. I've been busy getting plenty of sleep. Exterminate.
Sorry, dog. We're not making fun of you. We love your voice.
Well, I was. No, I'm teasing you, buddy. Good to see you. Yeah, I haven't seen you around too much, pal.
Dalek 451. I love the guy.
He's
Fox
one
in the chat says,
like
"Hey,
Cockney. He's a guy. Because I got his the bell icon clicked, so whenever Cockney's got a stream on, or Dialect 451, or Jedi Bill, not you, not you, brother, because your channel's
Not
gone.
you,
I've
new
got to
kid.
resubscribe to Pop Culture Curious, and don't forget, guys, subscribe to Pop Culture because he's got his channel canned. And he's started it up again. So he's at 0. Well, at 6.
5. I have 5
7.
subs. So thanks.
7.
7,
Oh,
according to
thanks.
Bill.
Yeah. See,
Yeah.
there you go. I'll never give up, huh? There's always
Yeah.
another mountain you have to climb.
That's right. He got a real kick in the nuts from Google, YouTube.
Yeah. But you
Plots
know
are
what?
disseminate.
Disseminate.
Mind you, if it
In
was
the
Cockney,
nuts.
if it was Cockney, it'd be inseminate.
Nice. Well, depending on how brunette you are.
Mhm.
I am
Got a
picky.
thing for the dark-haired girls, do you?
There
Yep.
it is.
You got me
Right,
totally
right.
busted. The darker the better.
Mhm.
Yep, brown or straight black.
Yeah. Please subscribe to Pop Culture Curator YouTube channel. That's right. Get on that, boys.
Yeah.
Got to get Pop back on top.
Stupid.
Yep.
It's no big deal. I just can't believe all this has happened. It's like, but I only have 40 something, but it's like, oh, they meant a lot to me. So every one of them meant really a lot.
Yeah,
Well,
sure.
it's my personal mission to get you back where you were and beyond.
Thank you. I just
right.
hope that whoever those
Mhm.
40 something were don't think that I betrayed them.
Hey, in case you know, I have a good track record. I got Yitza Lemons up when he was at like 89, I got him to 110.
Oh,
When Anti-Drift Jill was at 91, I got her to 101. So yeah, I help my pals.
That's right. I was, like I said earlier, I was there the other night when you pushed Anti-Derivative Jill over 100.
yeah. I
Hello,
appreciate that.
it's Courtney's Fellowship of Oddballs.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, Courtney. I hope you're well.
I appreciate that,
you?
though, Bill. I do, but I do understand that I need to also produce content because promising everybody all these things and not producing is a different thing. And I don't want them to be disappointed. So that's why all this work I've been doing, I need to actually get it onto the channel if it hadn't been deleted.
Right.
Oh,
Well,
sorry that happened. You know.
It had, well, I've already gotten over it.
Yeah.
I was actually happy today. Normally I guess I would have been depressed, but no, I was happy.
No,
Move
good
on
man.
to another day. I've been through believe me, I've been through a lot worse in my life.
Mhm.
And things like this make you stronger and make you learn.
Absolutely. You got to take a slight Nietzsche attitude there. That which does not kill you makes you stronger. That
Yep,
was just
and-
not... Sorry, mate.
No, I was going to say, yeah, you're exactly. And the fact that I have copies of everything on my cameras and my computer, I can just re-upload. Yes.
Oh, good news for Courtney. Courtney's Fellowship of Oddballs channel is at 248. She's just a whisper away from 250. Good for you, Courtney. You've been kicking ass. You haven't been doing it for that long either. Well, that's what you get when you're a pretty girl. You just get free subs. I'm sorry. I'm outing you right now. You're late. No, I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you. You work hard. I know. No joke. But yeah. So guys, don't forget, Pop. Sign up, get them back on top. Got to do it. And our good buddy Dialect 451, who's the absolute vanguard of all things Doctor Who. Boy, I wish he put out more Doctor Who. I was there that night like a trooper, an absolute. I had so much respect for him. YouTube slapped him down half a dozen times. He tried to do this beautiful Doctor Who presentation using graphics and shit like that, and he was so careful, and YouTube just slapped him down again and again and again, and he did not give up. Almost anybody else would have said, guys, you know what? I'm sorry. This is just, I can't handle YouTube tonight. Please forgive me. I got to close the stream. Not him. He saw it through to the bitter fucking end. I stuck with him the whole way, and I was glad I did. Absolute trooper. Our pal Dialect 451. And like I was saying, he's one of the guys that, don't forget, hit that little bell icon so we know when each other comes on, because insano people like Cockney and Jedi Bill here stream whenever the fuck they feel like. So, you can't rely on that every night.
Hey,
it's gonna happen.
You're
you gotta
damn
watch
right. Hey, I'm gonna get.
You're gonna get what?
I'm gonna get a regular schedule going, like regular shows.
That's what I want to see you do, Bill. I want to see you do Insomniac Soup 5 nights a week. That's what, or 4 nights a week and 1 night of karaoke, Wednesday karaoke. I think you can handle it.
Yeah, Bill, I agree. You need to stream more because it gives us all. It's like you're our friend, and we need a place to go hang out. And let's go hang out at Bill's place. Huh?
I appreciate how you phrase that too. It's like you're our friend.
Yeah, it's like he's not our friend. It's a rough
Right.
approximation.
Our virtual friend.
If
Our
I can't have any
virtual
friends
friend.
myself, I got my virtual friend Jedi Bill.
Right. Which right now really means a lot to me, all the virtual friends. They may be virtual, but that doesn't mean they're distant.
No, that's the truth. That is the truth indeed. We're who did I drop on unexpectedly the other night was our good buddy. Top of the morning to you, Potato.
Potato Raven. Potato Raven.
Potato Raven. God love him. He's out there pitching all the time too, and he's such a young guy. Like I can't watch his movie shows because I want to throw my phone against the wall after they've been talking for 5 minutes. But when he starts talking Batman, so that's great. Yeah, tell me all about Batman. Tell me all about the X-Men. I'm down with that. Great guy. We're all great guys. We are. We got our ups and downs. We have our rough spots, but we all look out for each other. So that's why I know Pop's going to be hitting 100 before you know it. Courtney's going to be at 500 before you know it.
5
Captain
million.
Cockney Spock is going to be at 3 million someday.
better
And we're
be.
going to be saying,
I'll
I'll
mute
"You that
everyone.
psychotic bastard."
I'll
and
turn
he
your
was
volume
only-
down. I'll mute you. I'll do anything. I'll be all powerful. It's all going to go to my head.
I'll probably
get-
hit 100 years old before I hit 100 subs, but oh well, I don't care.
I'll do anything for subs.
But I won't do that.
Except for that.
Dialect 451 writes, that stream is easily my best work. Too bad I can't get it unblocked. You got to figure out a way.
And subscribe. Please subscribe to our little Dialect 451. We need to get him up to easily.
Dalek
200,
is so
you know.
cool. Yes, definitely sub that channel.
That there's Dialect 451 channel.
Yeah, really. A real authority on Doctor Who, although I want to see you talk more about John Pertwee, buddy. He's my favorite. Tom Baker, got a lot of love for Tom Baker. Of course, I got love for Tom Baker. But John Pertwee, his run as Doctor Who, that sold me as a kid. Like, I remember being angry when Tom Baker took over, but I was so new to Doctor Who that I didn't get it. Like, I thought they just recast the role, and I'm like, what the? And of course, that's what they did, but I didn't understand. I was too young. I didn't have the acumen. I didn't have the time in front of Doctor Who the way I do now, which I don't. Like, my knowledge of Doctor Who pales in comparison.
Tom
to
Baker
Dialect
is
4.
my doctor. It's like,
And he's a great doctor.
introduction to Doctor Who.
Sure.
It got me addicted to that show.
Yeah. And it's funny too, because there are kind of seminal Doctor Who's, like what's his name? David Tennant. I know a lot of younger guys that, David Tennant's my Who. And I get it. I do. He really sold the role. Being that I'm a bit older and, I remember the run. I didn't watch it live. This was all reruns that came up here. They showed it on PBS up here in Toronto. And that's how I got to know Doctor Who.
Mhm.
But great classic show. Which Dialect is a extremely knowledgeable source of. So again, go check him out. 100%.
Yeah.
Does somebody have a cricket generator, a cricket simulator?
Yeah,
It's
here
right
you
here.
get all night.
It's waiting for my jokes and built in. And then I said,
Is that one cricket you have as your co-partner? There.
Yeah.
Oh,
Speaking of which, hey Courtney, I challenge you to a rap battle.
A rap battle. That
Well,
would
she
be
just said she
amazing.
could freestyle. Almost no one, even a lot of rappers can't freestyle. It's a dying art. I challenge you to a freestyle rap battle at the time and place of your choosing, Courtney.
Whoever's the fastest.
I want
I'm
next
pretty
time.
quick, but not at rapping.
When my throat heals up, next time you do a song night, a karaoke night there, Bill, I want to do the best of Tone Loc. Tone Loc and Young MC.
Funky Cold Medina.
Ask my guy why he's so fly to the funky Cold Medina.
Medina. Nice. Better than Oscar Mayer Wiener. Nice.
Courtney says, I rapped last night to annoy Pete. It was hilarious. I bet it was on her stream. Funky Gold Medina. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Tone Loc was a bit of a flash in the pan, but he was the first to admit that, he never wrote any of his own stuff. Well, maybe he wasn't the first to admit, but when it came out, he owned up to it. And that's the only reason people pushed him to it, was because he had a very unique voice.
Whereas
He had that nice gravelly,
yeah. Oh yeah, no, it sounded like he drank battery acid before every performance. But
was it spelled TONELOC?
Yeah.
Tone Loc, LOC.
That's LOC is not Loc, that's Lock or That
Well, you
doesn't
tell
make
that to
sense.
Tone Lock. He pronounced it Loke.
Yeah, it's his name, so he gets to
so
pronounce it how he likes.
So another person who wants to change the English language to suit themselves.
Says you,
It's
pop
a
culture
name, bro.
curator.
Chill out. What are you, the fucking name pronunciation police?
Well, it's like,
Oi,
it's like
dear-
Sade. You guys
dear
heard the 80s?
Dear
the sweet-
Mr. Tone Lock, I've heard through the grapevine that you've been calling yourself
I
Tone
triggered the
Lock.
right person. I knew it. No, it's like the sweetest, that song, the sweetest, whatever it was in the 80s. It was
Sweetest
by
thing?
Sade, who was
Oh.
spelled S-A-D-E. I'm thinking Sade. How they get Sade out of S-A-D-E?
Because that's her name. You don't pronounce it Sade. I remember buying her album in New York and it had a sticker saying pronounced Sade because people were calling us, you got that new album by Sade?
Yeah.
Well, then why is it spelled S-A-D-E?
Well, I'm so glad you mentioned it
Where's
because
the R?
English language is so full of inconsistencies that if we all to be like you say, well, if these letters are pronounced, then basically G-H-O-T-I spells fish. And if you don't believe me, I'll take you through it.
Okay, start from the beginning.
Okay, right. Spell the word rough.
R-U-F-F.
No,
Or
R-O-U-G-H.
R-O-U-G-H.
No, we're talking. See, you're the one that criticizes Tone Loc for doing his own shit. No, you all spell rough the way it's spelled in English, my good laddie-o. R-O-U-G-H. Therefore, G-H is foot, right?
Okay.
So basically, G-H-O-T-I spells fish. And that's your first example.
Oh, thank you for that.
So in other words, the English language, when it comes to the correlation between a letter and the sound it makes, let alone the meaning of the word, this is where we get our puns from. I mean, about either or. What about the word either? You can say either or either. It's one word with one spelling, but it's got two pronunciations. What about or? You could be in a boat with an oar, or you can have some iron ore. Have you got or an oar? Now you've got one word with three spellings and three meanings, but one way of fucking saying it. You know what I mean? English. It's
Oh
a
my
wacky
God,
old-
yes, it's insane, isn't it?
So the point is that the English language is built on inconsistency. So if I were Tone Loc's lawyer, I'd be going, well, dear Mr. Snugglepuss, I think you'll find that I'm hardly the first person to pronounce my name a different way. Yours sincerely, Lone Fuck.
But I would tell him, well, because of you, an English teacher somewhere committed suicide.
I just want to highlight down here, Courtney's Fellowship of Oddballs writes, Tone Loc, he ain't woke, he a mother friggin' pimp, and I'm a most beautifulest simp, yo. There's some Tone Loc love. That guy's got to come back out of retirement.
Funky coma, yeah.
Dina.
What were his hits? He had at least three.
No,
What wild thing was it?
Mama's
The
gonna
Wild
knock-
Thing.
Mama's gonna knock you out.
No, that's
That's LL Cool J. How
should tell
dare
Mom-
you?
no,
Mama
it's
said
LL Cool
knock
J.
you out.
That was LL Cool J's biggest hit.
That was LL Cool J.
Tone Loc, I'm sorry, I've got them mixed up.
You
I don't know
conflate
why I got them
Tone Loc
mixed
with
up.
LL Cool J.
My
They're
mind
from the
was
same
going in the wrong
state.
place.
LL Cool J's from
Yeah.
Queens.
Yeah.
Yeah, how did you not know that, Bill, living in Arizona the way you
Yeah,
do?
yeah,
Bill.
yeah.
Growing up out
Because
there.
you're a wild thing.
Yeah, Wild Thing, The Funky Cold Medina, and what was his third big hit?
I
He
can't
had
pronounce
three,
my
I'm sure.
name. I can't pronounce my name.
Oh, that's gonna bug me. Meaning of the word, Captain's mad, I heard. He goes on his rants, makes me pee my pants. Courtney's
Nice, so
freestyling in the chat.
You're doing the rapping. You're the freestyler.
That's
She
right.
writes the lyrics. You rap them out. It's a good combo.
Excuse me. Yeah, my voice is almost healed now. I haven't smoked cigarettes for 2 days. I've been smoking I've been eating Nicorette gum, and I got one of these Nicorette inhalers that, my God, you catch a buzz off these things.
Wow.
Oh, nice. Are you trying to quit?
No, I'm just
Clearly
stuck in
not.
the hospital bed.
No,
Quitting's
you're
for losers.
no,
What the
yeah.
fuck?
I'm not quitting. I'm on the bigger stuff now. No, when I quit, I just did it cold turkey.
Did you?
Oh yeah. What's interesting is this is like back in 2000 or so, and they had the Nicorette gum and patches, and I bought a package, and then I decided, okay, I'm gonna quit this weekend. It was a Friday, and I said I'm gonna quit, and I bought a package of the Nicorette gum or the patch, I can't remember, and it said this is your first step of quitting. You're gonna buy this package and then this one and then this one, and you'll build up several weeks, and then after 12 weeks you'll quit. And I thought, wait a second, this is, and I looked into it, and the people selling it were the manufacturers of cigarettes. So I thought, no, if I'm gonna quit, I'm gonna quit. So I just did cold turkey. When I said I'm not gonna have any more, I didn't, and that was the last one. And tell Brady to shut up, Bill. But
Mama
yeah,
said
cold
quit
turkey,
shooting
never
out.
went back, never regretted it. Yeah.
No, good for you. That takes a lot of guts.
I'm glad I did. It saves me a lot of money, $10 a pack now. Oh my God. I can imagine
sure.
if I had to pay it. Oh yes.
Courtney says Thursday was 5 years for me without a cig. Good for you. Good for you. 5 years
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
And I
excellent.
don't miss it at all. The smell makes me nauseous. Yeah. Don't miss
Yeah.
it at all. No craving whatsoever.
She quit cold turkey too. I had stopped over the summer. I picked it up and dropped it, but I've been smoking since I was 13 years old. So it's
That's the
part of who I
perfect
am.
age. I think I started when I was about 10 or 11.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
lot of us do. A lot of us, we see our
Hey.
parents doing it, and we steal the
Oh.
cigarette from the ashtrays and stuff.
That's
No
the
word
thing.
of
My
a lie.
parents didn't smoke. I don't have an excuse. Can't use that excuse.
No,
Well, Bill,
both
it's all
my
your
parents
fault then,
smoked.
Bill.
No, I was around.
Yeah,
I
my
was
mom
around-
and dad both did.
I had
yes,
some
definitely.
friends that were wishy-washy. You know, they could me beer, smokes.
Yeah. I will totally
Yeah.
own. I started smoking Camel unfiltered cigarettes. I did that, and I'm not making this up, because John Wayne smoked Camel unfiltered cigarettes.
Yes,
And
he did.
it was at a time when 50s were big. You notice how things are kind of cyclical, and every 30 years you get a resurgence of things. So in the early 80s, the 50s, that's Back to the Future is a great example. Like that was going back
Back to
to
the
Steven
Future.
Spielberg's childhood to
Oh,
escape back to
no.
1953. And yeah, like I used to wear them rolled up in my sleeve, like I was a little tough guy. And yeah, I started smoking because I thought I looked cool. That's my claim. Now, granted, my parents were undoubtedly an influence because they both smoked. I have so many memories of working with my old man, and he'd have the cigarette like right in his mouth. He's working away on cars, or you know, working around the house or something like that. He was a very hands-on type of guy. I learned, you know, all my carpentry and car skills. He owned auto body shops my whole life. I grew up working in his auto body shops. Because of him, I can keep, you know, my car running. But yeah, all those memories, and I'm sure that influenced me. But I thought I looked like a tough little shit. You know, my cigarettes hanging out of my mouth, and I smoked the unfiltered ones because nobody would ask me for any of them. So, oh, unfiltered, no.
Nice.
Dialect. Courtney says she started at 12.
Oh.
Good for you. I've always hated
Oh,
cigarettes, says Dialect 451. They're just disgusting. Don't understand why anyone would use them.
Oh, that's
Well-
easy. I'd like to answer that by quoting from the late great Bill Hicks, who said, "Yeah, it's that second-hand smoke shit that you guys are tasting. The first-hand smoke is delicious. Steak and potatoes. Lobster."
Actually, no, it's nicotine. It's the
Oh, don't
addiction
ruin
of
the bit.
nicotine.
God, what is with you? I'm going to start calling you Negative Nancy. You're ruining the bit.
Hey, I'm not criticizing somebody from the outside. Like I said, I used to be a smoker. It's the addiction to nicotine. We all know that, which is
No,
something
it's
that
because they taste like
smokers don't
steak
want
and
to
potatoes
realize.
and lobster. No, first-hand smoke's delicious. It's a different meal every breath.
If you
No,
quit,
it is.
Oh,
if
salad.
you quit, by the way, if you quit, you'll notice that you could taste your food again, which you had not done.
Oh, giving
since
up
you were a
smoking is
child.
easy. I've done it hundreds of times.
There you go. All I'm saying is that when I quit smoking, I could sleep again. because before I would always wake up wheezing all through the night, and I could taste my food. My God, I could taste food again.
Have
Because
any of
you
you
don't-
guys seen the movie Easy Money? Rodney
Yes,
Dangerfield.
Rodney
Classic.
Dangerfield. Yes.
Mm.
My favorite scene
Monty.
in that movie, he's got to, in order to inherit a department store that's like Tiffany's, right? His mother-in-law
Yes.
dies and leaves it to his family on one condition. He loses like 40 pounds. He quits smoking,
Monty's
quits
debauchery.
drinking, just totally changes his life. So he's going to do it. And he's trying to quit smoking. He's with his buddy. And this is back when you could smoke in diners and shit like this. And Joe Pesci is opposite him. He says, "Oh, I can't stand it. Yeah, I can't, I want a cigarette. I just died." He says, "You know what your fucking problem is? You got no willpower." And while he's eating, he pulls a cigarette out of his pack, lights it, and says, "See this? Means nothing to me." Puts it right out. That's you. You're a fucking pussy. You got no willpower. As soon as he puts it out, he reaches for another one, sticks it in his mouth, lights it while he's eating. Yeah, that would be me. Dialect 451, you're right. They are nasty, says pop culture curator. Courtney's fellow Serve Osball says, I smoke Winston Lights and then they changed the recipe and they suck. So I switched to Reds. Okay, I'll be back.
Winston
only-
Red, Courtney,
I-
they're so good,
I
aren't
remember
they?
those.
Mm.
I have
Nice.
to say that I have to say personally, I don't mind people who smoke. It's up to their decision. I still believe I live in what used to be America. We used to be a free country. People have the right to do whatever they want. It's just when I'm in an enclosed
I've
area
got to challenge
and then
you on
people
that. Pop culture, I've got to challenge you
go
on
for
that.
it, sir. Yes,
Marijuana's been illegal forever. You've never been a free country.
exactly. Well, I agree with
Yeah,
that.
well, but
It's
probation
never been a
is
free
ending.
country. Yeah, that I'm not going to argue. Yeah,
It's-
we found that out during the lockdowns. It's never been a free country.
Any country, including New Zealand, Britain, the United States, and Canada, where marijuana is illegal, is a fascist country. That's my
Oh.
position. That's the end of the debate.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
At least with
but-
cigarettes, you have the choice. It's the same with the vaccine mandates. I'm not going to discuss the efficacy of vaccines any more than the pros and cons of smoking cigarettes. The point is that I can take the vaccine or not. I can smoke a cigarette or not without getting arrested.
Yes.
Marijuana, not quite the same thing. Fuck that.
Right, but
noise.
my question is I understand everybody has the right to smoke. That's fine. I don't question. You can smoke whatever you want, but when you're in a
Well, not crack.
closed
That should be
area,
illegal.
it is. But
Don't
when
give me
you're
that.
in
Don't
a-
give me that. Don't give me that. No crack. Don't give me that.
when you're
don't
in
give me
a
that, don't
closed
give me that.
area
What I
with no
mean that.
ventilation, I don't think people who smoke should put everybody else under that situation. Like if you're in a
Agreed.
car
Yeah,
or a bus or
I agree.
you know,
In
a
New
closed
Zealand,
area.
it's illegal to smoke cigarettes with kids in the car now. That I agree with. Because
Yeah,
Finally,
Same in Canada.
yes.
Same in
that I
Canada.
agree with.
Well, here in the U.S., several states it's still legal. You'll see people driving through with all the windows rolled up, and mom and dad smoking away in the front seat with the kids in the back. And
So,
that's how I
giving your kids
grew
lung
up.
cancer is legal, but having a nice reefer, not so much.
Yes, it
What a
is.
crazy
right.
world, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But that's all my point is. I don't care if people smoke. It's their own personal decision. I wouldn't take it away from them. I wouldn't illegalize it. It's just that when they force everyone else to be in the environment, that's my only problem or issue. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's fair because that's affecting other people. Maybe they should invent some kind of smokers globe or something like an inverse space helmet. Just keeps
Well,
all the fumes in yet, so you can be at a non-smoking bar, just puffing away, not
Yes.
offending anybody.
Cockney, I have a question. Here's a perfect
Uh-oh.
example that I witnessed, and I want your opinion on this.
Uh-oh.
I was at an intersection in Berkeley, California, the most liberal place in the world, and there was a diner cafe sort of thing with people on the inside that obviously nobody smoked, but there was a man standing outside at the bus stop smoking a cigarette, and the smoke was blowing into the cafe. And here's what I saw was a worker with an apron came out and said to the man, "Can you smell us? Can you smell us?" And he said, "What? What are you talking about? Can you smell us? Because we can smell you." His cigarette smoke was blowing directly into the restaurant. He was standing in front of it.
I guess that he proved a very valid point about masks and vaccines and all that nonsense. It's like, well, I guess he proved that. So yeah, are you a restaurant that requires vaccine pass? See, it makes no difference. The air's going to get it anyway. Yeah, with those kind of things, it's all about how the person approaches you. So, like, if I'm doing something wrong without realizing it, because Murphy's Law, I've got to spend my life putting up with insensitive clods that can be blocking my parking place or pulling whatever, just daily stuff, insensitivity. But so I try and do the right thing. But when I screw up and do something wrong, as long as someone tells me, "Oh, sorry," I'll fix it. But if they come in with a shitty attitude straight away, that's not
Which
cool.
he did, right. The guy from the restaurant did have a bad attitude. This is Berkeley, so yeah.
Because it's not like the smoker was doing it on purpose. Yeah, so
Right, no, he had no idea, right? He was oblivious, yes.
So what I would have done is I would have bought a pack of 20 cigarettes and smoked all of them continuously for the next 2 hours outside, going, call the cops.
Right in front of the
Bucko.
door.
And then they would have learned a lesson about it. So it's nothing to do with the smoke, it's about the attitude of the person coming out. The guy was at a bus stop, maybe they should be putting... And anyway, a cigarette in Berkeley. What are the buses running on? They're not electric yet, are they? Fucking 300 fumes. At a bus stop in Berkeley and someone's worried about a freaking filter cigarette. Get real.
A bunch of soy bitches, as Jens Petter would say, right?
Yeah. Or daft cunts. I swear we're going to make up a band, call it Daft Cunt.
Yeah, it's funny. I was thinking the exact same thing. It's got to be the in-house band for one of us at least. The Daft
Got that Daft Cunt.
First album, See You Next Tuesday. Second album, Can't Understand Normal Thinking.
Nice. Third album, See You Next Thursday.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, boy. Actually, being here in hospital is pretty sweet. The nurse came in to check on me. I'm going to go get another. They were giving me fentanyl, like after the operation.
What?
Yeah,
Oh my
apparently.
gosh,
that's not good enough. Morphine,
that's a
damn it.
bad
No. At the hospital, it's different. I wasn't getting it off the fucking street. They were giving me
exactly.
Yeah.
You're getting it right straight from the dealer.
Yeah, exactly. I had to bring my own.
I know. When I got pneumonia and I was in the hospital, it was great. They said, "Well, do you want morphine? Do you want this? Do you want that?" I said, "Ooh, okay. I'll take morphine, I guess."
But yeah, she's just setting me up with a morphine drip right now. So if I hit the mute button for a couple of minutes, that's what I'm doing.
Understandable.
Yeah, I mean, don't think like I'm sitting here getting high off this stuff. It's really fun.
No, not at all. No, can I get that at the 7-Eleven?
Although I tell you the truth, when I first was dealing with these cancer doctors and stuff, talked to the guy who was giving me the radiation treatments. I say, "Hey, doc," I said, "What do you think about marijuana as a painkiller?" He says, "Oh, I'm 100% for it." He says, "If you like it, go for it. Do it, dude." He says, "I'm not telling you no." I said, "No, you misunderstand. I'm looking for a script. I'm looking for a prescription for medical marijuana. Can you give me that, please?" He laughs. He says, "No." He says, "I never got the license for it." I said, "Wait a second. You're the head of oncology for like Canada's #1 cancer hospital, and you can't give me medical marijuana. Fuck this. There's got to be an upside to having cancer." The weight I lost was all muscle mass. That's down the fucking toilet. They gave me steroids when they were giving me some kind of when I was doing the radiation treatments. I'm like, "Oh, great. Should I join a gym? Should I start doing push-ups?" Like, no, you got the wrong kind of steroids. I said, "Well, give me the right kind of fucking steroids." Nope, they wouldn't budge. Motherfuckers, there's no upside to this, I'm telling you, other than I get to sit in a hospital bed here, eat shitty food, and get a morphine drip. So hooray for me.
Oh, that would chill you out.
Yeah.
One thing about going to the hospital, they generally give you really good heroin.
If you ask nicely, you get the shit stuff otherwise.
Well, actually, I'll take it back. Not that I know, but yeah, it's actually probably not the good stuff, is it?
No.
The methadone metronome.
Yeah, it could be worse, lads. Could always be worse. No matter how bad things are. But,
yep, it's worse. Where there's life, there's hope. And where there's cake, there's hope. And there's still life and cake.
And whenever there's a bottle of vodka that needs polishing off or a woman in distress, Canadian Spider-Man will show up. Good
Hey,
evening,
Canadian
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. Oh,
Hey.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man. What did you guys think of the last Spider-Man movie? Did everybody see it?
I have not seen it due to passport restrictions, so no, I haven't seen it. But I like the idea. They've acknowledged there's 3 actors. It's 3 different Spider-Mans, and so they all met. So I like the idea that it's a multiple 3 universes of 3 Spider-Men.
Yeah, I watched it a couple of weeks ago. I got to admit, I thought it was pretty good. I had a good time on that movie. Wasn't my favorite superhero movie, but yeah, it was fun. It was fun. It was cute to see the 3 Spider-Man interact with each other.
I thought it was great to see Tobey Maguire back. I thought excellent.
I love that part where he's complaining about his back. He's crying, "Oh, my back's fucked," because you remember he was holding out, and he admitted it too. On the third Spider-Man movie, he wasn't going to go. He was trying to get more money, and he used that he sprained his back as an excuse.
Yes.
Sony kind of came down like a ton of fucking bricks, basically with
Yes.
"You'll never work in this town again. Get
A
your
ton of
fucking
bricks
job."
or a chunk of cash. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but watch that scene again, and I'm wondering. They actually showed when he bent over to show that they highlighted that he had like washboard abs, and I'm wondering, did Tobey Maguire really work out that much of the role, or
Yeah.
was that like a CGI head on
Like
a
a
costume?
deep fake or something.
Yeah, because I was thinking, because he's like 40-something years old now, and the body really didn't match, but I could be wrong, you know.
Well, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, I was
I
thinking
thought you were
deepfake.
talking about the original Spider-Man movie.
No, I'm talking
the
about
original
the new
Tobey
one.
Maguire one.
No,
Because
I know
remember
I
when he
like
looks at
those.
the
Yeah,
mirror when he finds out he's got spider power, he's like, "Holy shit!" You
well,
know, I
he
don't
did.
think
He
said
worked out for
shit.
the role. Yeah, he worked out for the role. But I'm wondering because I saw like you said, I just saw a new one just a couple weeks ago, and I'm wondering. Okay, he looked great in the face for a 40-something-year-old man.
Right.
But is his when they show him, even remember when he came in the window in the, I don't want to give away spoilers, but he didn't show his costume until one of the characters, one of the other Peter Parker said, "Don't you wear a suit too?" And he pointed at his neck that he had the costume under his suit.
Yeah.
And then they only showed a CGI Spider-Man after that point. They never showed him.
Well, they did
until
when
he took off the mask.
Yeah,
I don't know.
exactly. When he took off the mask,
And I'm
they were on
thinking
the
he looks pretty
scaffolding.
fit, right? And I'm thinking he looks pretty fit for somebody who's 40-something years old.
Yeah,
You know,
sure.
I can understand that for the character of Spider-Man, but did they really get Tobey Maguire to work out that much?
Well, who knows? You know, maybe he wants a resurgence in his career, and that would be a good way to do it. Showing up all
Possibility.
jacked on set at 47. That
Well,
would,
it is, but they'd have to pay for it. That'd be on the contract.
Did you ever see? Speaking of Tobey Maguire, did you ever see the Cider House Rules with Michael Caine
Yeah,
and Charlize
great
Theron?
movie. That's one.
Yeah,
where,
that was very good
yeah,
movie.
Michael Caine was addicted to morphine. Yes.
Yeah, you saw that, didn't you, Cockney? You're a big Michael Caine.
Which
fan.
one? Something more.
Cider House Rules.
Cider House Rules.
Yeah, Charlize Theron, Tobey Maguire.
I did
Michael
not. Oh, you picked it. No, I haven't. Is it good?
Caine. Oh yeah, no, it's quite good.
He hasn't even watched Time Crimes, so don't expect too much.
Time Crimes.
I'm not, do you know, you keep going on about it. It's bottom of the list, pal. I'm never going to watch it. How about that? Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, sounds
as
already
Spike,
on
there you
board.
go.
What's so good about it?
It has time travel, and it's interesting. How about
It's a
that?
Michael Caine time travel movie.
Yes.
That's not nearly enough. So's Primer. So's a 1,000 other things I've been recommended. Let's say I've got a list of 20 different time travel movies. I need someone to tell me which one I should watch next and why. So Time Crimes has got time travel in it. So's Primer and all the other ones. But I'll look it up. So we got the Wild Bunch.
I don't want to wear it out. I
Crime.
discuss you.
Which one is it? Option 1 or 2? Is it?
I'd kind of
Is
describe
it closed loop or multiple timeline?
Or I'd kind of describe.
AK Lost
I don't want to make it
Chronicles.
old. I don't want to drive it into the ground. I just adjust it. That's
Oh,
all.
there's a guy in a mask with bandages. What's going on?
You
It looks
suggested
scary.
Run Lola Run.
I did, and that's because it's one of the best films ever made, and it's a very specific subgenre, which has only got 3 movies in it. So it's unlike Time Travel, which has got hundreds. There's only Run Lola Run, Groundhog Day, and Edge of Tomorrow doing the repeating day thing. They're the only 3 movies that do it.
Okay, well, what
apparently
about the
episode-
one scene that really killed everything? And that's where, and this is one of my personal peeves, is where you have an entitled female standing there who screams to get attention and then gets what she wants. And the movie actually did that. And that I will not accept. And I almost stopped the movie. So I still appreciate it for the other than that. But whenever they did it in Star Trek, was it Discovery, whatever? Whenever these liberals write something where, oh, the little girl could just stand there and scream until she gets attention, and then suddenly she'll get what she wants. I don't like that. And that's what she did
I
at the
think
casino.
you're right. I think
Hey,
you're right.
Dalek.
Yeah. Morning.
By the time you join us, Dalek. Hey, yo. Sorry to go off on a tangent there, brother.
How are you doing, Dalek?
Not too bad. I've not been awake for just about an hour now, I think. Yeah.
Good morning to you.
Yes. Good morning. I mean, obviously, it's not morning where you are.
Well, technically, it is morning. It's 12 a.m. So
What time is it for you, Dalek?
It's coming up to 8:15 in the morning here.
Oh, nice. Tuesday. Oh, wait. Hold on. Sunday morning? Saturday?
Saturday.
Okay, I lost count. And Cockney, at what time of day is it for you?
What am I? The speaking clock?
There
You've got a
it is.
computer. Go
I
look it
knew
up.
it. I knew it.
It's go fuck yourself, a clock. How about that? I've
There
got
it is. I've
time
got-
travel,
I've-
Blade Runner. I can talk to you about anything. You fuckers want to treat me like the speaking fucking clock.
There
It's
you go.
next summer over here.
Hello, Alexa. What time is it?
Alexa, is Deckard a replicant? I asked Siri. I got 2 fucking different answers.
Alexa, play my favorite gay porn.
Here we are, midgets.
Queued up already, sir.
Another name for corn, says Alexa.
Oh, I'm getting that sweet, sweet morphine drip. Hooray.
Yeah, turn it up.
Sweet, sweet morphine.
Send some of that our way.
Absolute hath paved crumbling roads towards humility. Only a Jedi deals in absolutes. That in itself is an absolute, Kenobi. Shut up.
Fuck you, Alec Guinness. Go back to the bridge on the River Kwai.
I just like the way he gets his old friend Anakin there, chops his arms and legs off, shits on his head, leaves him for dead. I hate you. All right, bye, Anakin. And next time his son is Luke asks, oh, what happened to my father? Anakin was a good friend. Fuck off, Kenobi. He almost killed him.
What about Alec Guinness and Caligula? You guys are forgetting about that.
Caligula. Caligula?
Malcolm
Alec
McDowell.
Guinness
yeah,
wasn't in
Caligula.
Caligula.
Yeah, Malcolm
Yeah.
McDowell, not Alec Guinness.
The orgy
Yeah,
scene.
Malcolm McDowell and the orgy scene was Malcolm McDowell and Lawrence of Arabia.
What's the face from Excalibur?
Lawrence
No.
Arabia.
Peter O'Toole.
Peter O'Toole?
Peter O'Toole was in Caligula.
Nah, Alec Guinness. Well, he may have been, but I know Alec Guinness was in there. Alec
He
Guinness
wasn't
was
in
in
Caligula.
He'll be a grape.
In Bob Guccione's Caligula, you think Alec Guinness appeared? Peter O'Toole did it because he was a
I'll
raging
take that
drunk who
action.
liked
I'll bet
pussy.
$10 against that. There's no Alec
I'm
Guinness
looking
in
it up on
Caligula.
IMDb right now. It was
There's
one of those
no way.
famous British actors we found out who later was, well, gay, who was in Caligula. And I thought it was Alec Guinness because I thought I was really surprised. I saw the movie. I have it on my server. I
I'll
my
have what
name
he's
after
having.
Cockney.
Orange Whip. Orange Whip.
Malcolm
Orange Whip.
McDowell, Peter O'Toole, Helen Mirren. Ooh.
Oh yeah, Helen Mirren. You get
Helen Mirren.
Helen
John
Mirren. when
Gielgud.
she
I'm
was
sorry,
young-
John
Syndicate of
Gielgud.
Excalibur.
That's who
No
it
one
was.
was listening.
That's right,
Helen
John
Mirren, when
Gielgud.
she was young, had no problems with nudity. God bless her. She really did. Did you ever see The Cook, the Thief, His Wife or Lover? That's a solid movie. It's a bizarre movie, but it's fucking solid. She was gorgeous in it. And that only came out in like 88. Which I guess to many people in the chat or listening, you think, holy shit, 88, that movie's ancient. But worth checking out.
You know, there's a whole generation of people who refuse to watch things that are in black and white, which is sad.
Yeah. Oh well, it's tragic what kids will miss out on because they're afraid to read, or
Read.
black and white is. Well, yeah, no, I'm talking like subtitle movies or something. Like
Oh
foreign
yeah,
films.
definitely no. You're talking about the generation who are no longer being taught how to like actually use a signature or to write in cursive or how to tell time chronologically.
Sadly, I'm talking basically about this generation and even Generation
is.
Y or whatever they were. They just, it's tough. It's tough when you talk to somebody and just their lack of knowledge on those subjects is exposed. It's depressing.
I saw an article just today. I guess it's called a meme. That said in the 1950s, when a car came out in the auto manual, it told you how to actually tune your car and
Right.
how to
how to work on your car, how to keep it running.
right. And now the manuals say don't drink the battery acid. So there you go.
I not shit you. 2 years ago, it was this summer. I won't forget. There was this young kid and his girlfriend. He had the hood open to his daddy's Cadillac. He had the brake fluid off, and he was just reaching over to pour antifreeze into his brake fluid.
Oh,
and it's just brake fluid. And I fucking literally reached out and grabbed his arm and said, "Buddy, I'm sorry. Do you know what you're doing?" And he goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "You don't put that in there for God's sake." Shocking lack of knowledge. I mean,
yeah. They don't teach that anymore. Well, not only do they not teach that, but people don't want to learn it. If I had a car and I was young, I would want to learn how to take care of this myself and how to do this and how to replace the water pump and how to replace the fuel pump. But now they have the whole engine covered because they don't want you to touch it all because they know you'll screw it up.
Well, to be fair, look at the engines today. They are not the engines we worked on when we were young men. Like,
Correct.
it's a fucking, they deliberately made it as difficult as possible.
Yes.
My alternator is right in the bottom left corner of a sealed engine. Like, you literally got to put it up on the hoist to get to it. Where every car I've had before, I could change my own belts or whip out the alternator, no problem. But kids today, they're a bunch of useless idiots. Speaking of which, Dialect 451, how are you, pal?
Oh, thanks a lot.
I was checking if you were listening.
Yeah, my son's listening. He's going, "What's he talking about? Kids, what?"
Yeah, the kids just know the cell phone. Kids just know TikTok and Instagram and all
Juniors,
that stuff.
what?
Do you drive, Dialect?
Do I drive?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you drive me up the wall. Ha ha!
Drive me insane.
I really thought that would have landed
Yeah,
better.
drive
Boy,
somebody up the
tough
wall.
crowd.
Yeah.
Tough crowd, yeah. Throw some
Speaking
lemon.
of kids, I see a plate that isn't in the kitchen.
Oh.
Cheeky, do it. Even if it's your mum's, do it. Don't show off in front of my mate.
Nice.
Show off
Somebody
in front of
has
your
a
mate.
personal
Do it.
servant.
You satisfied.
Good lad.
A man
There
ought
you
to
go.
be either frugal or Caesar. Those are, that's the
A
two ends of the
bouquet.
spectrum.
That's the binary way to go. You've got to spend your money, go bankrupt, and then make more money. Speaking of which, buy my poster, everyone. Thanks.
What? Hey, look,
Hmm?
I don't know how, but now you know why I haven't been on YouTube so much. But I keep hearing about this poster, but I haven't seen shit.
I'll get it for you.
serious? Do you have it?
Yeah, it's on Twitter. I'll get it for you right now. Hang on a second.
Okay. Does Billy have a copy? He can put it up.
Yeah, he
It's
posted
probably.
this last week.
I put the last version on Twitter 2 days. I mean, thanks to the discussions I've been having today, there's just that little bit more. And the trick, because the thing is, I'm always talking about books, and it takes so long to write a book. I thought, right, let's get it down to one poster. And the thing is, I keep wanting to turn it into a book. But like the discussion we were having, I've got to now acknowledge what you said, because you're quite right. But then my disagreement is about which book. But the point is to do it in a concise manner. I've got to learn to be concise, which is not my strong suit. But anyway, I'll get that on poster on screen that you can see it. And then if you really want it, we'll get it out on Twitter. And then, Bill, you're clever. Can you get it on screen if you've got it?
Yeah. What? But where is it? Where would I find it?
It would have been on Twitter a couple of days ago, but that's a bit too. I'll resend it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Come on, Bill, snap out of it.
I can't pull that magic out of my house. Not from a couple of days ago.
That's all right. I can do it as long as I don't do it on my phone. That's the key.
What the hell? Did I sleep with the wrong person or what?
Concise is not necessarily precise. You're absolutely right.
There we go. But I generally, Red Shirt, I really do appreciate the interest. Because seriously, anyone that looks, I mean, if you read the poster cold, it probably won't make sense. It's kind of designed to work in conjunction with the show. Actually, I've made change. I've added Drake, because I was talking about there's a third option that I don't like. So, you know, that Drake meme when I'll just send the post. Hang on, I'll put it onto Twitter right now.
He's a Torontonian, so yeah, I hear about him.
Torontonian?
Yeah.
Oh, Drake's, is he?
Yeah.
He might be from Mississauga.
No, he's actually from the East End.
Okay. Oh, well. Close enough.
Yeah. Mississauga.
Is that the correct? Oh, you'll get Snagglepuss complaining. He'll get Tone Lock on the phone to correct our pronunciation.
No, that's just how you annoy people from Mississauga. Mispronounce it, Mississauga.
Oh, right. Oh, that's right. Because you not picked me up. You complimented me on not getting it wrong.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. Yeah, Mississauga. Okay, at Jedi Bill, for you. Tweeted at you right now, Jedi Bill. So let's see if you can then take that tweet. It's just a screenshot. It's not a PDF. So it should be slightly low res. Just still getting out there.
Yeah, but that would be the wrong. You'd be sending it to the wrong.
What, Zombie Basher 997?
Yeah, you said the other thing. You said the other name.
Yeah, well, I meant the right thing. If I say the wrong thing, I mean the right thing.
Oh, okay, of course.
Like Pickle, I don't mean the words that I say, I mean the words that I mean. You should have it now.
So quickly, before this comes up, Dialect 451, I haven't chatted with you in some time. Is everything well on your end, brother?
Things well, as with things here,
well, in general, I mean, you know, like you're feeling healthy, you're still putting out content, because I haven't seen anything in a while. Now I've been away from YouTube, but everything good in your end? I'm hoping for a positive response here. And if not, please be honest. You know, we're all friends.
Things haven't been too bad. I haven't really been concentrating that much on YouTube. I've been concentrating more on writing my stories recently. And
wonderful.
And I've been like I said, I've been trying to get I've been definitely been trying to get more sleep. I've been trying to going to bed at the right time.
That's good.
And
sleep is extremely important. People underrate sleep all the time, but you need it. Oh, here we go.
Yes.
Billy, can you make that a little bigger? You put this together, Cockney?
That's the biggest
Yeah.
I can make it.
Literally hundreds of hours of discussion condensed to one poster. So it's I'm waiting for someone to go, well, it's a bit brief and simplistic. All right, I'll do the book. But it's
Fixing Marty. You got a title above the title. I love it.
yeah,
Time
that's
travel
because of the
paradox
conversation.
break.
We realized that it really is about Back to the Future. There's no disappearing hand. We're completely dissing and dismissing the disappearing hand. That's our starting point.
Right.
We're against headcanon, the royal we, but if the canon as presented contradicts itself, then we must fix it.
Hmm.
And there's no
You're not a
disappearing
headcanon
hands.
guy, are you?
It's the arrogance of knowing that we know time travel better than Bob Gale and Robert Zemeckis. And our starting proposition is there's no disappearing hand. You can't delete yourself. That's not a paradox. That's bullshit. If you delete yourself, you can't do the time traveling. The film would disappear up its own arsehole.
Right.
So therefore,
But
we're
you
fixing
are
it.
you
Go
are a
on.
believer. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
There's
Nurse!
that was a 15-minute long morphine drip. Fuck you. I want more.
More. Give me more smack.
Okay, you know what? Like I'm definitely gonna get because I can't read shit here. It's not Bill's fault. I guess it's the size. I've got it blown up and I can barely read.
Yeah,
Option.
I'll send you.
Zero.
I'll send you a version. I'm sure we'll figure out how to do it so you can.
Yeah. I'll give you my email or whatever.
All right. We'll figure it out, but we'll do it. I'll get it to you.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said it before, I said it again, and I'll say it after this, that you are becoming the king of time travel talk on YouTube. But, and I mean this, and I'm not plugging it just because it was my idea, Time Travel Tuesdays. Stick to a day, knock it out of the park every day, and then the rest of the week, brother, diversify.
Yeah,
Because-
no time travel talk on the other days. Do you know what? I'm going to add that to that last tweet. Time travel Tuesdays. That is a work of genius.
Because like I said, you're great, but I get it. Like part of what makes you great is that you fixate on something, and I could be like that too, especially when I was younger. I'd obsess, like I'd want to know everything about this subject. But
Right. Sometimes
and
you have to move. Well, last year it was, as Dalek will tell you, last year it was Blade Runner and
Right.
Dalek. So that's what I'm realizing. And to be fair, Scotty picked me up on this. The same few topics, but I've now got it up to 15 topics. And so eventually there are going to be 15 posters, by which time I'll hopefully have a new topic, such as one for you, Dalek. This came up. Someone on Twitter today, Dalek, said there's no such thing as canon in Doctor Who. Nothing's canon, everything's canon. There are no rules of canon. Is that true, Dalek? You're one of our resident Doctor Who experts.
No such thing as canon in Doctor. No, I thoroughly disagree with that.
Thank you. Tell us more, please.
There's okay. Okay. Yeah, you can argue that the canon of Doctor because the show has been running for so long and there's been so much added to it. You can see there's the canon of Doctor Who isn't that straightforward, is it? But especially with it being a time travel show.
No, but it shouldn't necessarily couldn't. I mean, that in a way could fix, especially that's an interesting point in itself. By being a time travel show, they should have fewer problems with canon because they could use time travel to fix any problems. A time travel show should arguably have fewer canonical problems rather than more. Who knows?
But again, it's not that straightforward because there's been so much, so much stuff added onto it, so much, not just the show,
writers.
So much external stuff. There's been so many books. There's been the Big Finish stuff. There's been in comics, you name it. It's been done.
Well, see, my view, transmedia canonical verisimilitude, the books, the comics, and the radio plays are not canon because they are books, comics, and radio plays. And that the books can never be canon because they're books. Different media is never.
I mean, okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, I get what you say. I get what you say.
Count as canon unto itself? I mean,
yeah. Well,
like if you're into books, right, as opposed to films, then to you that's canon. Splinter of the Mind's Eye, the Alan D. Foster book, which was originally supposed to be the sequel to Star Wars.
Yes.
To many people that are, illiterate, that's canon to them.
Yes. Well, even further to that, Alan Dean Foster writing the actual novelization of Star Wars, as I mentioned in my show earlier, in the novel Star Wars, Luke had a dog. He had a pet dog. Right. So one difference is enough to say that's a different type. So even within the actual novel Star Wars, the content of the novel, it's a different Luke Skywalker. He might as well call himself Marty McFly. So therefore, the book is different. Transmedia canonical verisimilitude. The book's always different, and therefore the book's never canon. Or the film isn't canon to the book, because then there's the hierarchy of canon. But like with Game of Thrones, the books, Lady Stoneheart, there she is, the avenging zombie, walking around or lumbering around Westeros, taking vengeance against the people that killed her family. Oh, where is Lady Stoneheart in Game of Thrones, the TV show? She doesn't exist. It's Lady Catelyn Stark bleeding out on the floor from multiple stab wounds to the face, neck, chest, and abdomen. So once again, the canon is always different. Transmedia canonical verisimilitude is a dream that we can never accomplish. And so therefore, if it was a Doctor Who book based on a Doctor Who episode, inevitably it will be different. But I'm sure Darlick will correct me, but I'm pretty sure the books we're talking about are new, different stories, and so they're not canon because they've not even happened. It's not that they happen differently in the TV show; they haven't happened at all.
Yeah, mind you, that being said, to be completely fair, once in a blue moon, you'll find, and I'm thinking of Star Trek V. Star Trek V, the movie was. I'm not trying to shit on William Shatner. I love my Star Trek, but that was probably the weakest of the original series films. Most people agree on that.
Right.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't say it was crap because Shatner got fucked over in a few things. There was some of the best parts of Star Trek. Arguably, Dr.
Shatner and made sure that
in the whole series was Star Trek V for Dr. McCoy.
Can I just mention one thing? Is that I was attending the Star Trek convention at the time. And before the release of Star Trek V, during the production of, I met William Shatner. I didn't shake his hand or hug him, but he was on the stage of the convention.
Yeah.
And here's what he stipulated. It was that him and Leonard Nimoy had a Me Too contract. So because Leonard Nimoy made so much money off of 2 and 3, William Shatner was promised 5 and to make the same amount of money. So at that time, they were under contract. They had to force Paramount to pay each of them. I think it was around $11 million. So that's $22 million.
Was a lot of money back in those days.
Yeah.
It was incredible. And that's $22 million of the budget. It was Star Trek V that taken away from the script, the plot, the special effects, and everything. And then William Shatner blames it on everything but his salary. That's my problem is if they wouldn't have spent so much money on, even though believe me, I love William Shatner and especially Leonard Nimoy. That was way too much. And by the way, and the rest of the cast, Uhura and Sulu and all them were paid basically pittance.
Yeah, and as
William
much as
Shatner,
George...
it was ego, and then William Shatner. I'm just saying that a lot of the budget, the biggest chunk of that budget, went towards William Shatner and Nimoy's salary, which is the reason why the movie was really crap. Not to mention the script.
Pop, you're my pal, but I got to disagree with you here. He got fucked over by ILM, pulled out to do Willow, George Lucas's pet project. So he lost the special effects team. Special effects team they got botched the job. They had to hire a third special effects team to fix the second special effects team's work. The ending was supposed to be radically different. The basic core idea of meeting God was still there. And you know what? I had no problem with that. To me, Star Trek V was arguably one of the most Star Trek films in its heart. In its heart, they were going out. They went out to meet God, essentially. They had an action scene with them going
Yay,
to the
brother.
prison
Yeah.
planet. Yeah, I know you hate the hippie
That's,
episode.
I mean,
of,
Because
that's
that's what
Star
it
Trek.
was. It was a remake of the hippie
That's Star,
episode.
I mean, come on, that's Star Trek all over, isn't it? Going to meet, literally meeting God or godlike
Yes.
beings.
Yeah.
Gene Roddenberry
Yeah.
tried the same plot. Gene Roddenberry tried the same script over and over and over about them trying to meet God. So it was nothing original.
But that's interesting, isn't? I mean, did I miss something with the end of it? It's not God. I mean, what does God need with a starship? So why are we still
Right.
discussing it? It's not God. It's a charlatan.
Right, it
Why are we
resorted-
discussing it as God? That's like
Well-
saying I watched Star Wars Episode 9 because Chewie died. He didn't actually die, you know.
No.
Right, it showed that all the
I mean,
crew
come-
of the Enterprise, after all these years of faithful service, just suddenly bend over and give the ship to someone else because they're idiots. That was totally against what the crew would have ever done, due to script reasons. Made it
Yeah,
convenient.
I'm not arguing that it was a great movie. It had script flaws. I acknowledge that, but like the way people hate on it so bad kind of frustrates me because Shatner did his best, and even George Takei, arguably his most vocal critic, said Shatner was an excellent director. If George Takei could, man up and admit that, well,
Takei
that gives me-
Takei said that.
Decay, yes.
Yeah.
Jesus on Decay.
That's
Don't
Hey,
what-
wants you all jabbed.
And it's
Well,
Walter
that
Koenig,
is
not
high
Koenig.
praise.
Yeah,
How
you're the
does
name
Tone Lock
police.
pronounce it?
You are the name police. You missed that earlier, Dalek. We are rather Cockney Chris and pop culture critic, the fucking name police. He's the final authority on
Telling
how we
Tone Lock how
pronounce
to pronounce
everything.
his own name.
And how many times have I frustrated the hell out of you by pronouncing it? How did I used to pronounce your name? Dalek? Dalek.
Dalek.
You corrected me like
Dalek.
50 times. To
Dalek,
the point where you thought I was
411.
fucking with you. I wasn't. It was just
We're
how
talking
I
about
used
had
to
the
say
art-
name.
Talk about name police. He's meant to be called pop culture curator, but I call him Super Blubberpuss or Snagglepuss now.
Okay. So how are you supposed to say it then?
Sade.
Say what? Sade.
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 Bond. James
There's no-
Bond.
There's no H and there's no R in there.
Really? No shit, Sherlock. Did I tell you that the word goatee should be pronounced fish? Do you want to go through that again?
Here's what it is you have a word SADE, but attitude changes it to Sade. Because of attitude. That's all. The only reason, the only excuse there is.
Hello, Red Craniums.
I don't respect you, Sade, because you pronounce your name in an unconventional way, says Super Snagglepuss of YouTube.
Good morning, Red.
And by the way, Sade, if you're out there, if you disagree, then take English 101, huh? In third grade.
You're a one, aren't you, Snagglepuss? Dalek, set to stun. Give him a blast, wake him up a bit.
Ploxard had a couple interesting comments here. He says, stage cannot always effectively translate film cinema. Ipso facto, film cannot always effectively translate written word.
By the way, just quick. Hey, Ploxord, thank you for being my latest subscriber.
Oh,
nice.
Sweet. Good news. Something has to be shaved off or grafted on for film adaptation. Has anybody seen the film adaptation, by the way? Adaptation, rather. You're talking about Nicolas Cage being a shit actor? Go see Adaptation.
Oh, yeah, he's playing two roles, isn't he? I think
Right.
I've either seen it, half seen it, or I was drunk or something. I was out of it in some way. I remember actually very specifically the Weekend Guardian in the UK used to have every weekend on the Saturday used to do a weekly review of an adaptation, which Ahead of the Curve was talking about transmedia, canonical, very similar to. But I'll never forget when they had this week's adaptation. I thought, oh, that's so meta.
Yeah.
'Cause it is actually
Foxtrot-
it is actually adapted from a book, isn't it? It's adaptation, isn't adaptation from
well,
a book called
adaptation
Adaptation.
is the story of oh shit, now his name just not Charlie Kaufman.
The other guy.
Oh fuck me! It's like
George
he's a real
Washington.
guy. He's a real person.
Charlie Chaplin.
No. Adaptation, the Nicolas Cage film from like 1997 or something. Shit, I saw it in the theaters.
Con Air.
Okay, way off base, but yeah, Con Air. Nicolas Cage was in Con Air.
See, there's something there.
Nicolas Cage trying to
We're
play
just
Elvis. Yeah.
randomly
also,
naming Nicolas Cage movies. Kiss of a
The
Vampire.
Rock in 96.
Directed by Spike Jones, written by Charlie Kaufman. I'm not reading from
Charlie
Wikipedia. The film stars Nicolas Cage, Meryl Streep, who can't fucking act,
Face-Off.
and Chris Cooper with Cara Seymour,
Meryl
Brian
Streep,
Cox, Tilda Swinton, Ron Livingstone, and the amazingly beautiful Maggie Gyllenhaal in supporting roles.
Gyllenhaal.
Maggie Gyllenhaal. Sade is how I'm going
Maggie
to pronounce her name.
gynecologist.
There you go,
Yeah.
Maggie Gynecology. Maggie, I think you'll find
Focus,
I think
guys,
you'll find it's
focus.
pronounced Maggie.
McGee.
Maggie. Maggie.
Maggie.
But,
And it's not Spike Jones, it's Speaker Yom Hasser.
You know what I caught the other day, which I hadn't seen in years? Wild at Heart. Nicolas Cage,
yes.
Laura Dern, Willem Dafoe.
Yes.
That
Isabella
is a solid
Rossellini.
movie. Isabella Rossellini. Yep, absolutely right. That's one of my favorite David Lynch films.
Starring Admiral Hold the Door. Yes.
He was also good in what was it? God of War. You ever see God of War?
I think I
Where he
watched it
plays
on
the
a
arm
plane. Yeah, I remember thinking
It's
not
Lord of
impressed.
War. It's Lord of
All
War.
right, Lord of War. Sorry, I was thinking of the video.
I
game for
love
a
that
second.
movie. That's actually
Yeah.
my favorite Nick Cage movie.
Is it?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Midnight. What
I
do you
love that
want?
scene where he's on the ship.
Whose cat is that?
That's Bill
Yeah.
because he doesn't feed his cats.
I fed
So,
him.
for the love of God,
they've
feed your cat.
They've eaten.
I only got your word to go for it and your whining cat.
Kaufman-based adaptation on his struggles to adapt Susan Orlean's 1998 non-fiction book, The Orchid Thief, while suffering from
Right.
writer's block.
Yeah.
Suckers. I love writer's block and I despise people that get it. I have no pity for them. I've got a solution to writer's block, but they don't like it.
And Cockney, you know I don't like arguing with
I
you,
think
but
so.
if you
But-
think Meryl Streep can act, watch Sophie's Choice and The Bridges
Yes.
of Madison County.
Yeah, no, I was being deliberately obtuse. You picked me up on it. I can't get anything past you. She's known as a good actress. I was just being annoying because she's
Absolutely.
she has such a good reputation as having such great range. I just never passed the opportunity to go, yeah, Streep, shit
She-
actor.
You
You
know what
totally
she
picked me
really
up on
is?
it,
She's
bro.
one of the few actresses, not few, because some attempt it, but she really does have a mastery of accents. I was watching Out of Africa the other night. She had a great Dutch accent throughout the thing. Unfortunately, she was playing a Scots, but no, I'm fucking.
Nice. But full marks for the range.
What was the movie she did that Carrie Fisher wrote the book for?
Oh yeah, Postcards from the Edge. Great book,
Right.
great movie.
Yeah, with the redhead, good actress herself, Shirley MacLaine. The
Oh,
apartment.
yes. It's whirled up. And you weren't wearing any underwear. That's from the
Dave's
movie.
in the chat. How you doing, Dave? I haven't seen you around in a little while. Actually, that's a lie. We
Oh,
saw
thank
you
you.
here on
Hello,
Jedi
Dave.
Bills last week, I think it was.
Yeah.
I always loved his avatar.
Yeah, the Dave Lopan avatar from Great Trouble in Little China.
Right. Tis but a trifling for a favorite armored mutant. Are you talking about Colossus there, Bloxard? That's my favorite armored mutant. Dave Hill, everyone. Wicker Man, clock started throwing Wicker Man. That was one of those. It's so bad it's good movies. That was
Yeah,
one
the
of
original.
Nicolas
Now, the
Cage's-
original with Christopher Lee, I recommend.
Yeah, I got to admit, I haven't seen that. And Christopher Lee's
Last I
great.
found something, sir. I recommend to you the original. I think 1973 Wickerman, Christopher Lee, and Edward Woodward as the police officer investigating.
Yeah.
And a bit of trivia: if anyone wondered why there's so many D's in the name Edward Woodward, well, if you took them out, he'd be called Iwa Woo Woo, wouldn't he?
Ewa Woo. That's got to be
But
somebody's. That's got to be the name of somebody's album at some point.
Iwa Woo Woo. Here's my Equalizer Edward Woodward impersonation. Put the gun down, or I will blow your head off. You're welcome.
Yeah, you gotta really commit to that. Or what was that? I'm jumping tracks badly, but you remember?
It's all right, the
Ben
heroin's
Stiller?
kicking in.
Yeah, remember Ben Stiller? Ben Stiller had a show called The Ben Stiller Show, which got people
Original.
like Andy Dick and Janine Garofalo and the guy from
Is it
Better
Get Up?
Call Saul got his start there. And he had this great skit. It was they parodied a lot of television stuff, and it was an Armand Assante movie where he came up against Andre Agassi, and Ben Stiller plays Andre Agassi, and Armand Assante just kept saying, "Blow him away." Okay. If you don't know any of these people I'm talking about, you're lost. I forget how old that was. But did you ever see I, the Jury with Armand Assante? I got to save this conversation with Armand Assante, and I'll do it. I, the Jury, Mickey Spillane's Mike Hammer. He was fucking great in it. He really was.
I
That's a
have to
badly
bounce, you guys,
underrated
and good night. You guys, it's been a long day. Get some sleep. Got a
Okay.
long day ahead of me tomorrow. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry with that.
As soon as I break
intervention.
out the Armand Assante stories, you leave. Okay, now I
Well,
know.
no,
where your
actually,
kryptonite is.
no. It's
That's
just,
right. That's right,
for me-
Black Sword. Sorry.
Yeah, for me, it's very late. It's like almost 2 a.m. in the morning, and I got up very early, and I've been driving around doing a lot of stuff all day today. I'm just tired. I have to drive home tomorrow, which is like an 8-hour drive, and I have to get ready for that.
boy.
So,
All right.
thank you all. Have a great night, huh? Thank you, Bill.
Good night, pop culture.
Cheers,
Good night,
Snagglepuss.
guys.
Take
Take
it
care,
easy,
guys.
buddy. Keep putting out that great content.
Peace. Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
And Plaxford is absolutely right. Sapphire has supremacy on Bill's channel. I mean, she was the cat. She is the cat hat, and she got 20,000 views. Okay, she got the 20,000+ views. 103 subscribers in 3 days.
Nice.
Mm.
Yeah,
Very
that's
cool.
that's
Why
a
don't you give her her own channel and then get suicidal
her
when
her
she
own
gets to
channel.
1,000 before you do?
Yeah. Okay. I'll
Dave
get right on
writes,
that.
"Son of a Red Shirt, Mandy was a crazy Cage movie. I haven't seen Mandy. Remember Nicolas Cage? It was one of his first movies he did. I'm trying to remember the name of it. He played like kind of a punk rocker guy. He was in love with a high school chick who had just the most magnificent breasts.
The
to
Valley
this
Girl?
day- Valley Girl. Thank you, Bill. I knew if I mentioned good boobs, you'd know the name of the movie.
You do. Well, yeah, I do like boobs, you know. I put the boob in. I put the boob back in. Well, no, I don't. No, I won't say that. I can't say that.
Says Ploxo, who, dude, I'm on morphine. I don't know what you're on. My time dilation rears its ungainly heads once more. That hydra is most difficult to slay.
Oh.
Fairly well, Pop Belcher. Further proof that the interwebs is comprised of cats.
Yes.
Boobs and Jedi got it in 1 second. Yep. You remember that, don't you? You know the scene I'm talking about, I bet, too.
Yeah.
That chick did have beautiful breasts.
Oh yes.
I mean, that movie's like 30 plus years old now, so I don't know how well they held up. But Valley Girl, wow.
Hooray for boobs.
Hooray for boobs. That's the motto of my church.
That is mine. I must go to the retro.
Go titty, 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 go titty, titty, titty.
Oh no, I took them all down.
Jeez, it's pissing down out here.
What?
I'm just looking out the window. The rain's just pouring. Good for the crops. We were talking about Willem Dafoe earlier. Any of you guys see Mississippi Burning?
Oh no.
Gene Hackman, Willem Dafoe. It was.
Heard of it, haven't seen it.
Oh yeah, and what's her name? She's in like every Joel and Ethan Coen movie. Good actress. She was excellent in this too. Who was in Fargo?
Oh, whoa. Yeah, Frances McDormand.
Thank you. Frances McDormand was an early Frances McDormand role. Have you guys ever seen Blood Simple?
Oh, that was their first one.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what?
Exactly
so long
right.
ago, I can't even tell you if I've seen it. I remember the very distinct lighting of some bullets going through a wall. That's my abiding memory of it.
Yeah, that's actually almost the end scene.
Right.
Frances McDormand, Dan Hyeda, and the heavy set M. Emmett Walsh. Emmett Walsh.
Yes,
He was
he
the
played Runner.
Yeah, exactly. There you go, Jedi Bill. I knew you'd find boobs somewhere.
I had to get some boobs. It's always a nice rack.
Why more girls don't come to your channel, I don't know, Bill.
The girls are all absent tonight. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the truth. If you're gonna show
they're
them
on
any
other
night, show them tonight.
Yeah.
Hey, when's the last time you had an Elvira break?
Oh, we're not allowed to do that anymore.
No, Elvira. She's been cancelled for cancelling.
What?
She's pro-mandate.
Oh, I don't care. She's got great boobs.
Fair enough. There you go, Bill. That's the answer you should have had. I don't care if you've got great boobs.
Yeah.
That's men's answer to everything.
Boobs totally trump that shit.
Oh. I think I might have a clip somewhere.
You'll find it, Bill. I know you will.
I have to change brand.
One of you guys got to explain to me how Discord works. I got space on this phone. I think I can put Discord on. Is that the thing everybody uses, or is it what's the other one?
Everyone
Not
but
getting
me, I've got
Twitter.
no idea what the benefit of Discord is, so I'm also in the
Oh, I
dark
thought
on
it was
that
like
one.
a private thing that people could hook up and chat on and agree to meet, like on the YouTubes or what's the other one?
Oh, that's why I just go straight to YouTube. I don't have private conversations anymore.
How do you're the one that told me to get a Discord when you invited me up on your channel for like the
Who,
second
me?
time. Yeah.
That must have been a long time ago. I think I had Discord on a previous device, but I don't at the moment. So it must have been a long time. That's ironic, isn't it? I forgot all about it. Discord, what's that?
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I was asking about it. But
Damn. You have to ask the previous me. The earlier incarnation of me might know. Current me is clueless about a great many things.
well, Dialect, you're a young guy. You must know about these things.
Know about what?
Discord.
Oh yeah, I use Discord all the time.
Right. Okay, what is help me out here. I'm not joking. I really don't know.
You don't know what Discord is at all.
I have a dim idea. It's a site that you can like catch up with people. Instead of me calling you, I could leave you a message on Discord. You'd find it and then get in touch with me.
Oh, yeah, you can. Discord is basically it's this online place you can gather people people can gather together in these what they call servers. So it's like a you can chat. You can chat with each other, share things with each other. It's like a proper community gathering place, and you can voice chat. You can voice chat with each other, like kind of like Skype.
Okay.
Or something like that, or FaceTime, or Zoom, something like that.
Yeah.
And
you got WhatsApp, Cockney?
I do. I love a bit of the old WhatsApp.
Oh, I'm on WhatsApp.
Let's see. In fact, the only problem with it is it doesn't work on pads, so I can't do it right now because I'm on my phone. But I'll try and find you on WhatsApp.
I actually have it.
Yeah.
I actually have a server on Discord.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know for a while that was how like lots of people got in touch with each other. I think Doomcock. I'm 99% sure I've heard either Antiderivative Jill, Canadian Spider-Man tell a story about how they like either Doomcock got pissed off at them on Discord or they were like somehow involved in something.
Yeah, there was a. Yeah, Doomcock has his own server on Discord, and I'm in it.
Okay.
But the only thing is, a little while ago there was this someone like was breaking the rules of that server, and there were I'm not sure exactly what they did, but because of it, Doomcock was so angry that he just almost outright shut the whole thing down.
Wow.
He's got a temper.
What do they do? Oh, you don't know. You already said. Okay. Oh, now I'm doubly curious.
I did find the clip, the Elvira clip. I still have it somewhere.
Okay.
I still have it. It's right there in your buffer.
Yeah, exactly.
I had to find it. I deleted it.
I had to look around. Oh, there it is on the desktop.
Yeah,
it's right there. See. Not a very long scene. But she had to go talk badly about what's his name? Joe Rogan. She canceled Joe Rogan. She got herself canceled. There we go.
I'll just take your vitals now, okay?
sure. Okay.
pretty damn hypocritical of her, don't you think?
I don't know.
Don't let politics wreck a good thing.
Yeah, she can work those pastels. That's right. Very talented. That was a part of her show.
Pasties.
Pasties.
I just want to take a look at your back as well.
Oh, sure. Hang on.
Oh, we need to meet you there for a minute. Yeah, I guess I got other clips that are. I'm trying to find the ultimate, like toxic masculinity clip. I have a white T-shirt.
Nice.
I've got a red T-shirt clip. Let's see. It's the one thing you can store when you got three. You got 10 brands in the StreamYard. You can hide your clips there. Not always clear. Yeah. Right, Flaxstone? Oops, excuse me.
Celebrity does not always equate clear reasoning nor logical thought. In fact, probably quite the opposite.
Thank you, Dave. You have a great morning too, sir. You have
Cheers,
a great
Dave.
morning. So. See ya, Mr. Lopan. Jack Burton always says, yeah. That's the one role that he just turned like 70, 71, 72 or something like that. Kurt Russell did. Just had a birthday back, I think a couple weeks ago. Something like that. Yep. The check is in the mail. That's right.
Nice.
The check is in the mail. That's right. So, what is it? Fall? You're going into your fall. You were in summer, and the summer not over for you, Captain.
Guess technically it's autumn, but it's starting to feel like a bit of a late summer. Hear those crickets, huh?
Yeah. Oh, those crickets. Those crickets. What can you say about them? Shut up, crickets.
One of them is called Buddy Holly.
Huh?
One of them is called Buddy Holly. Oh, hang on a minute. They're doing the reaction to that joke right now. I said one of them. Hey, one of them is called Buddy Holly.
Oh. Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
It might be about that time, folks. I think I might disappear. Coming up for 4 hours. I like going on the hour. In fact, as is my want, I will segue into the chat. I will now become a guest, a customer, a fan.
Where's it been? Where did the time go? It just not feel.
I know, right? It's 10 o'clock. I've got to check on the boy, make sure he's not staying up too late on his Discord or Minecraft or whatever they're up to these days.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I shall see you in the chat. But thank you, Red Shirt. Let's talk more about our future show, about this and that. We'll get contacting each other. If I can't
100%.
find you, are you known as Son of a Red Shirt on WhatsApp?
I am not. No.
Okay. Me neither. We'll figure it out next time when you're not coming up on heroin.
Just enjoy the buzz.
Enjoy the buzz, exactly. And I'll see you guys in the chat in about 3 seconds. 2, 1, 0. Thanks, Bill. Thanks, guys.
Later.
Love
Bang.
you, darling. Love you, Red Shirt. Love you,
Cheers,
Bill.
mate. Be well.
Later, brother Roy.
Oh, he's on. Oh, he's on his way out.
Down.
See you, Captain.
See ya, Captain. Captain, my Captain.
Captain, of all my favorite captains, Cockney's got to be fourth. Captain Kirk, Captain Morgan, Captain Cisco, Captain Picard and Captain Cockney Spock.
What about
Captain Swallow.
Captain Caveman?
Oh, Captain Caveman. They Hanna-Barbera has put together a cartoon show with all their old hits from like the 60s and 70s. Yogi Bear, Snagglepuss, Top Cat, Captain Caveman, and I think it's called like Jellystone or something. I just stumbled on it the other day because being doing this hospital stuff, my afternoons were free. And Captain Crunch, yeah, that's another one. Captain Crunch, and Warner Brothers has brought back Bugs Bunny show, or like it's a Merry Melodies knockoff. Really, it's not just Bugs Bunny. They brought back like Sylvester and Tweety, Elmer Fudd, and it couldn't be the same if they didn't have Daffy Duck. And I got to admit, you know what? The first time I saw it, I was like, oh, fuck off. I can't watch this because I grew up on the old stuff. It's not bad. It's really not. If you see it, like I love those old Warner cartoons with Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck.
Oh yeah, those old Warner Brothers and Merry Melodies and Looney Tunes cartoons, though they are fantastic. I grew up with those too. I love them. They're amazing.
Right.
Wile E. Coyote.
Wile E. Coyote, of course. Unfortunately,
it never fails. It never gets old.
No.
It never gets old.
It really doesn't.
Seeing the coyote never catch the roadrunner.
Right. Yep.
Marvin the Martian.
Marvin the Martian. Yeah, he's
You
back.
have made me very angry.
Yeah, boy. Who's your guy?
Sylvester and Pepe Le Pew.
Here's a question for the chat and the panel. Out of all the old Warner Brothers, Merry Melodies, Looney Tunes characters, Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Tasmanian Devil, you name it, who is your favorite? And you know what? Because it's such a classic cartoon, I'll let you pick two. Who are your two favorites? Bill?
Tasmanian Devil.
Really?
Wile E. Coyote.
Tasmanian Devil and Wile E. Coyote? Okay, very cool. What about them does it for you?
Well,
the insanity behind them?
The insanity of the Tasmanian Devil.
Mm-hmm.
And then the craziness of the Wile E. Coyote, always trying to get the Roadrunner.
Now, do you remember the cartoons they had? Because this was a popular series for a little while with Wile E. Coyote and Sam the dog. Wile E. Coyote was out there to steal sheep, and Sam the shepherd dog was there to protect them. This is a little obscure, but it caught on in like the 60s. They did like 10 of these where it was Wile E. Coyote, but for some reason they took him away from the Roadrunner and they put him as the antagonist to the Sam the dog character. And Sam the dog was very low key. He wasn't high energy or anything. Do you remember that, Bill? The white shepherd dog with the red hair, the like mat of hair on top of his head?
I think I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. And they do shit like when noon came, they'd have lunch together. Like the dog was beating the shit out of the coyote through most of the thing when the whistle would blow.
Yeah.
And yeah, you remember that? Yeah.
He would just grab him, but he just grabbed Wile E. by the neck and he'd go boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, exactly. And when he let go, like his hand imprint was like the shape of Wile E. Coyote's neck was his hand imprint. Yeah. What about you, Dalek? Going back, who are your favorites? Who are your two big favorites for Warner Brothers?
Favorite. Oh my god, my favorite Warner Bros. Looney Tunes characters. There's only no, it's gotta be Bugs Bunny. Definitely Bugs Bunny.
Right. Bugs Bunny, you get to pick one more because they're so awesome.
Pick another one. Oh, it's hard to choose. They're all so good.
Yeah.
Yosemite Sam.
Yeah. Well, the guys in the
Start
chat,
shooting.
Foxhard, really, he remembers it well. Warner Brothers
Yeah.
cartoons once had vicious humor. Times have changed. I'm no longer allowed to laugh at drawn comical suffering. No, Foxhard, what I was just saying is that they brought the cartoon back, and it's actually not bad. It really isn't. Yes, we miss Mel Blanc's voice 100%. And while the drawing style, it's still quite good. You easily recognize the
not-
characters.
Yeah, it's not the it's not the same without Mel Blanc's voice.
No, but you know what? God for the writing is good. The adventures, they're true to the spirit of the original ones. Daffy Duck is a Daffy fucking duck. Bugs Bunny has that wonderful
You're
sardonic humor.
despicable.
Yeah. Foghorn Leghorn and Wile E. Coyote was Ploxard's pick, and I get that. Foghorn Leghorn was a great character. It was my dad's favorite character. I say that boy's a few bricks short of a load.
Oh yeah, Foghorn Leghorn.
Sam was a clever, steadfast foil to Wiley. Yeah, you're right. Sam the dog. I appreciate how Sam would lift his face hair in disbelief or exclamation. Yeah, I remember that too, because it was all mad, all over his eyes.
It is so hard to pick a second character. Second Lucy's character I really like best. They're all great, so it's really hard to choose. I'm stuck between characters like Daffy Duck, Yosemite Sam, Elmer Fudd.
Right. Yeah, for me it was probably Daffy Duck and Bugs Bunny were my two top favorites, but that's not to say I disliked any of them. Actually, there was one character that was never my favorite.
I think
Tweety Bird.
Oh, you didn't like
Tweety
Tweety?
Bird was my least favorite of the Warner Brothers characters, but I liked the cat. I liked
Oh, come on. Tweety was just such a little so-and-so. He was such a little bastard to Sylvester.
Yes, Sylvester. I think they've written out, unfortunately. I kind of understand why, but because of the times, but Speedy Gonzalez, I don't think they do anymore, which was too bad.
Of course not.
He wasn't the strongest character, but he did have some fun cartoons as a kid.
Yeah, look, there wasn't. Yeah, look, you got to. There wasn't much to Speedy's character except he was a mouse, he was Mexican, and he was fast. That was it.
Yeah. The skunk. Fuck me.
Pepe Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew. Pepe Le Pew is one of my favorites too. As rapey as he was still a great fucking character. I love the one where he's chasing the cat as always, and he falls into the vat of what was it, like green paint, and the cat's like, looking at him getting out of this thing, and then you see like when his fur is all matted, the guy had a bod, like he was stacked, and she instantly falls in love with him because
I remember that one. The tables are turned on him for once.
Yeah, and she's chasing him like a mad thing, and she's all fucked up. She's got a cold and she's sick, and that was funny. Yosemite Sam, of course. Who doesn't like Yosemite Sam?
I think like I said, it's hard to pick my second favorite character. It's even harder to pick like my favorite pair of. Do I like Daffy? Do I like Bugs and Daffy? Do I like Bugs and Elmer Fudd? Do I like Bugs and Yosemite Sam? It's hard to pick one.
Yeah. Daffy, Bugs and Daffy, to me, they were my favorite when they teamed up for a purpose. Those were my favorite. When those two were on the same side, they were unstoppable.
When who were on the same time? Bugs and Daffy?
Yeah.
When did that ever?
That came up a few times. That they'd end up on the same side and work to a common goal. And they had a run where they were like best friends. I remember that very well. And in the beginning of the old Merry Melodies, Daffy was popular enough they brought him out on stage with Bugs. The original idea was just having Bugs come out. Then it was Bugs and Daffy. Bugs and Daffy came out and they introduced everybody else. Overture, cut the lights.
Lights. This is it. The night of nights. Yeah.
I know what sights will on with the show. This is it. Oh, that's going way back. It was the competitive angst between Daffy and Bugs what got me to appreciate their humor. Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, for many of their episodes, it was Bugs versus Daffy, or Daffy was trying to put one over on Bugs.
Yeah, exactly.
Duck season.
Rabbit season, duck season. That's classic.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I should have.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah. Bugs Bunny. I should have took that left turn in Albuquerque.
I should have. I knew I should have taken that left turn at Albuquerque.
I was on a road.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
He hit the wrong button. He was about to say something and nope. I guess we won't. Oh, there he is. You were saying?
Sorry, I was on a road trip down in the States.
You forgot to take the left turn at Albuquerque.
We went to Albuquerque specifically because of Bugs Bunny. Albuquerque. I'm not shitting you. And we got a picture of all of us outside at the city limit sign to Albuquerque, and we're all on the left-hand side. Just to say we took that left turn at Albuquerque. Also, I got a great photo of me with a single Mexican woman and like 12 children. She couldn't speak English. I had no idea where she got all these kids from. She might have been a teacher, but she let me put my arm around her. And for years, it was hanging up in my old man's shop as me and my secret Mexican family. We look like we're married. All these kids hanging around.
Oh my
Just
God.
a gag, but yeah. But yeah, those classic comedy, and like I was saying, they've brought them back, and the people that are drawing them now, you can see a big influence. You can see this in a lot of cartoons from Ren and Stimpy. Because a lot of the animators
are they actually doing them properly?
Yeah, this is what I'm pushing. At first I watched it with real trepidation. Like I just assumed they'd fuck this up.
It's just the last 10 years or so with Looney Tunes. It's been crap.
But I'm telling you, if you see the brand new stuff, give it a chance. Like the heart is in the right place. Yes, the animation is slightly off from what we remember, but also remember that these are characters that have been around for a long time, like since the 50s, you know?
Yeah. No, farther back than that. They've been around since like the late 30s.
Well, no, I'm talking about the whole collection, like everybody, Merry Melodies sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like where you
all right.
all the
The
people
30s
fleshed
was
out.
more Popeye and
Betty
Felix
Boop
the Cat,
and Felix
Betty
the
Boop.
Cat.
But still, Bugs Bunny at least has been around since the early 40s at least.
Yes, the 40s. Yes, Bugs Bunny's definitely been around since the mid 40s. Daffy Duck came soon afterwards.
Because Bugs and Daffy they were definitely in cartoon, definitely in shorts like the knives, definitely the early 40s, and Daffy was like used. They were both used in like propaganda cartoons for the Second World War. I mean, you ever seen Daffy, the one where Daffy was he goes up against that was he a vulture? He was like, you know, that German vulture, whatever he was. And
yeah, they did a couple of Japanese ones where, you know, let's be honest, you can't You can find some of them on YouTube, but they never put them out in regular circulation anymore because it was a different time, and they were trying to promote, the war efforts, and so sadly the Japanese cartoons come off as pretty racist. But again, it was a different time. They were in the middle of a war.
Exactly, different time.
Yeah,
middle of during a war. Exactly.
So
I don't think anyone back then particularly cared if it was racist or not.
Well, no, you're right. But, we have, I will say, though I don't like talking about this sort of stuff, I will say that, we have a more correct mentality now. And, a lot of cheap shots were taken. But at the same time, people will argue that Japanese took a cheap shot. You could also argue the Japanese took a cheap shot because Americans cut off their oil supply before the Second World War. But, again, this is an uncomfortable topic, and I don't mean to go there, just for the historical value of that. The Max Fleischer Superman, do you remember that? Oh, you can see these on YouTube. If you haven't seen them, dialect Max Fleischer Superman. He really brought Superman to life, and that was during the war years too.
Are you talking about like that original? Are you talking about that
the original Superman cartoon,
animated Superman? I think I know what you're talking about.
Oh, treat yourself, buddy! I promise you, and I mean that. It's a treat. Especially the first 12 were done by Max Fleischer himself. Then Dave Fleischer took over, his brother. I think there was 16 cartoons in all.
Be very, Captain Marty Spock in the chat saying, "Be very, very quiet. I am hunting replicants."
But those Max Fleischer cartoons, they had one called Japa Tours, where Clark Kent was in Japan, and Superman ends up, helping the war effort. Oh no, I'm sorry. That was a different cartoon. The first one was Japa Tours, and some Japanese, again, and they were drawn in kind of a racist way, and it's kind of cringy to watch now, but remember, it was a historical thing. But treat yourself, buddy. Those first 12, they are so classic, so iconic. And you can see them on YouTube. I've got them on my channel in a block of.
I think I did watch a little bit of that cartoon once. Never watched. I haven't seen much of it.
Even if you're not a big Superman fan, I promise you will fall in love, because I know you like a bit of animation.
A bit of anime. I love animation.
Yeah. No. I know. I was not trying to oversell, but what I'm saying is that for a guy, an animation fan, I really think you'll get a historical kick out of it. I was just so well done. And the funny thing is I watched a mini documentary on this not too long ago.
I like a bit of Superman. I like the idea of a lot of his powers, but
another cool thing about this was it was done before all his powers were fully formed. Superman wasn't OP in this. Like, there's one, he's got to stop a train, and literally he's working hard to stop this train, whereas like the Superman of today can push a planet out of orbit.
Right.
But this is he couldn't fly in the early ones. He leapt tall buildings in a single bound.
Yeah, okay. So they actually kept leaping buildings in a single bound. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Because what's like the intro for Superman? The old intro for Superman was like, what was he like? Faster than a bullet,
faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound.
Yeah.
Look up in the sky. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No,
it's Superman.
Right. For truth, justice, and the American way.
Which is exactly. Which is what it should be.
Floxard's got a few. He's great in the comments. I'll give him that. Warner Brothers was part of the war effort with PSAs and Private Snafu and other clips.
Yes,
yeah,
yes, they were. They were Private Snafu. Yeah.
Yeah, you can find a lot of that on YouTube too. Even the racier ones. That big head gremlin with wings on his head came directly out of that time era. Okay, that comment is taken out of context.
Speaking of
Gremlin was a direct translation of egghead with a droopy attitude. Gremlin. That sounds
speaking of,
familiar.
I mean, speaking of wartime, of cartoons from the war, where you ever see? Switch over from Warner. Just for a moment, go from Warner Brothers to Disney for a second. Have you ever seen the Daffy Duck cartoon In DeFore's Face?
You mean Donald Duck?
Of course.
You said Daffy.
Sorry, Donald Duck.
Right. Okay. No, just being sure. Into Fury's Face. Yeah. And that's I think another one you can find on YouTube if you look it up. I don't know why, but there are a couple of really old Disney things on YouTube that they haven't taken down. Perhaps they let the paperwork lapse.
Maybe because those, I don't know, maybe because those particular cartoons, maybe they're public domain now. I don't know.
Right. Public domain, yeah, that was the word I was looking for.
Because I know there's definitely one of their particularly older cartoons which are now public domain.
Right. Yeah. I've got them. I got like a cartoon file in my thing where I got a bunch of old Popeye, Max Fleischer Popeye. I got all the Superman cartoons, like all of them. Some of the old Daffy Ducks, some of the old Donald Ducks. The Fuhrer one. What was the one with the Fuhrer? Shit.
It has this. It's
Captain Marty Spock.
It's full on wartime propaganda. This cartoon because it's literally it's basically what would Donald's life be like if he was a Nazi.
Yeah, he's playing the Fuhrer.
No, he's not. No, he's not playing the. No, he's not playing the Fuhrer. It's called.
Is the Fuhrer?
No. You have to see the show for yourself to get it.
I'm 90% sure I know what you're talking about. I think
there's a song. I mean, the whole story. The whole thing is based around a song called "In DeFore's Face."
Yeah,
I probably shouldn't sing it.
Maybe not.
He is the master.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one, Bill. That's the one.
Yes, I know it all too well, for I have stayed demented after all of these years.
And a Nazi. So yeah, you got that on both fronts. Captain Marty Spock. More seriously, shout out to Redshirt for top historical contact knowledge. Thank you, my friend. Elmer had a repeating fire break action shot. That's right. He did. Boom, boom, boom. He, the first automatic shotgun I can remember. Perfect reading by dialect there, says Captain Marty Spock. Fleischer Superman cartoons. Yeah, take the compliment. He gave you a couple of hands up and smiley faces, too. Fleischer Superman cartoons are sublime. I still take points of reference from those films, said Ploxart. Really, dialect. Just type that in, just the Fleischer Superman cartoons. You are not going to be disappointed, I promise you.
Fleischer Superman. Right. Yeah.
FLEISCHER.
Like 19. Those cartoons are from like 1941, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. Like Superman came out in what 38, but he got popular so quickly. These cartoons they paid Fleischer Studios to do. The funny thing is, Fleischer didn't want to do them, so Fleischer gave them an outrageous fucking bill and said, "Yeah, I'll do them for $50,000 each." And Warner Brothers matched it. They were that desperate to get. Not Warner Brothers, sorry. I think it was Action Comics. Maybe I'm wrong there. Before DC. What was DC before DC was DC? I think it was Action Comics.
Action Comics.
Yeah.
I think it was Action Comics.
Fleischer Superman was Rotoscope, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, some of it was. The whole thing I don't think was, but yeah, they did a lot of rotoscoping for that. That's why it gave it such a unique look. He believes Sky Captain World of Tomorrow borrowed heavily from Fleischer's Superman. Definitely for the Art Deco buildings and design, I would agree with you there. Daffy Duck would consume black powder and gasoline for a showstopper. De Fuhrer is a Spike Jones song. Was that the song Bill was singing, Ploxard?
Yep. We see Master
Actually, it's not. No, it's actually. Yeah, it's not. Maybe it's just called. Okay. Yeah, it's not called. It's just called "The Fuhrer's Face," and
Yes.
Basically goes. We have when the Fuhrer yells. When the Fuhrer yells. We is the master race. We hail, right in the Fuhrer's face.
The Kyle, right in the Fuhrer's face.
Yeah, it's just such a ridiculous song.
Right. Spike Jones was like
the whole cartoon. And like I said, the whole cartoon that was made from that because of that song. Because of that song, it's basically like Donald is living is the world is run by Nazis and Donald's living as a Nazi, and it's just like showing how we see him get overworked so hard he literally goes insane. And then at the very end of the cartoon he wakes up and he wakes up in this room like there's just American flags everywhere, and he walks up to like this little statue of the Statue of Liberty. He kisses it and he says, am I glad to be a citizen of the United States of America? and that's how the cartoon ends.
Yeah. You know what? I'm not 100% sure I'm that familiar with it, but I do know, again, on YouTube, I've spent my time on YouTube looking up the old cartoons, believe you me. And I definitely remember there's a Donald Duck one out there where he's a commando. And Donald the Commando, I think it is. And he goes in, and I think there's a part where like he impersonates Hitler. Like he's got the mustache, he's got the hair. You know how Donald Duck would kind of almost talk.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Action Comics #1. Yeah.
1938.
1938. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like this comic
book in mint condition can go for $5 to $10 million.
Yeah, one of the most expensive comic, if not the most highest priced comic book out there. I could be wrong. Now, Ploxard had mentioned before that Fleischer's Superman was rotoscope, and I do believe lots of the Fleischer Superman was rotoscope. Not every single cell of animation, but a lot of them. Did you guys ever see the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings film? Really? Oh, Bill, you must do that on one of your
cartoon one.
Yeah.
Oh, the Hobbit. The Hobbit. Or
not the Hobbit.
Lord,
the Hobbit was Rankin and Bass. But the original, it was originally supposed to be 2 parts, and unfortunately it didn't do well. I remember my dad took me to see this. That was a beautifully filmed movie, and they did a lot of rotoscoping through that. All the heroes, the orcs. It'll a movie that will stick with you. I promise you, it really will. Donald Duck was under Pete, used invisible paint as camouflage, and ran around a mulberry bush. Okay.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Yes, both of them. And I think Ploxard's talking about the rotoscoping effect with because they both use that rotoscoping effect. And you know what rotoscoping is, dialect. Do you, Bill?
Rotoscope.
Heard the term.
Rotoscope was a term for animation where what they did was they filmed a guy, say for the Superman cartoons, they filmed him running and like jumping, and he'd land on a mattress. But what they would do is then they'd have these broken down into individual prints. They put the paper over and they basically trace the guy. But instead of him, they put the Superman symbol on him or whatever. At the end of the day, what that did was make it really easy for the animators to produce fast animation. Plus, it had a very unique, realistic look to it. Like people moved like people, you know? In cartoons, something as simple as a walk can be very difficult to replicate.
Oh yeah. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
But using this little cheat, and it's incredible. They built a machine for it to make it fast. You could look it up online, and the machine was actually a bit of a genius design. But it would allow the animators to draw directly from the film. Funimation used rotoscoping for He-Man and other cartoons. Oh, okay.
Funimation did.
Yeah. Now, Funimation, if I'm not mistaken, they did the old Star Trek cartoons. Lord of the Rings was two-part and almost exclusively rotoscope. The Balrog was humorous and underwhelming. Okay, but that scene with the dragon and him falling down not the mine shaft, but you know what I'm talking about. I'm not the biggest Lord of the Rings guy, but so if I'm getting terminology or nomenclature wrong, forgive me.
Yeah, well, I'm not either. Don't bother asking me about it.
Yeah. I thought it was a wonderful movie. Ploxart, I don't know. You don't seem to be too on board with that. But I thought it was the orcs. I thought the orcs were fantastic. I remember my little sister, she was only about 5 when we went to go see it, and she spent like the whole part of the movie. Every time they showed orcs, she buried her head in my dad's chest. It's weird the shit you remember. I remember almost every single film my father took me to. Bill, are you going over your script?
Am I going over my script? No. Sorry. You heard the flapping of the paper?
Mm-hmm.
No, that's something else.
Going through your old Playboys?
No.
No, I do that only off camera.
Yeah, I used to have a collection of Playboys, but it got lost somehow. Just
yeah. Okay. Sorry, Ploxart. Your previous comment made you think that you didn't like the movie, but he's right. The movies were delightful. The orcs were terrifying, and the main characters could almost be touched. You're right. Yeah, Aragorn. He was great. That's who I think of Aragorn when I think of Lord of the Rings. I'm not taking anything away from Viggo Mortensen, but I remember him. I remember, who was his best friend that tried to betray him by taking the ring, and then he died bravely.
It was
Sean Bean.
Sean Bean again, who died in another role where he died.
Oh, fuck me.
What's going on? I hear beeping.
I don't know. It's a weird little alarm thing. I think that goes off for some of the sicker people here if they're in distress. But
it's funny that you're in the hospital right now.
Yeah.
1 year ago today,
Uh-huh.
I went into the hospital and stayed in the hospital for 7 days for a bad infection that I had on my leg.
Oh, really?
I mean,
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that, but I didn't know this was the.
Yeah, this is literally the anniversary of that, because I went in on Saturday the 27th of March and didn't come out until the 3rd, which was the following Saturday.
I had a
7 whole days.
I had a tumor taken off my spine the size of a meatball fucking sub, and they want to send me home tomorrow.
Well, they kept me in the hospital for a week, and I was like, I want to go home. I didn't want to stay there, but I had to stay the whole week. I mean, I was sick, and I was sick like really bad the 5 days prior to going into the hospital.
Right.
But when they, they looked at it, and because my fever was really high, the days that led up to me going to the hospital.
Hmm. Yeah, well, that was pretty serious too.
Yeah. Trying to stay out of the hospital.
Boromir. Thank you, Ploxhard. Yeah, Boromir was done like a
that's right.
Viking in the Ralph Bashki Lord of the Rings. He was like big red bearded Viking with the Viking helmet and shit like that. He was a badass character. I was sad when he died. I remember that, seeing that as a kid. Came out like 78, I think. Or maybe 79. Close.
Yeah.
'Cause my sister was there. I think she was born in 75. So. Yeah, great film. Oh, you know what you can see for free, it's a Ralph Bashki film, and he used the exact same technique. It's on YouTube, and it's a really good movie. It's not as good as Lord of the Rings, but it's definitely worth a watch. If you guys remember this, write it down. Fire and Ice. And
Fire
the
and
chick in it
Ice.
is so
The
sexy.
cartoon. Oh, the cartoon movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Fire and Ice. They used rotoscoping. It looks
Fire
great,
and Ice,
especially
huh?
for fighting and running. But yeah, this is another. It's done the same as Lord of the Rings in the sense that it's fantasy, sword and sorcery sort of thing. Wizard or a witch rather, and her son are trying to take over the world by pushing glaciers, and using magic they can make the glaciers move reasonably. They're still moving kind of slow, but like they're unstoppable, and they just come and wipe out like a village sort of thing. And the warriors are almost useless against it. They got to get inside and find the guy and kill him, and they keep dying until the main hero shows up. They also had a character there that was directly reference to Conan. He was drawn exactly like Conan. The only change is they put like a wolf skin hat on him, which covered his face, like he was looking through the wolf's eyes. And that was a Wizards. Okay, Wizards. Yeah, that was another Ralph Bashki film. It wasn't rotoscope, or maybe some of it was. The war scenes were, but that was a very stylized film, if I'm remembering correctly. And Bashki was doing this like right after he did the Spider-Man cartoons from the 60s, when he took over the last year of animation duties on the 60s Spider-Man. That's when it got like really surreal. But still great stuff. I love the 60s Spider-Man. It's kind of like in the same vein as the 60s Batman, where it wasn't 100% serious. Spider-Man would do shit like use his webbing to, create a sword or a kite, or he'd turn himself into a bowling ball and knock over a bunch of cops. Shit he never did in the comics.
Silly stuff.
Yeah, exactly. But the voice acting was like right on, especially J. Jonah Jameson. As good as the actor is who plays J. Jonah Jameson in the current Spider-Man, the Sam Raimi one.
J.K. Simmons.
J.K. Simmons. And he was great, but because of those 60 Spider-Mans, when I think of J. Jonah Jameson, I think of the guy who voiced him. Parker. I can't do it out loud because there are people sleeping.
Yeah.
Like he had a good shouting, Oh, those teenagers. Little corny, but if you grew up with it, you can't help but revel in nostalgia. Classic stuff. Oh boy, Billy, you've been going strong for 4 hours.
Four and a half, a little over 4 hours. Yeah.
A little over 4.5.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I forget. Are you 2 hours behind me? Where I am, it's like 5:45 in the morning.
Yeah, it's still early here. It's 2:47 a.m. Almost 3.
Yeah. Oh,
Thinking about doing I'm probably going to do, if I get enough rest, do an action theater today.
oh, really? Why
Yeah,
don't you do dude, do the 5 Deadly Venoms. You can't go wrong. Have you seen the 5 Deadly Venoms?
No.
Dude, do the 5 Deadly Venoms.
Oh, yeah, so good.
Oh, Foxhard, yeah, buddy, you really are on top of the animation here. This is going back to Fire and Ice. He gives a great description. The witch, Queen Juliana, and her son, Necron, are translations of Moorcock's Elric. That was a panther pelt Larn war. That was the Conan knockoff. And I remember Bashki, I saw the documentary on it, and Bashki said it was straight up Conan, but they couldn't do the face. It was a panther pelt Larn war. His battle axe and form comes from the Frazetta images.
Ooh, he's a
Yeah,
good
a
artist.
lot of the-
Frank
Oh,
Frazetta.
yeah. Frazetta, oh my God.
Sensational. Yeah.
Fantastic. Nobody could do
I
Conan
think they
comic
put
book
out a
covers.
wall calendar of his every year, you know.
Well, for years he did all the Conan book
Yeah.
covers.
Oh,
That was
yeah.
Frazetta. Like if the chicks looked hot and sexy and
I
Conan
think
looked
he's
like an
done
absolute
stuff
badass.
for a heavy metal magazine.
Oh yeah, undoubtedly.
That's like a comic book magazine. It's like comics in it. Comic book / graphic novels inside. And they always advertise the Frazetta books that I always
Well,
wanted.
Heavy Metal is the English translation of Metal Hurlant, which was a French magazine. It still is. It's still being published today. The movie Heavy Metal came from that. Oh, if you're not going to do the 5 Deadly Venoms, do Heavy Metal. It's your one-way ticket to midnight.
Yeah.
But seriously, do the 5 Deadly Venoms. Or do 5 Elements Ninjas, but 5 Deadly Venoms is better. You'll love it. You will love it. It is classic kung fu. Cheng Che.
I'm still gonna get to the. I'm still gonna do the Yojimbo and
Yeah, but don't throw those up. Give people notice.
Yeah, I want to advertise at least a weekend.
Yeah.
Weekend and a half or two, almost 2 weeks. Give like a 2 week notice so I could advertise it 2 weeks.
Yeah, definitely.
Coming out, yeah.
Because that's a double feature really worth sitting through. Sanjiro Yojimbo. I'm sure a couple of people in the chat know the greatness of those movies. Kurosawa, samurai films. I think they're waking my neighbor up for his medicine.
Okay.
Wait a sec, son of a wretch. You're in the hospital right now?
Yeah.
I had
man.
I had a big surgery yesterday. I had
Oh my God.
Yeah, I had a cancerous tumor size of a fucking meatball sub taken off my spine.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I've been pretty sick for a little while. I haven't been talking about it only because, I wasn't trying to get sympathy or anything like that, or
Yeah. And I've held my tongue, so
Yeah, Bill's known about it for a while, but and I appreciate it, Bill. I do. I just I was happy with the ways the surgery went, and I felt like
that you came out of it unscathed and with your eyes open.
Well, I can't say unscathed. I'm sure I got a big, huge scar down my back. I got like tubes
Oh, yeah.
sticking. No joke. I got tubes sticking out of my back right now, draining all the excess fluid and stuff that accumulates. I'm going to have these things for like 2 to 3 weeks, apparently. But the surgeon said he was very impressed with. He was very pleased with how the surgery went. He said everything worked great. He took pictures for me. And yeah, it was a big tune around a 45-degree angle across from my spine to my right shoulder blade. It was fucking huge. But like I say, I got 3 rounds to beat. So I got the first round down. Got to deal with the shit on the lungs and then the shit in the throat. I think they want to do the throat first, though. So, you know, I was happy. So that's why I brought it up today. And people have been very nice to me about it. I appreciate that. Always. Floxart writes, oh, hey, right there. Bill, Kurosawa flicks? Yes, please. I'm sure Floxart, you know the greatness of Yojimbo and Sanjuro. I have no doubt. But definitely worth multiple viewings.
I'm not seeing it in StreamYard
It's the last one. The last comment.
I know. Oh, come on.
Scroll up.
Oh, yeah, it won't.
Or scroll down, I meant to say, sorry.
That's what I don't get. It won't go down for me anymore.
All right. Well, you got it. I see it highlighted.
Okay.
Yeah, Bill and I was doing a little work a few weeks ago trying to find the right pictures to represent, and we came up with some great ones. I mean, we didn't do them. We're stealing somebody else's artwork, but it's for a good cause. Promoting Kurosawa. Can never go wrong there.
Well, I wish we can get on making a great thumbnail.
Shiromafune and Takada. Oh shit, he's almost as good an actor as Shiromafune. I'm ashamed I've forgotten his name. Takada. Fuck me. Oh well, in my defense, it's almost 6 a.m. and I haven't slept for 3 days.
All right. Yeah. Wish we could come to an end. Dying out. If I don't do a watch one today, they'll definitely done one next Saturday. Yeah.
Dude, if you're gonna do a kung fu movie, I promise you can't go wrong with Chang Che. I can find you a dozen of his films. The Kid with the Golden Arms is a second top choice. These are good old school costume kung fu movies where the production values are second to none. They look amazing on the screen. Like I know I told you about Wu-Tang channel, and they're great. God bless Wu-Tang. I've got hundreds of their films, but they don't have that crispness that Chang Che's was. And he brought together this group of actors that were all really good at theatrical kung fu. The kung fu looks amazing. And in this one, The Five Deadly Venoms, it's about 5 different guys that all learned from the same master, but they all learned a different style. One was snake, one was scorpion, one was lizard, one was toad. Who was the last guy? Centipede, I think. And they fight in a different way. And when they go in a battle, they used to wear masks to hide their identity. And none of the students knew who each other was. But it turns out one of the students turns evil. And he wants to basically control a large town. And one of the other students became a policeman. And he's got to farewell to chivalry. It's a bit dark, but an amazing kung fu movie. I haven't seen that, Foster. That's not Chang Che, is it? The director Chang Che, who did shit like The Five Deadly Venoms, The Five Elements Ninjas, Cripple Avengers. Cripple Avengers is another great one. It's kind of dark itself because all these guys, they end up getting crippled in a revenge plot, and they overcome their handicaps through kung fu. Now, there is another kung fu movie that's not Cripple Avengers, but they actually used handicapped people, and it's surprisingly good. Like the one guy was born with an unfortunate, I know there's a more polite word, but deformity, where his arms didn't really grow. Like he's got kind of hands sticking out of his shoulders, and one leg's much noticeably shorter than the other. But it's still the kung fu, it works, and it has that realism to it that these guys are real. Whereas in the Cripple Avengers, they're all healthy guys that are pretending to be crippled. Captain Marty Enter the Dragon is my somewhat obvious go-to. Yeah, of course, Bruce Lee. You can't go wrong with Bruce Lee. The only thing about Bruce is like he did 4 great movies. Well, he did 2 great movies and 2 very good movies coming up that were released in North American markets. Actually, Bruce Lee was an actor as a child. Technically, he's got like 30 or 40 films to his credit, but nobody remembers the one, and some of them got lost. But he was a child actor at one point. Foxart, not certain as to the director, but a few moons have been missed. Farewell to Chivalry. Yeah. There are lots of guys. Remember, well, of course you remember, sorry, Dave's Avatar, Lo Pan. Big Trouble in Little China featured Carter Wong. Carter Wong was the guy who Jack Burton fought at the end. And remember, like he blew himself up big and then cut himself with a knife and exploded? I'm saying that like you remember, but Kung Fu Hustle is an absolute. Yeah, I recommended Kung Fu Hustle to Bill. It's a great, great film. Have you ever seen Shaolin Soccer? Made by the same guy. That's another very solid Kung Fu movie where a bunch of kind of miscreants and losers get together and use their Kung Fu to become the greatest soccer team in the world, basically. It's hilarious. Watching guys do like spinning back kicks to knock the ball in the goal, or what was the name of those? The director of those? Shit, Stephen Chow. Stephen Chow has a great scene where he's practicing kicking a ball into a wall, and as he's doing it, you see he's hammering the bricks in farther and farther and farther. The angrier he gets until he just destroys his wall. It's a good one where they use the special effects in Kung Fu to a wonderful degree. But Farewell to Chivalry, I'd like to check that out. I'm going to try looking that up, seeing if I can get that. Because my good buddy Ploxart here does seem to know a little bit about good films.
Yeah.
I mean, his first Kurosawa movie was Dreams, and that's a tough one to get in on for Kurosawa. Not that it's a bad movie. I don't mean that at all. Not at all. Not at all. It's just such a departure from the sort of thing he was famous for. But Dreams also had Martin Scorsese in, I think. He was playing Van Gogh, of all people. So that's the kind of cachet. Yeah, you have seen Shaolin Soccer Plus. A wondrous misuse of martial arts for entertainment. Yeah, do a Kung Fu movie there, Billy.
I will. I'm going to pick the right one. The world needs good Kung Fu, just like it needs good Westerns. We'll say that for Sunday.
A Farewell to Chivalry has one clan of killer bees and is a bit campy. The flying scenes are classic. Is this a costume Kung Fu movie? Is this a period Kung Fu movie? When I say costume Kung Fu movie, I mean basically like, they dress up a little. Like the heroes have always got, they're decked out in good things. What is the movie where they all use the weapons? I love a good weapons Kung Fu movie too. Not necessarily wuxia, which is primarily swords, but when guys break out axes and another guy breaks out, the spear, and another guy breaks out a staff, another guy breaks out, whatever. The tri-staff, shit like that. Love the artistry, the ballet of it. Pretty impressive stuff. Pseudo-historical period costumes, right? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, no, I love those. I do. The old Silver Fox movies with Huang Zhang Li, who was Rubber Legs. So Fastest Kicks. I watched a great one the other day. What was it? Oh, shit, I want to go to YouTube and look it up because I'll lose you guys. Oh, man. What the fuck was it? It was Sam Seed. I'm sure Foxhard might remember Sam the Seed or just Sam Seed. One of those saying he did like 30 movies, but he was the original. Oh, Drunken Master. You go Jackie Chan.
Drunken Master, yeah.
Can't go wrong.
Yeah.
Drunken Master, but the original.
Yes, that's of course. Yeah.
Although the sequel was, many people think the sequel was better, but the original young Jackie Chan and Wang Jiang Li. You see how good Wang Jiang Li is. This guy had lightning fast fucking kicks, and they didn't have to crank up the speed for him. Like he knew his kung fu, real kung fu. Fat Sam, are you talking Sammo Hung, Ploxard? Hong Kong theater takes their historical representations very seriously. Yeah, sure they do. Fat Sam, Sammo Hung and Jackie Chan were best friends. I think they still are. And they did star in a number of movies together. I watched a Sammo Hung movie tonight. My problem with Kung Fu movies is I quickly forget the names. I can remember the action scenes. I can remember who starred in them, quite often who directed them. Mostly Chang Che, because I gotta admit, that guy was top. Everything he did looked slick. Oh Hung, yes. Words and pictures.
Hey, words and pictures. What's going on?
Hey, here you go. Just started Zatoichi. Oh, the TV series. There's 100 episodes of that, buddy. You are in for a motherfucking treat. I am so jealous. I'm so jealous. Did you watch the movie series where there are 26? He did 26 movies. Shit. Oh fuck. I'm blanking on his name. Katsu Shintaro. Katsu Shintaro. I think he was Zatoichi. Magnificent series. The film, and I've seen many of the TV series, but I haven't seen them all. You can find a few on YouTube, but they get taken down quite quickly. But yeah, Words and Pictures. Just watched Cripple Avengers yesterday. Words and Pictures. Help me out with Bill here. Tell me Cripple Avengers wasn't a great movie, or tell me it was. Tell Billy how great the movie was, because I'm having a hard time selling him on this Chang Che because he's never heard of him. And have you seen the 5 Deadly Venoms? Because that's the movie I'm pushing, Bill.
Look who showed up. Potato Heaven. Top of the morning to you, Potato Heaven. Hello, guys.
Hey, Potato, I was at your Batman stream. I don't know if you remember, because I unfortunately I didn't get the notice until late. But yeah, he had a great stream the other night. And he's 4 away from 190 subs. Odd phrasing there. Could have said 14 away from 200. But okay. Let me see. Ploxard. Zatoichi. Is that not a series of heated water dispensers akin to electric kettles? No. Ploxard, if you're not down with Zatoichi, look him up. I promise you, brother. I promise you, you're not wasting your time. You will fall in love with this character. He was a blind masseuse that wandered through Japan, but he was also one of Japan's greatest swordsmen. This isn't true life, but there were a few well-known blind swordsmen in Japan, and his character Zatoichi is an amalgamation of a few of them. But this guy knew his sword play. Oh, you know who was Shintaro Katsu? You know who was the brother of? Was the guy that played Lone Wolf, Itoagami, from the Lone Wolf and Cub series. He was actually in the 3rd Words and Pictures. If you watch the movie series, Shintaro Katsu's brother was the whip-wielding samurai. And I believe it's the 3rd Zatoichi movie. Fuck, what was the name of that? He did 26 movies. Like, this guy had more movies than James Bond. And he did it in like 15 odd year period where he did 25 movies, and then 100 episodes of a TV series, to which he, at the end of it, just said, you know, that's it. I'm stopping the character. And then I think it was like 20 years later, he came out with Zatoichi's Last Adventure. Words and Pictures just writes, oh, Ploxard says, I was making a jest. I'm familiar with The Blind Star. Of course you would be, brother. Of course you would be. Words and Pictures writes, yes, Cripple Avengers, quality film. Really enjoyed it. IMDb 7.3. Yeah, Cripple Adventures is great. Have you seen the Five Deadly Venoms, though? Oh, Sonny Chiba. Yes, of course, Sonny Chiba. But Sonny Chiba, you got to ease into. Sonny Chiba's not, he was probably the greatest. His Sonny Tsurugi was probably the greatest anti-hero in Japanese cinema, if not all film. I'm sure you remember the Street Fighter series. Everybody that knows Sonny Chiba knows the Street Fighter series. And that guy, he was just cold-blooded, but he was the hero of the movie. I forget the first one. He's hired by a brother and sister to avenge the death of their father. And when he comes back to collect the money, they try to fuck him over. Basically, they hired him. They didn't have the money to pay him. So he kills the brother and he sells the sister into prostitution, where she gets hooked on heroin. Like, that's just how cold-blooded this motherfucker is. If you fuck with him, he will destroy you. So Sonny Chiba's a bit hardcore. I'd love to get Bill into some of Sonny Chiba's stuff, but I'd really love him to check out some of the shit with Chang Che. The Man with the Golden Arms, Cripple Avengers, of course, Five Elements Ninja, but the Five Deadly Venoms, it's one of those movies you'll remember forever. Billy, I promise you, you won't be disappointed. It'll just stick with you. It's so good. The guys working on their different styles and shit like this. Great fights all throughout. And Chang Che was he was arguably, I think you could make a good argument, he was probably the best Kung Fu director of all time. I would. Okay, Words and Pictures, Five Deadly Venoms. Yes, I have. Now that's excellent. He's absolutely right. Words and Pictures knows. So you can't go wrong. And Sonny Chiba's, yeah, definitely a good call. I'd love to get Billy into some Sonny Chiba, but he might be a bit hardcore for, you know, Bill's casual Saturday afternoon movie, because that guy was a motherfucker. But he did movies like what? Samurai's Revenge.
No, I don't. It's called action theater. Action is action.
Yeah. Wait, you don't think these samurai movies have action? You don't think these Kung Fu movies have
That's
action?
what I'm saying.
Oh, well, I don't know why you're saying that, because nobody was
yeah.
questioning you.
Yeah, I'm saying it will fit the
Yeah, it fit very nicely.
theater. Yeah.
Very nicely. And you could probably find some decent artwork on that too quickly. Could have a good thumbnail. Wouldn't take you long. Speaking of your thumbnails, I haven't seen Cookie around in a while.
I don't know. Like I said, none of the ladies dropped by. Only Courtney earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, two ladies. Lovely Sherry dropped in earlier.
Yeah. She didn't stick for too long, but
No.
she was here.
The ladies, they're either sleeping or
Friday
or busy.
You know, Doom Talk's on, so Anti-Derivative Jill, she'd be there. You know, she's got her she's doing her own shows now. She started it up. I was very proud to be invited to be on the panel of her Orville show. I was a little embarrassed because although I had seen both the episodes she was reviewing, I saw them first run like 2 years ago, so I wasn't quite up to snuff. But you see, Ploxard writes, Sonny characters would be physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually destroyed, and then he would have a redemption arc. Yeah, you're right. You are right. But some of his films were dark. They really were. He's great. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking Sonny Chiba. Definitely not knocking in Sonny Chiba. Just saying that, that's like throwing Bill in at the deep end. So that's right. You got to work your way up to Sonny Chiba if you're a North American cat. I'm sure of that. Unless you got a pretty dark soul. But yeah. So Bill, what's it going to be? What's today's action adventure movie?
I don't know yet because I probably not going to get to it today. I'm really fatigued right now. I'm really fatigued.
Yeah, but it's only 4 o'clock in the morning for you.
3 a.m.
3 a.m. Oh, it's fucking 6:11 where I am. And I really should try to get a couple hours sleep. I think they want to discharge me today because they're all pleased how well I'm doing. Like they thought I'd be out for most of a week, and I was up and walking the day of the surgery.
That's good.
Yeah, Sonny Chiba films are an acquired taste. You gotta take your time with Sonny Chiba. It is going into the deep end, but great films.
And we'll probably have those films. We'll probably have to all read the language.
No, they're dubbed. They're dubbed. Yeah.
I kind of like it better when they speak their own tongue. And you'd have to read
put this out to Ploxard and Words of Pictures specifically, and anybody else that's still in the chat. I can't tell because I'm on StreamYards and it doesn't say how many people are out there. Yes, brother.
Hey, Bill. I think I'm gonna drop out for now. I'll come back later if you're still on.
Well, no, we're about to end the show. So.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Yeah, we're about to.
That's why I'm trying to nail Bill down to a picture so everybody knows what they're going to see this afternoon.
Well,
but now
like I said, I don't know. I don't know. Really fatiguing. I'll try to get one going, but there's no.
If you're about to,
I don't know.
All right. Well, if you're about to wrap up anyway, I may as well stay to the end.
That's the spirit. Yeah, Ploxard, you're right. I really should, because they bring breakfast around here at like 7:30, so at least I'll get a full hour. I say sleep is crucial to healing. Fuck it, I'm Wolverine. I'll heal up anyway. Motherfucker. As long as they keep pumping me full of morphine.
All right, boys and girls. Thank you, Ploxard and Word with Pictures. So you came, Ploxard, you've been a
absolute trooper.
Champ. Yeah,
dude, no joke. Before you came on, I brought your name up because I had watched Cockney's Playmobil Back to the Future episode, and I made a joke. It wasn't a mean-spirited joke, but I told them, I said. Then I started reading the chats, and Ploxard's one read like a fucking novella. I found myself on the kitchen floor with foam coming out of my mouth, shaking because it was so intense. You got to write a book, buddy. I don't know if that's something you've got an interest in, but yeah, take a shot at it. You're a good writer, a very good writer. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, I'm ready to kick it in, Billy. I always have fun on your show. Thank you for having me.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for joining. Yeah, good show today.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Covered a lot of ground.
Thank you, everybody. Don't have a good day. Have a great day, and hopefully I can come up with a late afternoon action theater. So
yeah, late afternoon. That sounds good.
Yeah. All right.
Definitely.
Till then, folks, we'll see you a little bit later.
Boys,
have a great
take
day,
care.
guys. Bye.